of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you won't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Pride and shame. Sometimes the scars ain't worth the pain. Hit 'em where it hurts 'em. Can't stop the rain. Let the money burn, feed the fame. We don't give a damn about it. I'm an outlaw, cooler than the West Coast. I'm a young gun looking for a smoke show. Quick to draw and I shoot to kill. Do it all for the thrill of it. There she goes to kill. Do it all for the thrill of it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, once again joined by LS, who is never allowed to leave this desk, apparently, because getting visas for Korea is extraordinarily difficult. Please, Egypt, try harder. But we have a really interesting day today. So I know, everything was great yesterday. We had our super hype matchups. I know it was a little bit disappointing towards the end with Dragon X sort of falling off a cliff. But do you know what was at the bottom of the cliff, LS? Today's matchups.
Oh, I thought you were going to say depth.
Well, I mean, maybe. We're not entirely sure what happened there. The flash into the Baron
You
pit
didn't
was
say
certainly
pit.
odd.
Yeah, all right, I get it. I
Not
get what kind of
entirely
a
sure.
joke you were making there.
Yeah, you see?
I really caught it. I picked it up right there.
Yeah,
at the
you
end.
did. Well, you
Yes.
needed to catch it. It's down a long way. But all jokes aside, Damwon did look a lot better in their last series, and theoretically, Griffin are on a 2-match winning streak. Yes, they dropped games in both of them. They were sloppy,
Yeah.
3-game series, but they were able to take down Sandbox and APK Prince, and their only losses are against Afrika Freaks and Gen G. So in theory, Griffin could pick themselves up and get themselves towards the top of the standings, because a win here is a real flip towards one of our teams solidifying that 5th place.
The thing about Griffin that is so perplexing is they've honestly gotten into winning spots and then lost them. And those winning spots came off of the back of just superior drafts.
Yeah.
And then very surprising early mid games where the opponents couldn't really get ahead. And the way the current meta is right now, at least in the LCK, is you get about a kill per 10 minutes. And
Yeah.
so drafts are extremely important. And so if they can get edges up here, maybe they're going to be able to win today. We look at the points of the match here. Tie matchup. One's going to go to 3 wins. The other, interestingly enough, when they're both 2-2, will go to 3 losses.
Wow, that's crazy. It's almost like what I was saying before.
You know what? I just thought I'd break it down there for
Well,
you.
thank you so much. That's some sick math right there.
Wow.
But the next point is an interesting one, because H-Dragon certainly hasn't done a lot of winning so far. and he really does need to continue turning it around. He did manage to do it in week 2. It was a successful week for Griffin, but he needs to continue getting victories, and I think Damwon is the first really big test for this squad. I guess Sandbox was as well, but Sandbox have certainly been slumping. Damwon is a different beast, and one of the teams that went with Griffin to Worlds last year. So we'll see whether Damwon are going to be able to comfortably take this win or whether Griffin are going to give them trouble, because you have to remember that Griffin were able to challenge both Afrika and Gen G. It was weird.
Yes.
And they didn't manage to take the victory in the end, but they were long series.
Most of the games in LCK have been very weird. This split has been, honestly, a little topsy-turvy.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, we take a look at the final last point of the match, Jungle Buff Patch, King of the Jungle Tarzan versus Jungle Gangster Canyon. I don't think either one of them has really played in a manner to where the jungle changes are going to influence anything. So
yeah.
We'll see if something like Karthus or something that is power farmy.
I mean, in 2019, Canyon was our best Karthus player. He was extraordinary.
Yeah.
So if anyone's going to play it, it is going to be him. As win rate with gold lead at 20 minutes, 100% for Griffin, and only 75% for Damwon, because of course, in their series against T1, things went a little bit awry when it came to late games. And of course, they weren't able to actually lock down that victory after being ahead for quite some time. Things had gone differently in that series. I think the whole landscape of the LCK would have been different. And Damwon honestly had it in the bag and then threw it all away. And T1 are now on their big winning streak despite that one loss against Hanwha Life. See whether Damwon can solidly take this one and not throw away advantages like they did in that first week.
We're going to take a look at some highlights, and honestly, I mean, talking about throwing away advantages, Damwon, they tend to do it right out the gate inside of the draft, continue to compromise themselves, and then have to be bailed out by seemingly only Nuguri.
Yeah.
So far around is the
I mean,
bottom
Nuguri
lane.
like solo won a game for them. Like,
yeah.
A game that they definitely should have lost. And he's like, no, actually, I've decided that we win this one, and then Realm morphs into the enemy base.
We're just seeing Griffin here.
Yeah, and it sort of reminds me of Griffin's team compositions honestly do remind me of what's been happening to Team Liquid recently with their weird priority on Senna. Similar thing happening for Griffin, Viper being the only damage dealer on his team and then insisting that they play Senna. It's not necessarily working out for Griffin, much as it hasn't necessarily been working out for Team Liquid.
Well, Griffin have been a bit all over the place inside of their games. Everything just really seems hit or miss, and obviously we've talked about it as well. George of the Jungle or Tarzan?
Yeah, I mean, it's King or George. That's the question. As, yeah, Kuro probably didn't want to use his Cleanse and Flash there because he was definitely dead, and this was a series that Damwon looked like they had shades of 2019 Damwon gaming.
Yeah.
During this one. This reminded everyone just how powerful these solo laners are for this team.
Ray trying to do something here on the set in this replay. Nuguri on the Kale.
He was an absolute raid boss
in
this series, and unchallenged, just allowed to do exactly what he wanted. And that is something you're not allowed to do, and I think a lot of it is going to come down to these two gentlemen here, Tarzan versus Canyon. This is a matchup that Tarzan used to always have. When Canyon debuted, we were like, this guy looks like one of the people that could be Tarzan.
Yeah.
You know, he had those young mechanics, also seemed to have a good mind for where to be on the map. We haven't seen him get to that level, but also Tarzan has been asking us the George or King question recently, which is not what we were expecting, because Tarzan, especially during regular seasons, has been so consistent.
Normally he has been. This time, I mean, obviously they're experiencing a bit of hiccups. You have Sword up there in the top lane going up against a pretty stacked lineup inside of the LCK. You have
he doesn't even need to look at the rest of the roster as well, because Sword versus Nuguri is going to be a one-sided affair.
This is a really interesting thing. We're going to see the starting lineup here, and it does look like Sword is standing at the top, but Yucal was spamming top lane in solo queue for, I think, about the last 5 days, he was only spamming top, and so
Are we going to be getting what you were thinking? The
well,
Neon UCal starting lineup.
It does look like Griffin is a bit allergic to victory, because otherwise I think Mayhun would probably be walking out on the stage here today.
Yeah.
As Ornn is up there with Soraka as the most broken B1 champion, and Griffin, they're starting on blue today, and I can't imagine
it's
that
not getting through.
Damwon isn't going to ban it. And when you take away Ornn, Sword...
So basically, there's a free win in the draft, right, for Damwon.
Yeah,
they can very comfortably ban Yuumi, Soraka, Ornn, not care about the set because they can handle it, because Noguri is Noguri, and he will be able to win a set lane with a bevy of other counterpick options into that. And so it's going to be on Griffin to be creative on how they're going to orchestrate themselves a composition that doesn't necessarily play around top. Because what that does is it leaves things like Aphelios most likely open.
Yeah.
And they can target ban people like Canyon if they would like to. And I think there's going to be a lot on H-Dragon's shoulders in order to get them through this draft phase. And they will need to be creative in order to do so. No changes apart from the support position for Damwon Gaming. Continuing with Hoyt. Seems to be their spring choice.
Yeah.
He was their spring choice in 2019. Beryl might have some weird Christmas hangover that lasts for like 6 months until he gets good again in the summer season, which he definitely did. He was amazing during summer season, especially on that Alistar that I'm assuming a lot of people do remember. But here we are in a ban and pick for our first game. Griffin will be on our blue side, as LS mentioned. Let's see what Griffin are going to be taking away, because they're the ones that do have some flexibility at the beginning of this draft.
And well, Damwon, I'm assuming that their bans will likely end up being Ornn, Soraka, and Aphelios.
Okay.
And if they don't do that, I'm ready to go next fast.
I mean, Yumi's pretty strong at the moment, and I know it's not Lehen's on Griffin's side, but Viper's very good at playing in a Yumi lane because of Lehen's teachings.
I was actually having a conversation with Nemesis last night, right after he had ended his stream, about Yumi on B1 in general.
Okay.
And I think because I was thinking that Yumi isn't... She's really fringe. She's very, very strong right now, but when you show her so early, it's able to be drafted around by the enemy team because they can limit the amount of options for 80 carries that they get, and if you end up locking the 80 carry plus Yumi early, it means that they can draft around your solo laners on R4, R5, so things become a little bit difficult when factoring in the jungle matchup, and Yumi can end up getting hit.
Well, Soraka hasn't been banned, Ornn hasn't been banned. Now Damwon find themselves in a pretty difficult position. The Ornn is banned away. I think that was the best option in that moment, but I don't know why Kiana was banned.
So, if you don't pick Soraka here, you're trolling, is the only thing that I can really say at that point. We have seen how absolutely disgusting she is as a champion.
Yesterday was a very interesting day. And by interesting, I mean we experienced the Soraka, and I never want to experience it again. Dragon X fought every fight really well, but they just couldn't actually do anything because Kana pressed W. As Yumi's going to get locked in. Just Yumi Soraka, just do it. Don't be scared, Damwon. If they give it to you, take it.
Noguri is really unhappy about this. He's thinking, if only I knew about this at Worlds, I could have taken Kleptomancy.
Oh, man.
Could have had potions, more healing.
Yep. What the heck is that? Okay, never you mind. Now, if Griffin don't take the Soraka here, I mean, we're just having, like, we've both trolled now. So who's going to actually finally wake up? Maybe, as far as Korean drafts are concerned, maybe we're a little bit worried about picking the Soraka too early and then having a composition built to destroy her. I don't know whether you necessarily have too many options to really limit what
really
a Soraka can do, though.
To destroy her because it requires you to draft in such a way that you're able to either reliably keep poking her down or burst her in one fell swoop. And it's pretty hard to do because typically you're going to want mages to do that, but Soraka itemizes magic resistances first. That makes her quite obnoxious, and physical damage champions can't really do it. The way that Griffin's drafting right now, Soraka is still...
It's like she doesn't exist.
perfectly fine right now for Damwon to just lock in. They might just lock in Ezreal, though.
Ezreal Yuumi would certainly feel like a great option for Damwon.
Yeah, they have Azir and they have Misfortune right now, so there's no reason that they couldn't just Ezreal Yuumi, and I'm
Or Lucian Yuumi. This was one of the better lanes. And I also don't look at Nuclear as a Ezreal player. Lucian certainly makes a little bit more sense. Slightly nerfed on this patch. Crit damage is down. It was bugged. It was doing a little bit too much. So now down by like a quarter. But otherwise, not too much of a big deal here. As Soraka is going to be the immediate ban. And this was Damwon's choice, right? They could have locked it in if they wanted to. And they decided instead that they just didn't want to deal with it in this game at all.
much like I have an allergy to nuts, they have an allergy to
the nuts.
Broken Champion. Yeah, the nuts, actually, yeah.
Know what I'm saying?
I am picking up what you're putting down, Alice.
I'm real glad, real glad. That's a card game reference, by the way, guys. If you draw the nuts,
poker, yeah.
that's exactly what you wanted.
So
Pocket aces is, in other words, the nuts. Okay, there we go.
Pre-flop,
Karthus has been
yeah.
banned. Canyon, very good Karthus player, so you can understand why that's been taken away. Also, isn't going to be bothered by a Sejuani in the slightest. So I do like that ban.
And the Karthus is interesting here because it means that Griffin at least is cognizant that they have a low tempo jungler, and Karthus would be able to overpower her, but it would require Damwon to have winning lanes, because when Karthus doesn't have a winning lane, he tends to suffer a bit.
Yeah.
Because he can't clear his jungle and counter jungle simultaneously, and pressure at the same time when his mana is very high, able to just go to lane, spam the Q with Wall of Pain and whatnot. And Karthus' heyday was last year when champions like Aurelia, Urgot, Aatrox were all at their extremes, and those were champions that could win every lane or neutralize every lane and let Karthus do his stuff. So now Damwon end up picking Jarvan on R4 into Sejuani and Azir, as well as Misfortune. And I'm just sitting here pondering.
Yeah.
What's the train of thought going on here?
Jarvan doesn't exactly have the best time into the Azir, but will be able to get around the jungle a little bit earlier if Damwon are planning on sinning, which that Aatrox and Lucian composition so far has slightly given away. It could be an option here as Sword is going to lock away the Renekton. And now Nogari is thinking of heading towards a Quinn. This will mean
They're all AD.
100% AD, which is not what you want. Showmaker, certainly a favorite of his, is the Corki, and that will make up for a heck of a lot of magic damage here for Damwon. Is Showmaker going to be the one playing it, though, is the real question, because it could be flexed, in theory. Corki, a slight buff on this patch to do with delivering the packages, but nothing too much to worry about.
Well,
all came out pretty standard in the end. We were a bit worried with Soraka being banned only in the second round instead of the first, but we did end up dodging the Soraka bullet this time. It's weird though, because I'm glad that Soraka got banned, but I'm disappointed that neither of the teams picked it.
I'm disappointed. Yeah, exactly. And that's all that you can really say. Disappointment is an understatement. Words I would like to use are not suitable for broadcast. And so the coaches are going to head off stage right now. And honestly, I mean, Damwon Gaming's team composition, it's the bread and butter of the problems that have plagued them all throughout 2019 and at Worlds. Their players choose picks in isolation that don't have a lot of synergy with one another and don't really acknowledge what they're drafting into, rather than what the players are probably just personally feeling in the moment, staring at select champs. So Griffin's team composition has a lot more cohesion with it. And the Aatrox, Jarvan, Corki, Lucian, and Yuumi, it has the Yuumi and the Corki as scaling components, but then you have champions that are trying to achieve different things. So if this team composition falls behind, there's no insurance policy.
That being said, they do have decent siege with this composition. You know, you can utilize the culling and the rockets coming out from Corki to really get people off a turret and take that one down. And as we hop into Summoner's Rift for game number 1, we'll see whether Damwon can actually utilize this and pilot it effectively. Aatrox versus Renekton, one of the oldest matchups in the book, but one that Nogari seems to really have a handle on. So far, his most played champion in solo queue this year, having 31 games on that one thus far. Not the most gigantic win rate, and he dies a lot, but he's Nogri. He loves dying a lot. That is just his playstyle.
Well,
I find it interesting, though, that we saw the Sejuani face up. Canyon could have gone to Trundle.
he could have ended up going to Trundle, indeed. And, I mean, he could have chose a lot of other junglers, except for one that's Jarvan that's trying to run in to the Sejuani Azir Misfortune. The champions that are basically saying that we're going to stand our ground, poke you via Azir, or pick you off with the Sejuani ultimate, and then kite backwards, because you've already shown us the Aatrox, you've already shown us the Yuumi, you're showing that you have to come into us, you don't have any reliable counter poke or disengage or anything of that nature. And so, Damwon's team composition is so one-dimensional and off-theme with the Corki, which is what we can only assume to be a recalibration or a pivot on R5 to try to get some sort of value.
Sort of reminds me of all of the Xayah Rakan Corki comps that came in, I believe it was around spring, start of summer last year. They were super popular just because of how balanced they were damage-wise. They could scale very well into the late game with both magic damage crits and the AD crits at the same time. It's a similar idea here, but the Lucian, of course, does not scale quite as much. But Showmaker's got a pretty good Corki win rate, so you can understand why Showmaker specifically is picking up this champion.
Well,
Yukao should have a decent time. I mean, we're back at Azir Corki, man. It's happening. What goes around comes around.
We're back here for the time being, but I mean, honestly, it's actually probably going to be a lot worse for the LCK than other regions.
We did love it,
Yeah.
particularly.
As Sejuani just going for full clear, Jarvan doing a bit of a bizarre clear, going to end up pathing up. They know exactly where Tarzan is, but he's just full clear, and we're going to get ping-pongs in every lane.
Well, of course.
Yeah, I mean, would you expect anything else there?
Yeah, I'd be worried if
Yeah.
I saw anything else. I'd have to look at the map
Yeah,
as to
exactly.
where we are. This isn't Europe,
Yeah.
you know? Come on, we ain't trendsetters over here. As Sword versus Nogri, you can see so far Nogri with the wave shove, but Sword actually getting out of the way of that sweet spot of the first cube wasn't too bad.
Replay is having FPS drops, actually.
Interesting.
I don't know if you're noticing that, but there's definitely some animations that are missing.
Uh-huh.
All right, well.
See whether that continues as time goes on, as Canyon might need to get out of here. Permafrost going to be available as Aftershock is going to proc down to about 150 as Canyon does make his way out. And of course Arctic Assault now on cooldown as Griffin are going to be able to take the Southern Rift Scuttler. So as far as having a crab dinner, it's just not going to happen here for Damwon Gaming, and Griffin can be as greedy as they like with their seafood. Nogri, pulling Sword back, and with Flash available on both sides, not going to be something that Nogri wants to aggressively go towards, as Canyon here on his Krugs. Not going to get invaded.
Wasting time. They have no dive potential. They knew where Canyon was. And I guess he is not wanting to recall yet. He goes over to his Grom.
I think he wanted a gank, but then Sword got a little bit too low, so wasn't actually able to get in there and do anything. Maybe it was a call for Sword to try and bait, but unfortunately just lost a bit too much of his health bar before anything was possible, as this wave gets shoved in. A gigantic lead for Viper, but these minions will be picked up and should get things back to relative normalcy here for Nuclear. He's got Cleanse and Flash here towards the bottom side. Hoyt with pretty standard Yuumi runes at the moment in the heal and the exhaust.
Well.
Okay, Nogri just bashing down onto Sword.
Getting a really good trade-off, and Sword can't really auto.
Yeah. Oh no, the slice getting completely cancelled. And Tarzan, again, wasting time. This feels like one of those games, you know, in solo queue, where the top laner is just crying from the very beginning. And that's what Tarzan is now answering, trying to be a good guy. Of course, not saying that Sword is. This might be part of the strategy that Griffin has. It's, the Umbral Dash going to be utilized there. Nogri still has his Flash available, but he's not actually going to utilize it. Not level 6 yet, and just didn't see a way out. First Blood going down towards the bottom side, though, as Griffin taking names all over the rift.
Yeah, and it looks like Tarzan's now going to actually shove out with Sword up in top lane.
Well, I mean,
Force.
that tent's certainly paying off, you know?
Tent is paying off, and it's a really good idea if you can end up just putting Nuggery behind. He does tend to, much like Summit,
I don't
play
know,
the
man.
same way.
I think Noguri gets the 0-2 power spike, and
Oh, does
Summit
it?
doesn't.
Oh, okay.
You know, like, Noguri still plays really aggressively. Sometimes it can be a detriment, as Iroh, he's got the heal, and Showmaker unfortunately just did not have the health. And Canyon didn't have the follow-up, as at the same time, you witnessed it earlier on.
And even if Tarzan doesn't get the kill right here, what they're waiting for is Nuggery to teleport back onto the minions. And as soon as he would do that, that would end the lane. So now as we come back into live, Executioner's calling picked up on the Renekton. He's down 12 CS though, so that is sort of invalidating his assist.
Yeah, still going to need more if he's going to get ahead. As, okay. Noguri waiting behind for some reason. Interesting.
Yep.
They do have control vision here towards the top side of the map, so protection for Noguri is going to be there. Now he has level 6, so as far as 1v1s, if both of them press R buttons, I think my money's on Noguri. That being said, the healing not going to be there because the execution is, so maybe Dominus will be stronger.
So the wave was just coming into Nuggery in top lane, and then he used his Q 3 times, even though his jungler is going to be in close proximity, obviously invading the blue. So right now, had he not consumed any of those minions, this entire wave that just arrived, while Sword goes over to check on the blue buff, would just end up getting completely eaten. Yep. And Nuggery would get an entire wave advantage of XP, extend the CS lead even further. And so I have no idea what is actually going on here up in top lane. It's just shove, 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 ping pong, over and over.
I really like it from Griffin's side. I know we've got some issues with how Damon's been treating it, but Griffin had some early vision towards the top side. They made sure that they got Sword that first successful gank and then transitioned all of their resources into bot side river. And they were able to take the dragon, they were able to take the blue buff, and I love teams that play around successful vision placements and their investments that they've made in the early game. And you can see there's 4 control wards down there, and they took everything that they wanted to as a result. And you can see that this Yuumi lane has been unable to play the way that it wants to in this particular matchup. So impressive stuff from Griffin in their early game. We'll see whether they can keep it up, as Corki versus Azir has been Corki favored in the past. See whether that's going to continue to do so, because of course Azir does have that ability to be the incredible team fighter that we saw yesterday. I think 2 of the best plays that we've had in recent memory, at least, have been Neon when he was on Dragon X. Now, of course, sitting behind Yukal here on Griffin, getting that extraordinary one, I believe, in the promotion tournament alongside Tucson. Just amazing. But yesterday, BDD's 3-man Shurima shuffle into the Dragon Pit was just a sight to behold. It's good to see some of these really amazing Azir players allowed to play the Azir once again, because when he's done right, he just looks really good. As that's a bullet time. Viper not wanting to deal with that minion wave, as Showmaker trying to offer damage back and does trade very well against Yukal.
Tarzan not really able to find anything at this point in time. Sword just trying to crash the wave, and Nuggery refusing.
He doesn't want that wave anywhere near his turret. It's not allowed.
And they just keep playing ping pong up in top lane, nothing really being achieved over and over.
Yukal and Showmaker very even on gold, despite Showmaker actually going down earlier on. He's got the heal, he's got the teleport coming up very, very soon. That unsealed spellbook. Now has 28 minions left on his Cull also, so this is going to be Corki with a lot of money, building towards that Trinity Force, and of course looking for all of those juicy power spikes that Corki loves so much.
The ward on Tarzan's red not actually spotted out. And so they're going to know exactly where Tarzan is. He's going to end up recalling, going to get a Cinder Hulk right now.
This control ward is going to be taken. Hoyt, with his final chapter available right now, looking to try and get something done. Now, little cat in a book is wandering down the river. They do have vision, so he's going to be safe. It's always a little bit frightening though when Yumis are by themselves. Not really able to do too much.
And we're in a lull state. So,
Yeah.
you know, I said before we started 2 kills per 10 minutes.
Well, so far, the first 10 minutes has had adequate kills as far as that assessment is concerned. They are allowed to get more kills, though. So just a reminder to the players that it is now the second 10 minutes of the game.
Okay.
And so 2 more kills are on the agenda whenever they're ready.
Oh, all right.
You know,
Well, now
as
that you
here
said
we
it,
go.
Atlas.
Yeah, Tarzan's going to find one here as Showmaker is going to go down pretty comfortably. Canyon as well. He doesn't want to give away the second kill just yet. Okay,
Not yet.
just yet. He thought about it, and then he was like, no. There's still 9 minutes to go. Let's spread the wealth.
Yeah. You gotta make sure not to kill it for the viewers.
I really
you know?
need to apologize
Yeah.
to Dumb One Gaming for that caster curse. That was not the optimal one, I don't think. However, it was a pretty comfortable gank here for Griffin. Tarzan just wanders on in, didn't have to invest anything. Yukal did use his heal and his flash, but it means that Tarzan can affect other lanes. That's a teleport in from Showmaker, though, and Dumb One really do want to try and get something going. Canyon looking for the range as not able to get the Cataclysm off, and finally presses the button as the Lantern just pulls the Sejuani away.
And
That was a comedy of errors.
in the end, you
Or
might have it.
outplays, depending on how you want to say it. There's in
go.
goes Yukal, gets the flash ultimate, and it's all too easy from there.
Also able to just shove the wave in right there. And we hear someone's pinging something.
There's a lot of going on.
Sword down in XP to Nuguri right now.
Nuguri with his Black Cleaver now completed. See where he goes next in the item build on this Aatrox. His magical boots also online, as you can see. The Showmaker still farming very well. Of course, him and Chovy, our farmers. We were talking about Chovy yesterday. And Showmaker certainly the other side of that coin. As Griffin looking to grab their second Drake. Of course, Ocean Soul or Infernal Soul, both fantastic for both teams. Of course, Infernal Soul with a Corki Lucian composition, not to mention the Aatrox, is going to be exactly what you want. Corki's double scaling, making that just too good, but it's going to be the Ocean Drake.
And Ocean Soul is really obnoxious for Dom 1 to try to do anything against because they're all so reliant on sustained damage inside of team fights.
Yep, that being said, they also have a lot of poke, so if Darwin are able to stack 4 of them, as far as these poke battles, their disengage is also pretty strong with the Yuumi. And so having infinite mana on a team like this is certainly not what you want. Okay, the turret is going to stay up for now.
And this is going to cause them to stay, so a bit of a blunder right there, but they're going to end up getting it anyway in the end.
Yep, Tarzan comes on over as there's the final chapter. It's a great relentless pursuit, gets them out of the way. They do clear another minion wave, so they bought a little bit of time with this one as the culling gonna get eaten by Iroh, throws down a lantern for himself as well just for the shield. As Showmaker gets that first power spike, has that cull completed and the Trinity Force now done. So that extra money kicking in, allowing him to complete that first item. And with first item purchases, Damwon actually do become a lot stronger. Nuclear with his Blade of the Ruin King is a big moment, as well as the Trinity Force completion for Showmaker on top of 30% CDR now done for Nogri. So actually, a power spike for Damwon, even though they're down 3 kills.
The issue with it, though, is that there's no dragon on the map. It's 3.5 minutes. There's no Rift Herald as well, and now with all the turret plates going down, there's really nothing to incentivize a team fight. So even while they're power spiked, it's coming in at a point in the time where it's not really practical that they can do anything with it without Griffin just being aware and acknowledging that, hey, we just need to recall actually our Azir has his first core item. Renekton very close to the first core item. Essence Reaver is completed for Misfortune, and honestly it was a really big blunder that Viper and Iroh didn't manage to get the bot tier 1 turret. And so what we're going to probably end up seeing is we're going to have a kill come in at about 17.5 minutes, then we're going to have an Ocean Dragon picked up, then we're going to get right back into a lull state.
Well, I mean, that's how it's supposed to work,
Yeah.
because then it needs to tick over 20 minutes before we get our second 2 kills.
Correct.
We have been a little bit late, though. We've ticked over to the 15-minute mark.
Oh, it's coming.
And now only 4.5 minutes to get that 4th kill of the game,
Alice, don't
which
hold
is
your breath.
necessary. I mean, I'm not holding my breath.
Right.
It's an assured thing, but they are certainly lagging a little bit behind the requirements for an LCK match. Right now, you can see Tarzan towards the top side, actually considering Noguri right now, whose flash still yet to come back off cooldown, as Sword does have his available. Nuclear controlling this wave despite being down on CS.
And yeah, I mean, we're in the ping pong phase. This is where all the champions have enough damage to keep reliably shoving in waves. We have the oversized mech Decepticon up there in top lane, controlling Godzilla.
Yep, certainly a Decepticon when utilized in a composition like this. As Hoyt gonna soak an auto attack with his bop and block, as Sword just taking a lot of harassment here underneath the turret. Canyon was thinking about a dive, but Jarvan Aatrox, it's not the same combination as it used to be, with no revive being there for the Aatrox. It's now Griffin looking for a dive on this very, very weak turret.
Oh, man.
And the fact that Nuclear thinks that that is a point of safety is a very interesting prospect. As 4 people should be enough to take down both of these. Nuclear is going to be the first one to go down, and Hoyt absolutely nowhere to go. They've over-indexed on the kills, as we might even have another one. As Canyon goes golden, they just can't get enough damage into Sword here, as Noguri finally gets away from this minion wave, and the World Ender was not enough to get the damage done, as he just teleports out. Sword was very scared. I don't think he necessarily needed to do that. The next minion wave did move on in, though, as too many kills so far for this stage of the game, but Griffin are grinning about it.
And Griffin, so like I said, we were going to get the kill. We did, and we even got an extra one because of the Uni, the 2-for-1. So,
yep.
Apologize, I'm not psychic. Couldn't see that one coming.
Well, sometimes Uni does skew the expectations.
Yes, you know,
sort of you're guaranteed to get the 2-for-1 deal. It's like, you know, you took your groceries up to the counter and they said, well, actually, this is 2-for-1. Can you go and collect the other one?
Noguri actually started taking the aggro way too soon, and then I have no idea what was going on, but they waited until all the minions were gone, which, if Sword issues an auto attack onto any of them, all of those spellcasters in the cannon will start hitting Sword. And so it adds a lot of value. And yeah, Nuclear and Hoyt down here really not realizing that was on its last leg, that turret.
Yeah.
As Griffin...
not giving you the safety that you necessarily want your turret on the bottom side of the map to do, so a very easy dive for Griffin. And now the Ocean Drake has spawned, and Damwon need to save themselves from Soul Point by trying to get some sort of contest onto this. But we were talking about those key item pickups. Now they've been equalized by Griffin. Sword now with his Black Cleaver done. Already had his Executioner's Calling. And Yukal with his Ludens and an extra BF sword for Viper on top of the Essence Reaver that was already built very early. He's farming very well up against Nuclear here towards the bottom side.
And so everything favors Griffin right now. The only saving grace in this team composition right now is the Corki, but still not super strong. Really surprised that Sword didn't just move over to the Ocean Dragon, but doesn't look like Damwon are even interested in contesting, and so we're going to go to Soul Point for Griffin. And we mentioned this in the draft phase that if Damwon's team composition falls behind, there's no insurance, and everything is just going to ride on the Corki. And here we are in this game where they don't really do anything. Their laners did win in CS, in top lane and in mid lane. Don't forget as well that Showmaker completed a call.
Yep.
And so, even though he ended up dying twice, that's what's keeping a lot of the gold pretty close.
Yep, turret apiece, but I'm looking at these Drakes to be the real issue, because a huge counter to poke is Ocean Drake. And if Griffin are able to get the Ocean Soul, it's almost going to be all she wrote as far as what Damwon's composition is going to be able to function as it moves into the later stages of the game. They want to be able to whittle down their opponents and then utilize Noguri and Canyon to hard engage when they feel like it, with a Hoyt on top of them, bouncing around with that final chapter availability. So that's going to be put to rest.
Well, Oblivion Orb, by the way, picked up for you, Cal. He might actually die here. We'll see. Never mind. He's going to raise the Shurima turret.
Yeah, as his Sun turret available. So I think he'll be okay. Valkyrie to get over the wall there. Showmaker They don't want anything. Tarzan turning up in the nick of time. We'll be able to get rid of vision also as Iroh just zoning Nuclear and Hoyt away from this minion wave. Prowling Projectile actually starting to hurt. I believe this is hotfix 10.3, so
Yes.
has been boosted just a little bit as far as that damage is concerned. In fact, most of what Yuumi had available to her has been improved.
Tarzan actually moving up here right now. And he's level 10, Canyon's level 11. The solo laners are coasting really far ahead.
Well, we have our second power spike to the Corki as the rapid fire cannon has been completed. Is it going to be enough to save them from Drake Point? We will see. It's 3 minutes on the clock for that fourth dragon to spawn. The second Ocean Drake of the game, and Griffin's opportunity to really lock it down as Viper just straight up fails.
I mean, that really
fighting.
just... if there's
That's how you
any
get the anger
better
out.
clip that can just really capture this game, it's that one right there.
Oh, no.
It's definitely that. As Sejuani and Arporo, they're going to come in here, they're going to start beating on some golems. And I still didn't see Sonic.
Yeah, neither did I.
Oh, man.
Do you reckon we should? I feel like it's a
I
bit of
heard
a
it was
Jim
very-
Carrey return to some of his like liar gags and stuff like that, like back in the day style. Because, you know, Jim Carrey did start doing like a lot of those more serious films, and he was actually fantastic in a large majority
and
of
then
them.
he went off, he just sort of disappeared for a while.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, he remained in the media, but for all the wrong reasons.
I guess so. I didn't really hear much from him, but it's good to see him back in what made him famous in the first place.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see it.
Well.
Wouldn't mind checking it out. And, you know, now that Sonic doesn't look terrifying, it's probably
Oh, they did a
decent
great
idea.
job
Yeah.
at remastering him.
I mean, they probably could have done that the first time around.
You know, they could have.
Maybe show it to someone, you know, between the ages of 15 and 25, you know, at the very beginning of that planning process.
Oh, I have no
That
idea
could have been good. Like, how did it get through?
I mean,
Yeah.
how did Soraka not get through?
Well, I mean, that's a good point too.
See?
Right? Like, sometimes...
We're wondering, right?
Sometimes
how...
QA is more difficult, you know? It starts to be that hive mind situation. Everyone's like, oh, no, it's fine. Not wanting to offend anyone as Griffin do just brute force this outer turret in the mid lane. Nagri's completed a Spirit Visage.
We are 1 minute away from Soul Point, and I have no idea what Dom 1's intentions are. And I've said this every single time that I believe that we've cast their games together, where I have no clue what they're thinking and what their evaluations are on when they lose a game.
Do you know what they're playing like? They're playing like they assume they win late.
Oh, it's so bizarre. And
I mean, there are a lot of
what
things that
would
they
their-
have that do scale, right? Like,
They have Corki.
they have Corki.
They have
and
Corki
they have
and Yuumi.
Aatrox versus Renekton, which in a vacuum, theoretically, Aatrox scales better.
Well, yes, but against the Sejuani, MF, and the Azir, the
Well,
Aatrox,
yeah.
Jarvan, they're pretty much non-factors. Lucian, non-factor as well. And so it ends up just being Corki and his cat.
Yeah.
So,
Is
Atlas,
that
I'm going
going
to
to
need
be-
you to hop into a helicopter, put on some goggles, and
Well,
take your-
Hoyt, he's had this problem before. That's 5 people as the package was available, and Showmaker just sidesteps the hook. Canyon considering diving on in, as that's the big one onto Iroh. That is not what you want to see as Canyon dives on over. Yukal looking to potentially turn. Valkyrie, remember, still available here for Showmaker as Prowling Projectile comes in. Viper
Tarzan's
over the
gonna
wall,
go for
does have bullet time available, and Tarzan gets in there. It's a 50-50,
Game
and
is
there's the
over.
Ocean Soul. Canyon dives in, Tarzan goes golden. There's a 2-man Shurima shuffle from Yukal, and this just might be it. It's a double kill for the MF. The cat has found Nuclear, who relentlessly pursues as far away from his opponents as possible, and this should mean Baron 8-0 so far for Griffin, and they are 1 turret away from a perfect game here at 25 minutes.
And, I mean, Ocean Soul is never losing this game. I mean, not even Def could throw this one.
Oh,
Not
come
even-
on.
You know,
Come on.
too soon?
Yeah, it's too soon. That was yesterday.
All right.
Oh, man. 3,000 gold is going to stretch by a very large margin here as Griffin go for a reset after a very easy Baron. Sword will continue pushing towards the bottom side. And this was utilization of the brushes, but honestly, it was Tarzan being able to press his smite.
Yeah, winning the smite fight, he was down 1 level. And the enemy team, obviously, I mean, they know that was a do or die, and this is a byproduct of what they ended up doing in the early stages. So let's take a look. 680. Smite ends up coming in, doesn't really matter. Stopwatch. You can just see Tarzan inputting all of the buttons.
Yep. 바로 갈 생각해.
Let's think about going back.
너무 멋있다.
Oh, it's really amazing or awesome.
And
And,
now,
yeah.
with the Baron, things are only going to get easier here for Griffin as they tear down their 3rd turret of the game. Nuclear trying to keep things farmed on the bottom side, but Sword is going to push up this turret, this minion wave. I don't know what Damwon are exactly going to be able to do to stop this Baron power play.
No way they can beat Baron and Ocean Soul. I think it's almost even at a gross enough point to where Griffin could even dive a turret and be completely fine with all the healing.
Yeah.
So right now they're just taking this very slow and steady. They have the Shurima turret behind them. And Damwon, they can't take...
Oh god, Viper explodes. There's the Shurima shuffle to get Canyon out, but that's what he wanted to do anyway. The MF just dies for free. Viper not entirely sure what he was doing at that moment as Prowling Projectile does find Tarzan. Knockups get in there as well as Arctic Assault is utilized, but has to throw out the ultimate in order to escape, and I don't know whether it's going to be enough. As Zoomies come in, another Prowling Projectile down as well. Nogari unable to completely follow up on that chase.
And so in the end, they end up raising a couple of turrets. They might lose the one here in mid lane. Showmaker trying his best to end up killing it. But Tarzan going to make sure that it's held on to. Teleport now coming in from Sword.
Yep, Showmaker doesn't have his flash, but Sword immediately has to get out. He'll take a lantern in order to spare his blushes. Zuka will come back in here. I mean, that teleport was questionable, but it's not going to change whether or not Griffin can win this game.
Well, Griffin here, we're taking a look at the replay. Viper just walking up. He has the Thresh Lantern available, but doesn't take it as the ward is put on top of it.
Yeah, I like the cancellation of the opportunity there. Now Yukao going to be stealing away some Croaks.
Yeah.
Nuclear clears out the rest of them.
A little debated was Viper.
But Damwon got their first kill of the series.
Okay.
They have to talk about the positives here. And Showmaker's spent a lot of time out on the Rift and not actually in the shop. A shopping trip probably in order to pick up his 3rd item in the Infinity Edge. Zyrove just testing to see whether his buttons work, and in fact the Q does and the E does also.
And that's another turret, so all the inner turrets are gone now. Corky's still trying to just scale up.
He does have the Infinity Edge.
Yeah.
I mean, item spike number 3 to come in here. Next one going to be Mercurial Scimitar, most likely, unless he goes full greed mode, which is a secondary Zeal item to maximize that critical strike chance.
Well, Rabadon's Death Cap completed for UCal. Likely going to be Guardian Angel next item for Sword here on this Renekton. And Viper looks like he's waiting to do something with this wave. I think that they want to align them in top. You can see maybe once Renekton gets to this wave and starts to shove it.
Yeah,
okay,
trying to get their timings right.
Right,
okay.
they're trying to actually line up their minion waves, it seems like.
Showmaker thinking about when he wants to pick up the package.
Yeah, I think he's going to end up waiting. Nope. Yeah, actually, okay.
He's grabbed it now. You can see Elder Drake is exactly what they're thinking about fighting over. So Showmaker wanted to be able to get into position with his package at the ready. But 3 items done for Yukal. You mentioned the Rabadon's Death Cap before. That's very scary. Viper has spent a fair bit of time out and about, so he might have some money ready to complete a rapid-fire cannon or something of that ilk. Now Canyon and Hoy in a dangerous spot. There's now Tarzan going to be slowed. Takes a bit of damage there from Showmaker as you and me going to be used by Hoyt just to bounce around these fights and skirmishes. The Yuumi is getting more and more valuable, but see, Canyon can't be face-checking these all day, and they don't have the luxury of this Ocean Soul.
And Damwon might just try to flip the Elder Dragon, get it, and then try to win a team fight.
I mean, it didn't work out last time. I don't know why it would work now, but let's see whether Damwon can just out-skill their opponents. As there's the package. They just want to take down Sword before the fight even happens, but lanterns are really powerful.
Yeah.
So now it's the package in trade just for a lantern and half of Sword's health bar that will be refilled very soon.
Well, Canyon coming over here and trying to hit Tarzan, and they're continuing to leash this Elder. They don't really take a lot of damage. Tarzan's in the pit now.
Yep, coins in the air, everyone. Down to about half health is the Elder Drake, as there's the redemption, getting all the health back here for Griffin. Nagari thinking about when his time to engage is going to be. Remember, Yukal, if they're all stacked up like this, it's going to be his time to shine. This is real dicey.
They're all stacked up, and if everyone just goes in, they can't just stand their ground.
Well, that's exactly what Tarzan saw as well. Canyon's going to dive in. Shurima Shuffle going to be used just to get rid of the Canyon. Showmaker is going to get out, but he's only limping. And Griffin make the intelligent choice. They're just going to take the Elder Drake because it's given to them on a silver platter.
So that's what I was just saying right before the fight ended up breaking out, is if Griffin just run in at them with the Azir, with the Thresh, with the Renekton, Yuumi can't just stand still and do a defensive Cataclysm while Corki and Lucian try to fight. The healing is too much on Griffin, and bullet time will evaporate their front line. And they're just going to laugh at the amount of damage that Lucian and Corki try to dish out on the champions that's not MF and Azir because they can't reach them. And so the Renekton, Thresh, and Sejuani, paired with that Ocean Soul and just their innate durability, is going to be so valuable.
Well, you saw it certainly was. That's going to be Elder Drake and the Baron buff. They're going to lose a couple of turrets for it, but they're not going to be too worried. And I like that, you know, Yukal wasn't thinking about just making the flashy play. The Emperor's Divide used just to make sure that the Jarvan is going to be away from his team and creates a wall of soldiers that is now an extra soldier long that Viper can shoot a bullet time past. And honestly, at that point, it was checkmate.
Well, this is honestly going a bit longer than it probably should, but
sometimes you got to dot some I's and cross some T's, you know?
Okay.
And enjoy your time on the Rift. I mean, Griffin have had some worrisome games. This is not one of them. So may as well absorb it. You know, try and let it empower you for what could be a difficult game number 2. Because an angry Damwon is a scary Damwon.
Well,
this game, not a scary Damwon.
Not a scary Damwon.
No.
No.
Zyro, I mean, maybe that's a scary call. Here's Tarzan's looking for him, but Showmaker flashes to get out of the way. Not going to get ulted up either, as they do take down the inhibitor turret to start this one off. Canyon down to half health. He's supposed to be a tanky Jarvan, but it just doesn't look like he is one this stage of the game. Yukal going to pop over the wall, and now the siege is on. First Nexus turret should be taken down. Here's the culling just eaten by Tarzan for breakfast. He loved it. An enjoyable one there. A sword is going to get kited here by Showmaker. A fair bit of damage going to come down as MF is going to take out the Jarvan first. Not a lot of damage there from the Emperor's Divide, but it looks like Griffin just have enough money in their back pockets in order to win this one, as Hoyt says, nah, sorry, Nagari. I am getting off this wild ride. Take me back. Take me back to the beginning of this game. As Griffin will be able to take down this Nexus. Sword goes golden on the fountain, almost gets Tarzan killed, and eventually, oh no, saved from defeat there. As Griffin do lock down game 1 against Damwon, I think against most people's expectations.
I definitely think that it is against most people's expectations. That was a very one-sided game. Obviously, the kill score 13-1, really showcasing that.
Yeah.
Absolute objective control. And Damwon, they have absolutely no idea how to draft.
Yeah. The Aatrox was an odd choice in the position that it was taken. The Yuumi first pick on red side, I was okay with that. But if it was Yuumi Soraka, They had
They
the nuts
pass
available,
up on Soraka,
and then
even though they can pick her on R4, they unironically ban her. So I don't want to hear it at this point. They're allergic to something, and
it might be a pride thing. It's like, no, I don't want to win on Soraka. I want to win on a game without a Soraka.
all people remember is to win.
Well, I mean, that's true.
Doesn't matter how you win,
but
by
also,
any means necessary.
it's not even about what people remember. Just win the damn game.
Yeah. Well, they drafted another misaligned team composition. The Corki came in on R5 to try to fix it, but it just can't fix it at that point. And we can look at some of their mishaps, like failing to kill Sword up in top lane. That wouldn't have changed the game dramatically.
Wow.
Their solo laners, Corki and obviously Nuguri, or well, Showmaker and Nuguri, they did win in CS. Corki even had the call to boot, and that was after him getting killed twice. And Nuguri getting killed in a really bad spot in top lane. So, individually, they're doing really good. But, when everything sort of comes together, this is sort of like, I don't even actually know what this is like.
we ran out of analogies at that particular point in time, but have Griffin ran out of victories in this series? We'll have to find out after a short break to come back and see whether this could be the 2-0 that Griffin were looking for. They've so far lost 0-2, but they've never been able to win 2-0. They have a chance right after the break.
뚫어봐. 나 플래시가 볼 거야.
바텀으로 하자.
천천히.
보스로 하죠. 탑으로 하죠.
갈라. 쪽으로 볼 거야, 나. 사용당해. 보자.
야, 미포 지켜.
얘네 못 들어.
야, 세주한이 조심.
못 들어.
야, 이거 안지러 봐줘.
잡았어.
예, 노플. 라스 노플.
안 죽어, 나. 스탄 박아.
야, 유미 죽일래? 아, 안 된다. 타워
야, 죽이고 싶긴 한데.
야, 타워 일단 끝내봐. 타워.
내주환이 비켜.
타워부터. 야, 이거 세주한이 들어가.
내가 탱해줄게.
랜턴 봐줄게. 야,
버려. 나는 이거류.
You're ancient. You're actually just a fossil.
안녕하세요.
Welcome back.
여러분이 가장 기다리는 시간 분석 데스크로 찾아왔습니다.
LCK
안녕하세요,
2020
김민아입니다. 오늘
Spring
와주님
Split
미장
Analyst
함께할게요.
Desk for Griffin vs Damwon Gaming after game
네, 첫
number
번째
1.
매치 그리핀과 담원이
Joined by
만났습니다.
Wadid
정말 많이
and Lyra for
기대했던
today's
경기였는데
analyst desk.
담원이
And,
많이
whoa,
아쉬운
Damwon
경기력을 보여줬죠.
was very underperforming, to be honest.
사실 좀 PTSD가 오는데요.
So this
옛날에
draft
봤던
actually
그
gave
두
me a
얼굴들이
PTSD
다시 또
because
Azir
Azir versus Corki is back again.
세주안이 자르반이 또 계속해서
And Sejuani, J4 is also a meta pick right here.
대해서 얘기하고 싶은데 굉장히 수동적인 조합이 됐어요. 그게
I mean, they went with very defensive and passive comp.
세주안이를 이길 AP 정글이 없었기 때문에
Since they banned out Karthus and Silas, they had no AP junglers, so they had to go with J4. So it was very passive draft overall.
그 생각 때문일까요?
Well,
경기
due to
내적으로도
some of the
실수가
passive
나오기도 했어요.
picks, they made also a lot of mistakes in game.
좀 구도였는데
Azir Corki is not a new matchup. Well, so Azir always give a lot of pressure in the early phase. So Showmaker has this information, so actually Corki players always try not to make any events in the early phase. However, Iroh made the roaming play in level 5 mark of the game, and he also burned Corki's flash and also took a kill. Well, Canyon was hiding in the brush and also saw the enemy jungler on the top side, so there was a reason to camp in the mid lane. However, well, he wasn't able to win the 2v2. Rather, Griffin was the one winning the fight, so we could see why the bot lane priority is so important. And there was this very decisive moment.
구도 자체는 유미를 먼저 노리면서
So at first, Griffin players were chasing onto Yuumi. Yuumi Corki, maybe one of the biggest carry in this game. So they tried to collapse on those two, but well, Griffin, their position was not really that clean, so it was a bit off. So Damwon had the chance to try the Drake. This was the moment for the Damwon players to turn the game around. However, MF pulled a super play over here. This situation was actually very favoring Damwon Gaming because Corki was able to poke down the opponents. However, at the same time, MF ulted in a very safe position. So, Damwon Gaming players were trying the Drake, however, Griffin players also repaid to the Dragon and managed to steal and also put so many pressure with the massive damage coming out of Miss Fortune's ultimate. So with MF, Griffin was in a better situation where they were able to go kind of easily in for the steal. So Damwon had to make a choice. They had to either commit really hard for the Drake and zone out the rest of the player, or wait for a team fight to open near the Dragon's Pit. So Griffin managed to pick up everything they wanted in game number 1. So let's check out who picked up the POG. And the warding effect.
소환이 되었어요.
텔포 사운드.
Tarzan TP'd into the studio, picking up the POG on Sejuani.
기술이 너무 멋있었어요.
네, 최신 기술.
With that fancy graphics, Tarzan is showing himself as the most important player of this game. So in Sejuani versus J4 matchup, well, Tarzan was definitely winning the jungle fight. Tarzan added a lot of pressure in the mid lane during the laning phase, and also he was able to kind of shut down the scaling power of Corki. Tarzan was the main champion, or the player that enabled the Griffin players to have more space to win this game. So with Tarzan accelerating the lead, Griffin won this game, and also Tarzan won this POG, picking up 11 votes. Well, Wadid was the one voting for Yukal. Because in the 5-minute fight, the 2v2 on mid lane, the critical point was that Corki died and also used his flash. So he really wanted to give credit on Yukal, or shout out to Yukal, doing so much work in the laning phase, because he knew all the other people would voted for the junglers. So Wadid was a bit afraid, realizing that he was the only with player voting for mid laner.
네, 정글 뽑았어.
아, 저는
여기선 2대1이에요.
So Mina supporting what did she also would have voted for Yukao.
이렇게 또 받쳐주신다는 게 전
This is
세계
a very
모든 분들은
supportive
그
analyst
미나님이
task in Korea going on.
힘이 든든하지 않나요?
네,
네,
지금
저도요.
헛소리하지 말라고.
And we better move on to the Rift. Check out who's gonna win game number 2, Griffin versus Damwon Gaming.
Thank you so much, Jisung, once again for your wonderful translation. And here we are for game 2 between Griffin and Damwon, and let's see whether they're going to continue making interesting choices within the draft phase and then moving on to interesting choices within the game. Griffin, they were able to just pilot one of the most standard compositions League of Legends has ever seen towards a victory without any resistance whatsoever, really, from Damwon's side. So I really want to see Damwon pull out some of the stops here, pick something that makes a little bit more sense, and actually make proactive moves in this game, because it felt like they were leashing Drakes for Griffin to just take whenever they felt like it.
Yeah, the game number 1, there is a lot of draft influence, but obviously Damwon also making mistakes early on and dying and falling behind, which does dictate and change the pace of everything.
It certainly looked like they weren't playing with the same gusto that the Damwon Gaming that we're used to seeing, especially in the 2019 season, really did have, you know, like, they have the pizzazz. They were able to make the plays. That's why watching Noguri and Showmaker was so fun, because they were proactive in their playstyles. Yeah. And they just weren't able to do that here, as I believe that was a Beryl. No, that was Stillhoy. Stillhoy. I want to see Beryl make his way back onto this roster, though. He was a treat, and I guess maybe I just miss the Damwon Gaming of old. Of course, Beryl used to be an 80 carry as well, so if they were thinking about changing up the bottom lane completely, they could keep Hoyt if they would like. Not going to be the case, though, as we get an abandoned pick for game number 2. Same rosters, different sides as Damwon now with first ban opportunity. As we get into this one, Azir taken away is an odd choice.
Well,
set the pretty easy response there on Griffin's side, not wanting Noguri to have that champion with a lot of agency. Aphelios banned on the blue side. I imagine that Damwon are probably going to try and go back to one of their Kai'Sa-style compositions that they were able to pilot quite effectively. Zoe banned on red, On still untouched, Yuumi untouched, and Soraka, of course, untouched.
This is going to be interesting, because is Griffin going to allow the Soraka to live, and then Damwon's just going to ignore her, pretend that she doesn't exist? But also, what about Ornn?
I mean, Ornn's going to have to be first picked. But then Griffin have the ability to just Soraka it if they want to. So, I guess the obvious choice, we're running into a blue side Ornn pick. If Griffin don't ban it here, Griffin don't want to. They want to have every chance to get an Ornn for Sword, because it's far and away his best champion. They're going to handshake on the Ornn versus Soraka decision, as Lee Sin going to be banned away. And Damwon, like, the obvious correct answer here is to first pick Soraka.
It is.
Because otherwise you are walking into a trap where Griffin can now pick Soraka and follow the Ornn into whichever lane he goes into and take him down. And Damwon, I mean, I guess they could make the power play in moving the Ornn into a support position or into the jungle, avoid that matchup, and then try to crush the Soraka some other way.
If they MF Braum, or if they MF Gragas and then
MF
lock
Braum.
in...
Oh, no.
Okay, all right, we're good.
MF Soraka, there we go.
We're good, I'm staying with you.
All right, thank goodness.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to do this alone. I've done that before, it was not fun. As we're staying color coordinated, as Zyra Khan comes in towards the bottom side, and then Morgana is very easy.
Yep.
Locked away for Griffin. I'm glad that they're sticking to the script that we've written for them, and so far it's Griffin that have been crushing drafts so far. Ban the Jarvan, that's the next choice. Let's see it. And things like Rumble also. I mean, we saw the Rumble against the Soraka. It didn't work out, nor did it manage to build the Morellonomicon in time.
Atrox, I think, speaks volumes to Sword's confidence on the Soraka up in top lane.
Yup.
As Soraka beats Atrox.
I mean, could Noguri Kale into the Soraka?
Well, you can, but Soraka counters Kale.
Do you
in the
counter
later
Kale
stages,
as well?
yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind.
A little unfortunate.
Yeah, yikes.
Kale gets to scale, but then because all of Griffin is ranged, it's not a reliable comp
Yeah,
for
okay.
Kale to do anything into. And so they're not banning Jarvan, which is a little bit surprising.
What does Jarvan do for Damwon in this competition?
Well, Jarvan ends up just funneling in on their all-in type of engage and getting more access to the Misfortune, because that's basically what the Ornn's only hope is right now. So if you try to hyper all-in engage, yes, you'll land onto a Soraka Silence Puddle,
Yeah.
but you need to try to bring down the primary carry.
And so having reliable dive and engage is important.
And Olaf isn't going to do it. Lee Sin wouldn't be able to do it. Rek'Sai can't do it. Gragas doesn't do anything in a spot like this. So Glass Cannon Jarvan, one of the junglers that can close an insane amount of distance and also delete the primary carry. And then because you know that, you can also just draft around remaining junglers. So maybe now Damwon, I don't even know what they're supposed to do right now. This is just a losing line for Damwon Gaming right now. They're countered in bot lane, they're countered in top lane, they're countered in the 3-on-3. And now Griffin, they end up locking in this Sejuani. Now this is incentivizing Mercury Treads on the side of Damwon Gaming, but this is honestly nightmare fuel. There's the Jarvan.
Yeah, we at least find that one. Damwon recognizing what they can utilize, but
Victor is not the answer.
I mean, I don't know.
And it feels terrible. It's just an awful losing line here. The Azir is banned. You need a long-range mage that is somehow able to reach and assist with the Jarvan and Ornn. And this is why you don't B2, B3 Xayah Rakan and just walk into losing bot lane matchups. It is such a tragedy that in LCK, LEC, LCS, teams are doing this unironically thinking that it's good. And it's just such a detriment to the draft. It's such a losing line after opening so strong with B1 Ornn. But when we ask ourselves the question, what is stronger, B1 Ornn or B1 Soraka? I think Soraka every day.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Kiana is going to come out. Actually works into the Jarvan relatively well. You can utilize his Cataclysm against him and get that stun in a very tight area. Or a wider one if you use it on the outside. Certainly an option. But now Yukao going to be playing the Assassin into the Victor. A lot of magic damage is going to be coming out of the Soraka and theoretically the Morgana as well. So they didn't really need to worry about that one. Sejuani adding a little bit there as well. So an opportunity to go towards an AD mid laner.
This is honestly a spot that's very interesting where Griffin didn't try to choose a long-range sort of sustain mage in a spot like this. So that is very bizarre. Now they're choosing an AD champion because they don't want to all get funneled in to dealing lots of magic damage. But the problem is that Kiana doesn't really do a whole lot.
The thing I like about the Kiana is that she wants to build lethality, and now the enemy team is going to be building a fair bit of magic resist into, you know, things like the Soraka and things like that. But I guess MF still exists, so maybe that's not going to be as much of the point.
It's so bizarre of a Kiana pick. There's so many other 80 champions that you could pick here. And now Kiana's going to find herself in a counter matchup against the Ornn. The long-range mage goes top lane. We mentioned this at the very start of the broadcast, that typically you can try to fight Soraka with long-range mages. And Victor is one of those champions. Syndra, another one that is actually very good against her.
And this is another Griffin comp, or another Soraka comp, that has no teleports on it whatsoever.
Yeah.
So not going to be able to maneuver around the map as comfortably as this game goes on. Now that these lanes have panned out the way that they have, we saw the Victor utilized into the Soraka once before. It didn't work. Still managed to lose that game. So I don't know whether they've necessarily ticked the boxes required in order to deal with this Soraka composition, but Soraka has lost before, albeit in a very different scenario, being placed on the bottom side as opposed to the top. Let's see whether Griffin can pilot this one to a win, because Sword has found himself on the most overpowered champion of the patch. Can they get themselves over the line with it?
Really surprising that we knew that Jarvan could end up being a problem. We said it before we even entered into the second part of the ban phase.
Yep.
And then they banned Lucian Atrox, 2 champions that are actually losing to Soraka, and thematically lose out to her as well when paired with the B1, B2, B3 of Damwon. So, very bizarre there. And then they choose the Sejuani instead of stealing the Jarvan, but had they stole the Jarvan Cataclysm plus Soraka E, you're just dead.
It is just
you are
free.
Absolutely dead.
You also just may as well let the Jarvan do it for you, to be perfectly honest. Isn't too much of an issue there, because you can use the opposing Jarvan's Cataclysm against him. The Viper doesn't find the double up there. I was expecting it. Maybe hasn't actually skilled that button just yet. Canyon moves on over, looks for this red steal as the pings come out instantly. Tarzan's beelining over.
Yeah, he's doing red to red, but because the Kiana has absolutely no priority, Tarzan's gonna just have to give it up. And interestingly, Showmaker taking Spellbook in this matchup. Not gonna be going Grasp, even though there is a lot of squishies on the enemy team. You can try to get some Grasp procs. Also utilize the Resolve tree very well against the Kiana and try to lane Kingdom her. But obviously the Spellbook will provide a little bit more utility in the later stages of the game, having access to Exhaust and Ignite.
Yep.
Both of which are really good.
Can go hyper aggressive in this lane. And can also, yeah, having access to Ignite, even in the laning phase, is going to be pretty important here for Nogari, because you can then have access to the Grievous Ruins before the Morellonomicon is able to be purchased. Of course, a luxury item that does cost a whole lot of gold. That's why we often have a few issues with it. The old Forbidden Book. I don't know whether you guys are aware of it, but we're not a massive fan of the Morellonomicon, but it might just be necessary up against this Soraka.
Let's see Sword trying to layer it so that he can get all the CS.
Yeah, and he's going to miss all of it. Oh no, gets one of them. Never mind. Going to be okay. Tarzan looking for a gank bottom side though, as Viper taking a lot of damage. It's a great bait from Griffin here, as Nuclear has to flash to get out of the way. Battle Dance, I believe, is on cooldown as the Dark Binding lands. And Nuclear trying to offer enough damage back to keep Hoyt alive. Heal utilized. And Hoyt held onto it for a very long time, and that gank is going to be unsuccessful.
And so they end up getting the flash out of Nuclear, heal out of Hoyt, as Sword trading really hard here against Nuggery as the camera pans up to top lane. He's almost going to be able to heal back to full HP, going to get that CS as well.
I mean, if he starts landing these Qs, then it is going to make it so much easier for the Soraka. If you see her at low health but high mana, that is great news. As Yukal picks up some grass, makes himself a hidey hole, and is going to survive the gank attempt there from Canyon.
Canyon shoves out the mid lane with Showmaker, absorbing a lot of the CS XP as well, and doesn't stay for the second one. So a little bit bizarre. This is going to actually slow down Showmaker a bit. Nuggery up there in top lane, trying to cast and wither down Sword on that Soraka. And Sword is completely fine because he knows that Jarvan can't come top. Things are getting a bit dicey with his HP, but he's going to be just fine.
Nogari didn't have the mana, otherwise he'd be flashing right on top of the Soraka right here, but backs are going to be agreed upon, and Nogari's going to get into that lane much faster than Sword is able to, considering the lack of teleport. Oh, of course, you know, the flash would have been countered by the Baron as well, so used to top laners only having access to the teleport, but never mind, he had that extra layer of security available to him. But look, you can see 10 CS advantage here for Nogari. Experience lead as well, as he's going to hit level 6 first over everyone in the game. At least when this minion wave does turn up. Now Viper looking for it, but Canyon's going to be here as well. Irova, very early flash there, and then Viper going to have to use his as well. Not enough black shields, but also not enough distance on that grand entrance, meaning that Damwon aren't able to find a first blood either.
They end up getting a very good trade-off though. Getting a lot of key abilities, and Canyon, I think, just saw Miss Piggy.
Yeah.
As Showmaker has level 6. Hoyt and Nuclear have the option to rotate over to the Dragon. And it's Kiana losing in priority.
He's going to be able to get into this brush here as the Dragon is low, but Yukal just straight up misses the supreme display of talent. The Ornhorn is going to land. The Kiana just falls flat on her face. Not sure what that was. Seems like a misclick, but it was definitely a disaster.
And this is going to mean that Damwon gets a really big advantage. Getting the Mountain Dragon when you have the Ornn, you have the Jarvan, and the enemy has a Kiana who wants to build lethality is really big. It takes away a lot of value from that lethality. We take a look at what Yukal is trying to do here. As there's a wave in front of his turret, this is a really awkward timing. He flashes onto Nuclear, but they're never achieving anything in a million years. You don't have Soraka here, even though you have her ultimate and Spirit.
Yeah, I really don't see what the... Yep. Still perplexed as to what the thought process was there. Because I would have thought that the Supreme Display of Talent should have gone into a wall. Which is where you're able to actually get the damage. And everything. You know, all of the stuff.
You need to slow down there, Alice.
Okay.
Honestly. Dial it back a notch.
Okay.
All right.
I apologize.
Yeah, no big deal.
All right.
No big deal. Any movies coming out soon?
Well, I mean, other than Sonic, I got nothing really. I kind of want to watch Parasite again. It's back in the cinemas here in Korea. Celebrate its Oscars victory. Managed to pick up. Yeah, English subtitles available in select showings. Absolutely.
Okay.
So that might be cool.
All right.
But otherwise, you know, not too much. I've been rewatching Suits.
Oh, I never saw the last season.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen it yet, so I'm just watching the whole series again and getting reacquainted.
Very excited, though. The Walking Dead returns. Now, a lot of people are probably resident sleeper Walking Dead who's watched that since season whatever. But there is one reason to still watch it, and that is Negan.
Yeah, Negan's just amazing. So I actually haven't watched, what is it? Is season 9? That's out, right?
Yeah, we're in season 10.
Yeah, so I haven't actually seen season 9
yeah,
yet.
you need to
I
watch.
need to watch that.
Well, that's Negan. Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to watch it for Negan, and then you need to keep watching.
Yeah.
For Negan. That's pretty much it.
I mean, that's my plan. I was already watching for Negan in season 8, so never mind. Tarzan, though, he might need to watch where he's positioned on this map as Showmaker, possibly able to close in, now dealing with the minion wave, but Tarzan, I don't think, is going to be able to stop Canyon from taking away Shelly here in spite range. And Canyon's going to pick her up and take her to one of these lanes. This Damwon, I mean, it did feel like they got outdrafted. Right now, they are not getting outplayed. So it feels like Griffin have slightly outplayed themselves in this early phase of the game.
Well, nothing really happening. But Damwon, they've managed to accrue themselves a 1.2 thousand gold lead. Nuguri going to get himself another plate here. He's also riding Sword quite a bit in CS, but it's not the end of the world. Soraka lanes tend to actually be evaluated on about a 30 to 40 CS deficit when she's in a ranged or a difficult matchup.
Yep. And this is certainly one of the matchups that, at least here in Korea, we do consider very difficult for the Soraka. So not one of those normal situations where you're expecting this Soraka lane to just be obnoxious right from the get-go. It's more about what she offers in a team fight as the game continues. Grand entrance comes in, but the grand exit is towards the death chamber. There for Hoyt, nowhere to go, no options. He used heal for some reason. Not going to keep him alive as Bullet Time flew over the top and absolutely destroyed the Rakan.
And that's a nice little pickup for Griffin. And if they could end up being in control by the time this Infernal Dragon ends up coming up, it's going to be a really good thing for them.
Yep, we have, once again, an opportunity for an Ocean Drake and an Ocean Rift. My favorite, as I've said multiple times. But also, Cloud Rift could be upon us as well. Certainly not a favorite for anyone, really.
And Nuguri, up in top lane, he rushed his Hex Core completely.
Yeah, before even getting
as
boots.
Iceborne Gauntlet is actually just going to be the first item for Showmaker.
There's the supreme display of talent. That's the one that you actually wanted, is now Yukal going to dive back in again. Ornhorn coming down as Yukal gets out of position. That's a great Black Shield. Fantastic work from Irove, of course, formerly Cabby for Griffin. Fantastic play. Keeps Yukal alive.
Soraka, I think, needs to just actually abandon top lane right now and run to the Infernal Dragon. Because with Showmaker having his ultimate on cooldown, this is a really good opportunity for Griffin to try to take a team fight. And
also, Noguri then backs away, teleports to the Drake, and that's going to confirm it for Damwon if they want to pick that one up. As Shelly comes down in the mid lane, they're going to take away a whole bunch of plates here as well, as Tarzan's trying to get rid of Canyon from this turret. Actually taking a lot of damage there as Canyon. Means they're going to have to abandon. Not able to pick up the last couple of plates in this turret just yet, or break open first turret of the game. As Yukal thinks that it might be his time to get towards this river and try and start something. Doesn't have his ultimate available, but he does have a few dashes and some opportunities to really run amok. Looks like that first play hasn't deterred Yukal from playing with gusto.
well, they are starting the Infernal Dragon. If they can pick this up, this is a really big victory for them.
Yeah, it looks like Damwon are not interested in taking this whatsoever. They took the first one, but unable to grab the second, and it is going to be Ocean Soul.
Yet again.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see who can start getting the Ocean Dragons. Remember, Soraka team compositions start spiking once Soraka starts getting into the mid game.
Yep.
Starts getting more of her healing items or just tankiness as well, and starts grouping. So we're not even at that phase yet, but Showmaker doing a pretty good job in the CS department. Also has some plates to his name as well. Yukal has managed to keep up really well.
Yeah,
all
despite
things
everything.
considered.
Yeah, absolutely. Now
And
has himself a serrated Dirk and his mobility boots on top of his Tiamat, so sort of the first step to being able to be the Kiana that you want to be. So Tiamat being able to clear out a lane, some lethality to try and one-shot some of the squishies, and of course mobility boots to get around the map and get in positions to really affect this. Now what they need to do is open up the map and create opportunities where Yukal can cause a ruckus. Whether he'll actually be able to do so effectively is the big question, of course, because Canyon will be very tanky. Showmaker's already tanky, and there will be things like stopwatches being picked up in the nick of time. And with Feathers, oh, that was a whoopsie.
That was, I mean, he missed 3.
Yeah.
Let's not.
That was a Galio
Let's just
charge.
pretend,
He
yeah.
did a Justice Punch instead of a Searing Charge, and then forgot that he doesn't have access to that particular ability. As Yukal, he might get knocked up here as the Ram has been called. Yukal, another Black Shield. Pretty fantastic there from Irove. And that is going to dissipate all of the aggression.
So they only have to trade it. Well, I mean, they do trade a flash there. Showmaker does use his ultimate, but because he rushed Iceborne Gauntlet, he's going to have a lot of CDR. And just hit rank 11.
This top lane out of
level
turret is just going to go down, by the way. Noguri will just take that one by himself. All right, that is a bullet time make it rain combo there from Viper. This has become very popular. I think it was Teddy who I saw use it first. Just throw it out, get them slowed, and just chunk out a whole bunch of their health bar. It wasn't exactly a gigantic amount, but now Yukal is going to try and take this one. That was not the ultimate, by the way. It's just a Q. So we'll buy some space for Showmaker, but Tarzan's here just to collect these minions, and it looks like Griffin have done a great job of coordinating where this map is open and covering up the holes. So good recovery thus far. Still, it is a gold lead that continues to increase for Damwon, and they're looking to continue that as they move towards Shirley.
And we'll see what this gold lead ends up actually meaning for them, as it is only about 2,500 right now, which I don't think is realistically that sizable, all things considered, with the team compositions.
Especially considering 7 plates going down in favor of Damwon. Noguri continuing to put on even more pressure. Tarzan hasn't been towards the top side, hasn't actually needed to do anything here for Sword. It has led to a 40 CS gap, but Soraka will be Soraka no matter what you do.
No, one of the really sad things here is that Noguri is building into Lichbane, I assume.
Yeah.
Most likely not Iceborne Gauntlet. And what that's going to mean is Noguri no Orn item, Canyon, no Ornn item. There's no ornaments to go around. This is a very lonely Santa.
What about Trinity Force Victor?
Oh.
Yeah?
You know, I am a fan of Trinity Force.
I know you are.
Trinity Force Atrox.
He's got an auto attack reset.
We call it Tritrox.
Tritrox?
Yeah.
Atrix? No. Okay. Atrix wasn't a good one.
It's pronounced Atrox.
Trockers. Trockers.
Atrox, okay.
Well, UCal is pronounced safe at this point. He's getting pretty close to pronounced dead. But not going to be the case. Damwon unable to lock him down, and very slippery is the Kiana. Terra shaping around the rift there, has collected some grass. But it's not going to be enough to clear out that minion wave. Collects another one. Still not enough. Tarzan was in position, but 2 versus 3 was never going to happen.
Sunfire Cape,
Yeah,
really big
something
pickup.
Yeah,
Showmaker.
and immediately Forge Fired as well.
Yes. Is that what it's called? Forge Fire? I thought it was called Masterwork.
It's Forge Fire Cape.
Oh, you mean the upgrade?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, well.
Oh, right, yeah. The Ornn's actual Forge. I don't actually know what it's called. He's Living Forge, isn't it? That's his passive.
So, 3,000 gold advantage right now, almost, for Damwon. Has the Lichbane picked up.
Yeah, Trinity Force, just foregone. Oh, unfortunate.
Lichbane.
I think Nuguri will probably build into a Morellonomicon next as well, which is exactly not what you want, right? Because you want to be able to add the ornament.
You do want to be able to add the ornament. It's just so frustrating because as Victor with your Chaos Storm and your Death Ray, you're one of the only champions that can reliably proc all the Grievous Wounds onto the opponent against the Soraka heals.
Yeah, exactly.
But Griffin are finding themselves in honestly a really rough spot. And we sort of are starting to see some of the effects of the Kiana on that R5, where even though UCal did a really good job at keeping up in terms of CS, he was sort of confined to the lane, couldn't really do anything, and now we start asking ourselves the question, well, what does the Kiana do in this team composition other than try to use Jarvan's Cataclysm Wall against itself?
Yeah.
And it doesn't really add up all that much. We see him split pushing up there in top lane trying to get a turret.
He's at least going to be able to do a fair bit of damage there and can play a split push game pretty effectively even without teleport. Moby Boot's going to be helping out there, and especially if he stays top lane, will be around at least the Baron pit here. Going to be spawning in a minute's time as we are cresting the 19-minute mark very soon. Tarzan continuing to be Little Miss Piggy very effectively. We had his stats up on screen, but this was a champion that Tarzan could, like, you know how there's memes about Yankos, like, just always being on Sejuani duty? It was like Tarzan just wanted it at all times.
I mean, maybe he likes to ride the board.
Yeah, well, looks like that could definitely be the case because, yeah, off-meta Sejuani picks have certainly been no stranger to good old Tarzan. And he hasn't been George. He's been pretty kingly thus far. But he'll need to certainly demonstrate that a lot more as we move into the mid to late game. Got Last Whisper done for UCal, but I don't know whether that is necessarily going to be enough to allow this Kiana to get much work done against, notably, the Ornn, but of course the Jarvan as well, building a lot of armor. And Hoyt, he's even got a Glacial Shroud and a Quaff armor, so he's starting to get a little bit of that armor stacked up as well.
Showmaker now up in top lane here, Sword. Gonna be the only one currently defending the turret. Tarzan's gonna end up coming over. But again, there's no ornament items on the side of Damwon, and so it's so surprising when teams will end up picking Ornn and then not build items that would have been for free. Had Nuguri just foregone the Lichbane, with the amount of gold that he's probably pooling right now, he could have Rabadon's Death Cap.
Yeah, exactly. And Rabadon's would have been actually pretty fantastic as an item just before picking up his Morellos.
Yes.
Meaning that the Chaos Storm will be hurting for a heck of a lot as Sword has to flash, gets out of the Cataclysm. Had a stopwatch, elected for the flash instead of putting that one in its broken state. And this CS advantage for Nuguri is only continuing.
Yeah.
He's down towards the bottom side now. Going to be answered by Yukal. The back's going to come in. We'll see where Nogari's going to be building next. As he goes home. Mercury Tread's done for Showmaker. That was his last back timing. Couple of amp tomes. This is what Nogari puts together.
And the game is just in a locked ping pong state right now. We have we got 2 kills here, Atlas.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be 2 per 10 minutes, so we're behind a couple of kills right now. We are owed.
Jinx it right now.
Well, I mean, I just did. So
do it.
Let's see whether the teams are actually going to do anything here. As Showmaker says, oh, that's an enemy champion. I should move away from them. This is not a PvP game. It's Nuclear. Can take that last minion and walk away.
Do you know what I really want to see?
What do you really want to see?
I really want to see a 60-minute 0-kill game once.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's extraordinary.
With all inner tier 2 turrets still up.
It's going to feel like people are just watching another episode of the Pog State, actually. Like,
we're only going to analyze the game. We're even going to swap roles. We're going to do double color at that point.
My goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Like the old promised land of Papa and Monte Cristo together. Did a few games of LCK back in the day together.
Well,
yeah, don't know whether this is necessarily the game for that, though. As that's just a Cataclysm on top of Yukal, but he dashes out. That is something that Kiana certainly can do.
No,
now, Nogari deals with this inner turret, and slowly but surely Damwon are extending their lead. That is happening. It's now Tarzan taking a bit of damage, but otherwise he is going to be okay. Taxis his way out. Showmaker headbutts the wall.
Like watching an aging process.
It is a little bit. Hasn't been sped up, though, for our viewing pleasure, which is a little bit unfortunate.
I feel like I'm watching food mold right now. That's actually...
We're watching blue cheese be constructed.
Yeah, exactly.
Beautiful.
That is, I do believe, what is going on.
That's Flag and Drag out there for Canyon. A back to come in. Glorious Kiana. The Louis Vuitton is... That's just going to be the third Drake for Damwon to be picked up without any contest, because we don't contest things around here. That's not what we're about. In the Griffin camp, who are just happy to fall further and further behind because they think their composition just outscales. So they're just going to do that. But do you know what Ocean Soul, especially triple Ocean Soul is?
Tell me about it.
That's just called having a Soraka as your sixth player.
I mean, this is honestly, you know that GIF of the guy that like he taps his head.
Yeah,
like,
I've got the
5
secret
head. Yeah,
strats.
I got the sickest idea. You don't need to draft Soraka when you can just get Ocean Soul.
Yeah, see? Plan for the Ocean Soul. I was watching the dive. I'm sorry,
actually,
I was cheating on the Pog State, but I was watching the dive, and they were having a discussion about... There was a question sent in by one of their viewers, which was... if you knew what kind of Dragon Soul was going to happen each game, would that change the drafting process?
Of course.
And I think for Ocean Soul especially, I think it absolutely would.
Well, I mean, this is a game where Damwon, they just knew that they were simultaneously both B1ing Ornn and Soraka.
See?
That, and we're not psychics.
Yeah, we weren't enough.
So that's why our launch latitude places us here and not on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, as far as longitude, latitude is concerned, it's very close. But
it is, but are you in the player chair right now?
Absolutely
Didn't
not.
think so, Atlas.
Yeah. Certainly wouldn't be on the winning team, I assure you of that.
And here we are. I mean, we're molding.
Yeah, well, where's the I want molten, not molding, okay? We're molding
edge.
and molten. The molding edge is going to be constructed as soon as Showmaker wanders on over there. I believe he still has that upgrade available to him. Currently towards the top side, needs to go down towards his side.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well, it's very, very confusing. As Tarzan has been caught out of position, Iroh trying to get on over here, but the Ornn has been called. The knock-up, Showmaker makes him brittle, smacks him in half.
The Soraka ult coming in after he died, that's really...
I didn't even notice! Oh my god, man.
There is no greater cherry on top.
Oh. Oh. No. Well, Baron's been started, LS. And maybe this will awaken Griffin from their slumber. But without a jungler, I'm just not sure they have any way of contesting. So Baron is going to go over to Damwon. And look, Griffin had a great draft. They managed to get the Soraka. They have this composition. The Kiana doesn't make a lot of sense, but it doesn't really matter because you picked Soraka. You passed the test. But you still have to play the League of Legends. And that part of the checkbox is not quite being cleared yet. Like, you know how most of the time when you're signing up for an account somewhere, they say you have to go back and check the checkbox because you haven't done it if in case you forget? Unfortunately, they got to the next screen and they hadn't actually ticked the box of we're going to play League of Legends. Because there's been a lot of just like conceding everything around this map so far.
Okay, so Damwon has gotten 3 kills in 2 games so far.
There we go. And they're winning the second one, which is the most surprising part.
They are winning the second one. They have a 7,000 gold lead. They have Baron right now. They're going to eventually convert this into Ocean. And Griffin, here we go. Now they're going to make their last stand.
Yeah, well, I mean, Griffin have them right where they want them, obviously, because they've been electing into this style of play throughout the entirety.
I just really have no idea what this game was, or honestly, what is going on. I mean, welcome to the LCK, aka literally can't kill. It's a league.
League
South
stalled.
Korea.
League stalled. Yeah.
It honestly, if you asked me to turn off the nameplates and take away the teams, I would say that they're not on voice comms. I would say that's a possibility.
We're going for a deep flank here. As Tarzan is behind enemy lines. Great ward there is going to spot it out. Plus Hoyt's here. He's trying to stop Tarzan from getting on in. This Nexus turret's going to go down. Good Knight Sword, but he's going to go golden for the moment. Ornhorn comes in. Wish comes out. Sword survives for a lot longer than you otherwise would expect, but Damwon just take down the Unicorn in the end. Yukal finally gets in there as Tarzan does take down Canyon, but that Chaos Storm did one hell of a lot of damage, and now Hoyt looking to tie everyone up. Yukal, I think, pressed a couple of buttons, but it wasn't really enough as a double kill comes in for the Xayah, and we are going to go to a game 3. I think this game started at around 27 minutes, and Griffin, they picked the Soraka, they passed that test, but otherwise, not really too many tests being passed here today. 11,000 gold, the ending lead as Damwon do pick up 6 kills to the 2 offered up by Griffin. That is going to be a 3-game series here for our first one today. Yeah, look, I don't know either, man. Because we have to be honest with you guys, right? Like, it might sound like we're being negative, but honestly, Griffin had a composition that should have worked in that moment, and you have to describe, like, this game as Griffin just rolling over and allowing Damwon to create leads that were exponentially larger than they should have been everywhere.
Takes energy.
I beg your pardon?
Rolling takes energy.
Well, apparently.
They couldn't even roll this game.
I think their batteries needed to be changed between game 1 and game 2, and they forgot and then ran out. So we're going to need some more batteries added to this Griffin roster. And maybe, just maybe, it's the time for Yukal to move towards the top lane. Naeon sub right in there.
If you want proof for gravity, this game is a pretty good example.
Yeah, well, what comes up must come down. Yeah, that is certainly true. And it did happen, but something's gonna have to rise again, you know? And have you seen Batman, you know? The Dark Knight rises, you know, it does happen. He makes it out of that prison hole and things like that. You have to get down there before you can learn to pull yourself out of it, you know?
How big is the hole when you lose with Soraka?
I don't know. But I don't know whether he's going to be able to leap over that gap without a rope, if you know what I'm saying. You know? I feel like the ending of that particular movie would not make you feel as good. But yeah, losing with the Soraka is not a good feel, because that should have been as oppressive as the last time we saw it, right? Like, sometimes, you know, you can't predict them all. But, ladies and gentlemen, what I can predict is that there will be a short break, and then afterwards, we'll come back with game number 3. So, will Damwon be able to use the momentum? Will Griffin find their way out of the hole? We'll have to find out after the break.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
네, 담원과 그리핀의 2세트
Damwon
경기
managed to even out the game by picking up the win in game number 2. Griffin fell so hard in game number 2.
어디서부터 말리는
What went wrong on the Griffin
사실
side?
이번 경기 같은 경우는
For this kind of
유튜브에
game,
올리실
you
때
know,
ASMR 태그를 달아서
you have to put an ASMR tag and like title should be like, this will help you fall asleep really well.
왜 그렇게 되었느냐?
Because
픽에서 좀 맞는 문제가 있었죠.
it started from the pick and bans.
오른손 픽 그리고 자야랑
Damwon
아주
Gaming
무난하게
took B1 Ornn and then
좌우
blind
픽도
picked Zaya.
무난하게 자르반 픽
And
조율을
their
완성했는데
comp was really
문제는
on meta, you know, very favorite
그렇죠.
picks
뭐
in the
소라카
current
상대로
meta.
오른
However,
라운드를
Griffin
뽑은,
twisted this a little bit.
담원이잖아요, 상대가.
Soraka against
빅토르라고 생각을 했어요.
And also,
그리고
because it's
데미지
Damwon,
밸런스상 키아나를
well, it was
뽑았을
easy to
때 누가
expect
오른을
that
잡을 수 있을까에 대한
Nuguri
의문을
will be the
이미
one
모든
taking
분들이 가졌을
Victor.
거고, 저 같은 경우는 소라카와 키아나
So Soraka,
시너지도 안
Kiana,
맞고
they don't have
키아나 대신
much of a
블라디,
synergy.
오리아나, 라이즈 같은 약간
Maybe they
소라카와
should go with
시너지 좋고
Vladimir,
오리아나
Ryze,
잡을 수 있는
Orianna
좋은
that
팀이
had
있었는데
a
약간
really good
키아나
synergy with
보면서
Soraka
약간
and also
빅픽적으로
had the
치고
ability
들어가지
to
않았나라는
melt
생각이
down
소위
Ornn,
말해서
but
그냥
Griffin did not go with this draft, so
뱀픽을
Griffin
보면
had a very
목적이
odd
보이는
and
목적이
abnormal
하나도 안
draft.
보이고 그냥
We
의미
couldn't
없는
see any
뱀픽을
purpose
했고
in
그냥
their
한
draft
경기를
and
버린
comp,
셈이 됐죠.
so they just gave away game number 2.
찾을 수 없는 그런 뱀픽이었다고 말씀을 해주셨고요. 저희가 사실
So Griffin's
어떤 장면을 봐야 하나
draft
고민을
overall
진짜
didn't
많이
have any
했는데
logic at
그래도
all,
의미 있는
so
장면이 있어서
let's go
준비는
through some of the
했습니다.
highlights.
이제 레드 팀의 마지막 픽인 키아나.
So the last pick coming in from the red side was Kiana.
키아나의 필살기라고
So,
볼 수
Kiana
있는
Reliance on
궁극기
both
정화를
summer spells.
정말 어이없는
Flash Ignite
회화의
is
내절이라고
so
하죠.
high.
그걸로
So the
초반에
flash
이렇게
combo and the finishing
정말
damage
의미 없이
from
날려버렸어요.
the Ignite was
키아나를
so
뽑는
important.
이유는
However, Yukao
약간
just
라인전이
wasted
있음에도
all
불구하고
flash,
6렙
Ignite, and
강가 싸움,
ultimates.
50킬 싸움에서 굉장히 강한 챔피언입니다.
Kiana is
하지만
so strong
저거는
in
이제
level
키아나의
6
장점이 드러나야 할
river
약간
fights.
시간대인데
However, he
키아나가
did not
이렇게
achieve
허무하게
any
죽어버리고
point when
키아나의
he
장점도
used them.
없어지고 상대가 조합이
So
좀 더
Griffin was
좋다고
not able
생각을
to
하니까
capitalize
이제
on
가져간
the
거죠, 이
strengths of
게임을.
Kiana,
그런 실수가
and they had a
나오죠.
very
키아나
bad
이제
composition
정면
overall.
정화
So
궁극기가 다
they
빠진
lost a
상태잖아요.
huge
상대
momentum
입장에서는
over there.
이제
Kiana was down with all ults, Ignite, Flash, so Daman players would be so comfortable after seeing Yukao with all the significant skills.
자, 유카 선수가 이렇게 아쉬운 모습 보인 가운데 이 뒤에는 사실상
And
경기가
after that
일방적으로
play,
원사이드로
it was a very
흘러가면서
one-sided
끝났습니다.
match
그리고
coming in
저희가
from
살펴봐야 할
Daman Gaming.
부분이 오른에 대해서
So we would rather talk about Ornn, that was so critical champion in the 10.3 meta.
새로운 대장님이 또
So we have a new leader for this patch. This is Ornn.
일단 그
Flex pick for both lane, top and mid, and a lot of people are saying this is OP.
여러 라인을 갈 수 있다는 점과
This is so overpowered
픽으로
because
먼저 가져간다는
it's an
점인데
easy blind pick and it
사실
can be
좀
rotated in
담원에게
multiple
좀
lanes.
허무하게 오를 내주고
So
그냥
giving away
그에
that
대한
Ornn
대처도
so
잘안
easily
되는
for
그런
Damwon Gaming and Griffin not having any specific solution in that champion, well, it was a very expected loss, to be honest.
LCK가 이제 점점 더 빠르게 굴리는 팀들이
So
있잖아요.
LCK
점점 더
now,
게임이
the
재밌어질 거고
speed,
그거에
the
대한 이제
teams with
과정이라고
more
생각을
speed
하기
always
때문에
win. So
지금은 약간 LCK가 점점
LCK
재밌어지는
is
과정
getting to
생각할 수 있어.
getting more exciting, you know.
보다는 저는 약간 이걸 말하고 싶었어요.
So
제
later I
개인적인
just want to
생각.
say his thoughts on LCK, the meta in LCK. So when they learn throughout their bad draft, they will kind of figure out this kind of draft will never let us win any game. So with that powerful Ornn, Damwon Gaming picked up the
이번에는
win.
좀 많이 갈릴 수도 있겠네요.
오른이 받을까요? 누굴까요?
So Ornn
가져갔습니다.
요즘
got the POG for game number 2.
기용하면서 계속해서 좋은
So
모습이
there
많이
are
나오거든요.
a lot of
사실
mid Ornn
진짜
game coming in LCK.
이렇게 말씀드려도 될 것 같아요. 진짜
So
오른은
I mean Ornn is so tanky and does so many damage at the same time. So red team
미란님은
always have to just bat it out unless they are able to pick it up.
단단해서 MVP를 단단해서 받기가 힘든데 그냥 오른이란 챔피언이 너무
Well, being so
챔피언?
tanky
지금
doesn't really guarantee you a
안
POG.
죽는 것 같아요.
But
항상
Ornn
어그로
is just
핑퐁이
too
되고
OP.
상대팀 딜러에 대한
It can
압박,
take so
우리 팀
many
딜러를 편하게
aggro,
데미지를
and it
딜링을
also
할수
let
있는 약간 편하게
your
만드는
teammates to
능력까지
do a lot of
완성했던 것
damage,
같아요.
and also the
지금은.
ornaments accelerates the lead in the later stage. And the laning phase is so good at the same time. It's so powerful in the team
자, 이번 경기
fights.
많은 분들이 막 괴롭다.
So it was
이런 거
not
봤는데
a
뭔가
a game that we all
떠나서 뭐
expected,
예를 들어 노잼 도르가
you
있다면
know, because it was so long and kind
그런
of
생각이
not
드는
many actions was
경기였습니다.
happening.
삼세
So
경기는
let's
기대해보도록
move on to
하겠습니다.
game number
만나보시죠.
3.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I loved the analyst desk segment, which was let's ignore that game even happened and just discuss Ornn for a little while. Because honestly, it's kind of what I want to do.
Atlas,
Yeah, mate.
we are about to go into game number 3 for all the marbles. We are about to put it all on the line here to kick off the first series between Don't Wanna Go versus
Greatly reluctant fighters.
I tried. And I failed. Much like them.
Oh my my god. Okay. We gotta pull it together. We gotta pull it together for one more game. And let's see whether the teams have learned from that experience. You can see Sword still sitting at the desk. Not gonna be subbed out for either his actual sub in Ontara, who is sitting behind him for the top lane, or this mysterious Yukal potentially flexing towards top side of the map. It's not gonna be happening.
All right.
It was a full second late.
I don't even...
It's a full second late, Ella.
Stop, I have the image in my head. You ever seen the video? It was like a Windows 98 loading screen. Oh, jeez.
Oh, man.
Oh, my stomach. Okay.
It's like Vista paid a visit to this game as well.
Oh, no.
No, actually, he wouldn't have been late.
Oh.
He would have been fine. Don't
Okay.
worry. Current PCs can run Vista pretty well. As here we go. Into the ban and pick for game number 3. Will the Soraka just be banned? I don't know. I just guarantee that it will be a blue side ban if it's going to be banned at all.
Yeah, it was on. I mean, it was looking a little too rough for Griffin there in game number 2. And honestly, the Kiana coming in on R5, it was really bizarre because you were staring into an Ornn and a Victor, both of which are going to be fine against Kiana.
Yeah.
And so, even though they had the Soraka, they had a really good bot lane matchup, they have the Sejuani, which is also going to scale, they didn't have a real mid lane champion because Ornn was able to neutralize the Kiana, hold her up in mid lane, and not allow her to really achieve anything.
And that was shown face up as well, so they knew that the on was going to be there.
You're hurting me.
I know.
You're
But we do
reminding
need
me.
to call a spade a spade.
Yeah. All right, well, let's have Soraka banned away here by Griffin, and then Damwon, I mean, they'll end up going Yuumi Ornn, most likely.
Yep, you could imagine Yuumi Ornn would make a lot of sense. The onus is not on them, as that's a Rek'Sai ban. Damwon did demonstrate that they don't want to play Soraka. So, they either ban it or the Yuumi here. And I think the Yuumi stands out as a ban to me. And then, alright, Yazir can be banned. And now Griffin, what do? Do they pick the Yuumi and then Damwon picks MF Braum? Something silly like that. Jarvan is going to be the priority. Interesting. This is when they pivot away from the Sejuani.
I mean, they also didn't B1 Soraka, and now Damwon, they have the opportunity to go Soraka Yuumi.
Yeah, they could lock it in right here. And last time they went Yuumi Aatrox. In this position, the first pick was, of course, Misfortune on Griffin's side. Misfortune now going to be locked away here. And Damwon, I mean, just do it. Just lock in Soraka. Put her in support if you'd like to. Well, Yuumi is going to be picked up, so at least they've crossed that one off.
And they pick it up with an MF who generally wants to be in the backline, so not the most common of pairings, because MF isn't a traditional hyper, like in a Philios or a Jinx or something of that nature, which can...
That being said, the last bullet time is extraordinarily powerful.
Yes, that is true. And we might be seeing Callista... Okay, it's going to be Callista Thresh.
An oldie but a goodie.
And so, greatly reluctant fighters, I think they heard us. I think that they are ready to trade.
Yeah, it looks like this is pretty, we're looking a bit red on the side of Griffin.
Yeah, we
That's
actually...
not just their clothing.
We are.
As Syndra being looked at here is just a comfortable blind pick for Damwon. Just, I mean, you may as well lock in Soraka. Never mind, it is going to be the Sejuani. So we'll see whether Soraka is going to be banned on Damwon's side or not.
And we'll see what they end up banning away here. Will they ban away the Soraka?
You know what I can't wait for? This series to shape what we see in the next series, which is Soraka being left up and then Ixu dominating on the champion. Damwon are going to ban the Kiana, which I think might be helping Griffin, actually. That being said, he's not able to actually pick the Kiana into an Ornn matchup anymore. So possibly could have got a few more things done. Not sure what it's necessarily signifying here, as far as targeting away that Kiana pickup.
Especially because the Kiana would have to come in blind.
Yeah.
Which is just very peculiar. Renekton now being banned away as well. So I don't even really know what Griffin is trying to go for here. The draft is taking actually a really long time. Usually in this phase, it's a lot more quick.
Yeah.
It tends to go through.
Seems like these players don't necessarily understand exactly what they want to achieve out of their compositions.
Yeah.
Griffin's certainly looking like they're sinning this time around as Talia maybe taken off the board.
Talia being taken off as a very specific target at UCal.
Yeah, of course.
But
was a Talia
Syndra
one trick.
ends up being the response, but I do think that...
I mean, Zoe's up and available. I think Showmaker can just lock it and is going to do that right now. And then last pick, Soraka, is disgusting. And Sword now has to blind pick a top laner that doesn't get countered by Soraka.
Well, I mean, he could just pick Soraka. That
Yeah,
would
well, I
be-
mean, actually right now, Griffin
because
almost have to.
There's so many... There's so much magic damage on the side of Damwon. If they add another mage in top lane, it would be a nightmare, but looks like that's a little too much.
I mean, Damwon, if they do have Nuclear actually able to get an ult across and no one's built any armor, it is just going to cut them in half, right?
Yeah.
It is still going to work. This is an oldie but a goodie. The Galio has been slightly buffed on this patch. Winds of War linger around for a little bit longer and do a little bit more based on the amount of AP that you have built up. So Damwon, they have the opportunity now. Does Noguri just want to win in a straight-up matchup? And looks like that might be what he wants to do, as do have a decent 4-1 capability if it is Fiora. Gangplank being considered certainly something that obliterates the Aatrox in the laning phase. Camille could certainly do it as well, and he can have a little bit more fun while he's at it. And that's going to be locked away. So no
And-
Sorakas, don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, we're going to get the Camille that ends up coming in, and the Gangplank would have been very interesting because his ultimate would have been able to help mitigate some of the pressure that Jarvan and Galio would be able to dish out later.
That's true.
But they're doing the very classic cliche Damwon thing where what's going to end up happening now is they're picking strictly for their lanes and not against the enemy's team composition. And so Nuguri, on the Camille, he'll be able to eventually take over the game in the later stages and then be able to win out. But I expect that this game will have a lot more action. Honestly, if we get to 10 minutes and there's no kills with this kind of a team composition, I'm going home. I'm taking you with me. I'm not going to let you be subject.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I really do.
I'm trying to look
I really
out for
do.
you.
In fact, we should probably take these teams with us as well. Because, yeah. I just hope that a repeat of game number 2 does not happen again. And with a composition like the one that Griffin has put together, that is not what is on the cards as far as what their comp should be trying to do. So at least there is that. Plus, over this side, we've got Showmaker on his famous Zoe, Noguri, his famous Camille there. Their 4-1 composition will be actually pretty capable. As this game goes on, Nuclear has that get-out-of-jail-free card as far as the bullet time is concerned if they're trying to defend some sort of siege to make sure that Noguri has as much room as possible in order to get back in time for the next wave, potentially, or continue pushing things out. So I like what Damwon's comp is able to do as the game moves forward. A bit mono-red on the side of Griffin. Let's see whether they can pilot it to a victory. And at least one that is going to be a little bit more exciting as this game continues. As Irove is going to be immediately condemned by the Callista. Yes, oath sworn to use the correct vernacular.
And you know, Atlas, I'm so proud that you were picking up. You said mono red. That is
Yeah, I'm learning.
You are
I'm learning. You know, we've been doing this for a few weeks now.
Yeah.
You know, 100% of the time. These are the things you got to pay attention to.
I like how much you extrapolate.
Yeah,
on the broadcast.
I am a bit of an extrapolator.
You are, and you infer a lot as well.
Yeah.
You know, so.
I'm all about inferences and extrapolating.
Ooh.
That's what I do.
Yeah,
I sometimes dabble in hypothesis also.
Do you?
Yeah. Every now and again. I don't get ahead of myself or anything like that. Don't go crazy. As Yuka walking around in circles, Nuclear standing in a brush, Tarzan doing the same thing, but he's of course Tarzan. That's what he wants to be doing.
I really like Canyon's skin here.
Yep, skin choice, certainly up there.
It's the golden
piggy bank.
Yeah, the piggy bank. And always a fan of piggy banks.
Absolutely. And if you're not a fan of your piggy bank, you can purchase that piggy bank from the Riot store using the money within your IRL piggy bank. Turn your piggy bank into another piggy bank.
Yeah.
I've said piggy bank too many times, and it's now lost all meaning.
It really has. But that is all right.
Yukal deals with that wave very effectively. Both of our top laners, they meet on the top side. Let's see whether Noguri can have a game like game number 2 and unlike game number 1, where he wasn't able to put Sword down. He just walks towards Sword and takes 0 damage, utilizing the passive. I like it a lot.
Meanwhile, Nuclear and Hoyt just sort of sitting down there in bot lane. Cat detaches and gets right back on immediately. And in terms of opening clears here, you have Tarzan doing a very bizarre one. You have him doing blue into Gromp and now pathing into red. So maybe we're going to actually see some action after this red buff. If he transitions into a full clear from here, I'm not going to know what to think.
Well, I feel like that has been the theme of today's broadcast. Not necessarily knowing what to think. It's Nuclear on the bottom side with the help of Hoyt. He's going to be pretty capable dealing with these minion waves underneath the turret. Good trade back there from Noguri, but Sword is making sure that he doesn't at least roll over this time around. As you mentioned, maybe without energy.
This is really good right now. Yukal,
Canyon
he
knows
has
exactly
the priority.
what's going on.
Yeah.
Showmaker's picked up an exhaust, and now Canyon's going to move on over. They do have vision, but it is going to be taken there by Tarzan, but now the fight is on. Nuclear moving on down here. The cat on a book is just running around, trying to get in position as Sword. Gets into position himself, but he's ignoring the MF, and the first blood goes to the Camille very, very quickly. Nuclear without a flash, but has used the barrier, and the heal was available there from the Yuumi. And the Aatrox did basically nothing in that fight, and now Showmaker is just looking for Yukal. Another auto, but a bubble will do it as well. And Damwon, they grab 4 kills within the first 3.5 minutes. And yes, this game is very different from game number 2.
And Damwon are just in a massive advantage right now. And we got more kills here in the first 3.5 minutes than we did last game for almost the majority of the game.
I think 35 minutes was sitting on around 2 and 1.
And they say we don't have the script.
Yeah,
well, yeah, I mean,
this is certainly looking better, though, because the acceleration is, I want to get the mathematics on that one as far as a comparison.
Doesn't want to go, turned into does want to go.
Yeah.
As they collapsed on this invade, Sword a little bit later on his teleport. Not that it was going to really matter all that much, and so even though they had all of this planned and set up, that control ward inside of that brush, just to the right of the Scryer plant, paying off so well. And Showmaker also able to run there with the exhaust.
조이의 무대. 빛의 망토. 유닛. 빛의 망토. 죽여. 빛의 망토. 빛의 망토. 나이스. 영사 풀 몇 개 주었어.
Nice work. And excited Damwon Gaming very early on in this match. So already, I mean, Griffin, they won game 1. And yeah, that's 2-0 to Zoe already.
Really not supposed to be happening.
Level
and also,
4.
She is only level 4 right now, so Galio's ahead in the CS department, or in the XP department, which is a little bit surprising. But up in top lane, Nuguri ahead of Sword, and that is more problematic. Nuguri also has double buffs. He has a Sheen.
Yeah, double buffs and a Sheen. And this wave crashing down towards Sword. This is... He already was crushing the lane beyond belief.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Almost getting 4 times the CS of his opposition there as Noguri walks on over. Gets some vision down, but I don't think he's too scared of what Tarzan's going to offer this situation. And his minion wave was just prepared. As this is going to just overlap to almost every lane. Maybe Viper will be able to get himself back into a leading position, because as you can see, he does have the double Doran's Blade, so as far as combat stats for this stage of the game, he is ahead. And he's on the Callista with the Thresh in his lane, which does have a lot of lane dominance. It's sort of the only good news that you can really be talking about here, because there is only bad stories to be had on the Griffin side.
And Griffin right now, I mean, they have the level 6 on Galio, but the lane state in bottom, not super ideal for them. And, I mean, it looks like they're just dancing, honestly. I have no idea. what is really going on. As Iroh is just dancing back and forth. And you can see Nuclear and Hoyt just backing up. They know that Galio is moving down into the right-hand side jungle. Nuguri has...
Yeah, Hextech Ultimatum comes in. He's got a level advantage. Oh, okay, yeah, not going to find it. So the sweep doesn't come in. That will spare Sword for the moment.
And what a counter gank. This could end up being by Canyon in the event that Tarzan would try to commit to this.
Waiting in the wings. Oh, trying his very best to bait this one out as the plate was given over to Nogri. He was being sneaky, waited around in the brush before he goes back home. We'll see whether Phage can actually be picked up on this back or whether it will just be some components. And yes, the completed Phage now there for this Camille. And Camille in this matchup, we've spoken about it many times before. Camille is intentionally picked into Aatrox, but shouldn't actually win the lane until a few items come, right? Like,
But
it's not
so far
necessarily like
ahead.
you're supposed to like crush the lane. Having said, Nogri is doing exactly that right now.
It's just completely dominating Sword up there in the top lane. Sword only with the Kindle Gem and a Longsword right now is so far behind in that matchup that even if you end up bringing Tarzan up, if you don't kill Nuguri, things are just going to get so much worse. And so right now a Mountain Drake is live, which both parties should actually be really interested in trying to pick up whenever they can.
Yeah.
But Canyon now with level 6, UCal continuing on the left-hand side, and honestly, it's a bit disappointing. Showmaker, he came back to lane and with Lost Chapter versus Double Doron's ring, and nothing really got achieved out of it. I have no idea how we had
He
such
lit
a
the Gargoyle on fire.
Okay,
That's
well
pretty cool.
he did, and the Gargoyles are already on fire due to the skin.
Hey, that's true.
You ever think about that?
Well, I do now.
Now, did he light him on fire, or did he add more fuel to the fire?
Ooh, well, we'll have to find out.
Perspective.
We'll have to find out as this game continues on, because we saw Yukal with a lot of fire in his belly, theoretically, in the last one, as the bubble once again going to land. This is, yeah, lighting some different kind of fires. Some old Zoe fires being relit, in my mind, as Showmaker. Oh, that one would have been scary, but he gets a plate for it anyway. Bit of congratulations. There's some more sparkles being added here. As Yukal... Oh my god, if that bubble had landed, or if Showmaker had had Ignite, that's just a dead Gargoyle. So he has to go home. Jarvan's going to be there to pick up the lane farm, which is certainly good news for a jungler, but not good news for the game state for Griffin. Just really does feel like that first skirmish has said goodnight to this game. See whether Griffin can actually find some sort of ability to counteract it, as Noguri just dashing over a wall, having a good time, getting into the enemy jungle, continuing to put down visions, continuing to take even more control and add more pressure. And Noguri, when he's on, when it comes to like inflicting pressure on your opponent, he's probably one of the best in the league.
Yes.
We talk about best top laners for different reasons. I feel like Summit in a 1v1, very, very strong. Keen is a holistic top laner, definitely one of our top laners. But Noguri, when it comes to applying pressure, is absolutely the best.
Really is sort of his forte.
Sometimes to a fault.
Yeah.
Which is why we wouldn't necessarily go overboard with the praise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Certainly a different story with Summit. I feel like there's something that goes on that we just don't understand. I don't think he understands it.
And Noguri almost riding Sword 40 CS.
Yep.
At 10 minutes. A lot of this is a byproduct of the skirmish that did happen in bottom, but he's also just doing a pretty phenomenal job. Griffin did get the Mountain Dragon, but oh man, this could be another very ugly
There's
fight.
The final chapter. The snare is going to land onto Yukal. He flashes in a very odd direction. Not sure what that one's about, but does avoid death. Just barely, but Hextech Ultimatum is going to kill him as an afterthought. And now Viper has to utilize the ultimate in order to get out of there. Tarzan takes a gigantic chunk from the Paddle Star. They've taken what they wanted. Yukal goes down. The dragon was taken by Griffin, actually. So that's great for them. And Sword's now given some time.
Yeah. This allows him to recover. Not the cleanest CSing, all things considered. He's losing out on time trying to get that turret plate. In fact, he might not even get it because he elected to queue the spellcasters without letting them pile up with the melees. No, he's going to end up getting it. And now he's going to try to recall, but
That wave's going to crash again, and I don't know whether he's going to be able to get back to it.
I just don't know if
teleport.
Camille was actually able to cancel Aatrox there with the hook shot and sweep. But you can see in the replay, Ukali tries to flash out for a heroic entrance to try to escape, but it just doesn't even matter at that point. There was no way that he was getting away from the members of Dom1, as it was a full-on retreat after this one. And the Aatrox, he doesn't even scale in this team composition. The Camille is just going to be able to take over now with the Trinity Force completed up there in top lane. Sword has to be really careful.
Has brought it back to a 30 CS margin instead of the 40 or 50, which is what it was before. So, I mean, if you're looking for positives, there's that. And also that Mountain Drake prevents a perfect game against Griffin. Another positive. Look at me, I'm on a roll. It's now Canyon in position to try and get a dive down onto Sword. 3 turret plates left. Here is, that's a great playback. Nuclear immediately going to flash as Zoomies, barrier, everything. In fact, every single summoner spell of the bottom lane in Dom1 is going to be utilized in order to survive that. It's a great engage there by Iroh. In the meantime, the rest of Dom1 is just obliterating the map.
And now Canyon and Nuggery looking like they're going to end up diving onto Sword. Tarzan's here, a little late.
Yeah, Sword is actually going to get out here, but Canyon has to flash Nuggery as well. He's looking for a double. Hextech Ultimatum comes in, and they've just outplayed it. Canyon, without the Arctic Assault, now trying to get out. And remember, there's no flash here. Cataclysm's done, but great first knock up there from Sword. Canyon, Arctic Assault finally comes on in, but a little bit greedy there from Dom1.
And it really looks like they misplayed the dive, and then obviously Tarzan showing up and Sword doing what they could to play around it. Ended up managing with them getting the kill onto Nuggery. So a bit of fresh air if you are a Griffin fan watching this.
Yep.
A little bit of breathing room. Sword catching up in the XP department, getting a lot of CS as well. And we just take a look at this. So Camille doesn't have her ultimate yet. And combo goes off completely. And it's so surprising. Nuggery elects to try to mix up his damage onto Tarzan and Sword rather
I mean,
just try
Hextech
to
Ultimatum would have killed Tarzan if he hadn't a stopwatch.
Yeah, he had the stopwatch available. Now right here, Aatrox had already flashed out, so if Nuggery is doing everything, he can just flash onto Aatrox. Let's do this, let's do this. He sounds so sad about saying it, you hear it?
Yeah.
Almost defeated.
Well, it hasn't been defeated yet, and this is certainly going to be an avenue back into the game. Still, 4,000 gold is the deficit, and Nuggery still controls this lane regardless of how the chips fell in that last exchange. Sword wants to try and get some sort of engage, but the Hextech sweep working out very well there, and Nuggery's just avoiding everything. Tarzan's going to move on back in, though. Hextech Ultimatum now back off cooldown. Nuggery just going to burn down. That is going to be enough damage with the Cataclysm and the red buff. And 2 in a row for Nuggery after everything was going so well.
And honestly, this is getting a bit problematic. This is allowing the Aatrox back into the game. Tarzan starting to also get a lot going for them. They're going to manage to get this second Rift Herald of the game. And if you're Showmaker right now, you're feeling really bad because you had so many advantages from mid lane. You had all the turret plates, got the turret, and bot lane is also losing right now for Dom1 Gaming. Nuclear and Hoyt losing a lot in the CS department, and this has closed the gold advantage to less than, or it's actually about 2,000, which is really scary.
Yeah.
All things considered.
This is what this composition from Griffin needs to be doing as well, because they have sort of that mid-game wombo combo type team composition that wants to play around those 2 items that are so important for champions like the Kalista, like the Aatrox. You want to get towards your cooldown reduction as Aatrox as quickly as possible, and then you're basically just augmenting what is already there. I'm going to have a look at this replay one more time of how it all went down, and Nuggery actually played this very nicely, but unfortunately when there's a jungler there, there's just nothing that he's actually able to do to answer this.
He had flash, but he's just greeting. He could have easily flashed out of any of this way sooner and saved all his HP, and then eventually made it out, but he saved it until the very end, tagged checked by the red smite, ended up just falling to it.
But it's not like Noguri to play full tilted. You know, he doesn't necessarily play massively worse if he's been camped or anything like that. Doesn't let it get under his skin. We'll see whether that is going to remain the case as he walks all the way around that control ward. And now he's brought his friends. In fact, he's brought all of them.
Yeah.
Sword is very much dead underneath this turret. World Ender utilized. I wouldn't press any buttons, to be honest. Sword, you don't want to put anything on cooldown when you are definitely going to be going down. As the minion wave's going to conga line towards that top lane outer turret. And Damwon will be able to collect that as well. Some respite given to the rest of the map, but honestly, Griffin didn't really have much of an answer to what just happened there.
Well, at this point, Damwon probably just going to end up waiting until the next Infernal Dragon. Going to continue to just complete core items. As there's no real reason to fight. You can now, at this point, just wait for Griffin to come into you and allow the Camille to begin her split push phase. And even though there's a Galio on the enemy team and he's able to heroic entrance, it doesn't really matter. Viper going to try something here.
Yeah, big flash forward from Viper. Gets into the brush. Nuclear, absolutely nothing he can do. So aggressive, but he knew exactly what he was capable of there as Noguri looking for this 1v2 again. Flash comes out. Noguri doesn't have his available, but now Sword doesn't have his jungler anymore. Tarzan not going to be able to put down this Rift Herald anytime soon, and definitely not in this lane. It's actually timing out relatively quickly.
Well, the enhanced recall by the Rift Herald is going to let him get back to the base faster.
Needs to find a location in order to put that one down. Hopefully he doesn't put it too far forward as we have a look at the player perspective of Viper here. Throws down the heel just for the extra movement speed. Guarantees that kill comes in. Picks up a lantern, all in a day's work there for our friend Viper. Slowly but surely, he's just crushing this game as well.
That was really interesting. Tarzan wrote... Let me think what that image just was. I think 1950 top, but the top was written in English. That was really surprising.
Interesting. It's kind of cool.
I don't know if anyone else noticed that.
I certainly didn't, but I'm glad you brought it up.
All right, thank you, Atlas. I'm glad I have you there for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Turret is not going to require Shirley, but she had nowhere else to go, and they're going to try and push her towards this inner turret as well. But there is a Yuumi and a Piggy. Cat, Pig, Camille. Should be enough to at least take it down. Gets one charge, though, and that's exactly what they wanted out of her here. Sword missing some CS. I'm glad we panned over just to check that out before moving towards the mid lane here as Showmaker has picked up a Super Soaker. Tarzan on vision. As Showmaker finds the bubble. Canyon not actually going to follow up on that one just yet. Portal jump. Not wanting to risk it is Showmaker over the wall.
And we got only 26 seconds now until the Infernal Dragon comes up. This should just be able to be easily picked up by Damwon, but if there's going to be any hope in this game, it'll be Viper on this Kalista.
And he is charged up. He's very, very close to grabbing that Rudan's Hurricane, which is, of course, going to be that huge power spike that every Kalista player dreams of. Canyon waiting in the brush, but Iroh just going to wander on in there with his Moby Boots. He's got a QSS as well, so actually feeling pretty good to move forward and actually face check a lot of these brushes. I like that decision.
Yeah. Yuumi just dealing so much damage to really try to wither down the opponents here as Camille is up there in top lane. Okay.
Trouble just a little bit. Teleport available from Noguri. His Sword is going to take the Lantern in order to get out.
They don't need him.
Dragon Pit, and then Noguri just says, this is going to be my job this game.
What?
Teleport from the Galio. Head up towards this top side, and that's going to give away the Infernal Drake, definitely. Canyon not even in the area. He's taking his Krug camp. And 2 more of those, please, says Damwon.
That's a really big pickup for them. For the Camille, MF, and the Zoe. And even the Yuumi, I guess a little bit. Probably not all that much value really going to her. Sejuani obviously making the worst of it.
Yep.
As Oblivion Orb, I believe, was just picked up on Showmaker. Even though there is Merc-Treads, Quicksilver Sash on the enemy team.
But the Callista doesn't have
The
any
Callista
magic
doesn't
resist.
have any magic resist, but she will later.
Oh yeah, the next
So,
item almost definitely will be.
Right now,
QSS, something
there's
like that.
at the time of Showmaker's purchase, there's 4.5 minutes until the next major neutral. If you have 1,600 gold, or maybe even a little excess, you factor in what Showmaker's assumed gold per minute is going to be, and just build towards Void Staff.
Yeah, or Death Gap.
Well,
if you're not, you know.
It's just so bizarre why he would pick up Oblivion Orb and Ice if he builds a Morello. I don't know what to say anymore, Atlas.
Well, I mean, we've heard it all before,
Doesn't
so you
want
don't really
games.
need to say anymore. But yeah, doesn't want games. Doesn't
Gains.
win games? Gains.
Gains.
Right.
Yeah, that word.
Well, what their name could stand for is Drafts Win Games. That's a little bit ironic at this point in time, especially now that Nuclear is being put out of position. Pretty cookie cutter there with the heroic entrance, but it works. Tried and tested as now Canyon, not too many options. He was waiting for an opportunity to throw out something to try and get a re-engage, but didn't actually do anything whatsoever, and Nuclear has just been put in the ground. Now Griffin breathe a sigh of relief.
And slowly but surely, these things keep allowing them a sliver of hope inside of the game. Even though the Camille is really getting scary. Gonna have the Ravenous Hydra soon completed.
Yeah, we'll see where he goes next with the build as well. Will it be straight into the Guardian Angel, or will it be Steric's Gauge to add a little bit more firepower and defensiveness as far as that 2v1 or the 1v1 that he's going to see? As we're going to check out this engage. Tarzan just taxiing right on in there.
And there's really nothing that MF can end up doing there. Although in the replay it showed she doesn't have Flash, but in live, it's showing that Nuclear does have Flash, so that's a little bit bizarre.
Maybe just come up. I don't know. What was the cooldown in the replay?
It looked very big in the replay.
All right.
Yeah, that's a little strange.
Definitely strange.
But as the game stands right now, there's no reason to really fight, so all that we're having is a vision clearing over and over. And then eventually Scuttlecrap on the right-hand side will end up coming up. Damwon going to be the ones to pick that up. We'll see where the next respawn of it ends up being, and then Damwon will get the next Infernal most likely, as Griffin still probably aren't going to be in a position to fight them. And then that's going to threaten Soul Point for Infernal Dragon, which is insane for their team comp.
So I guess we pack it up until then, right?
Yeah, what would you... Okay, sure.
Well, we'll see whether it does follow the script that you have in front of you. I wasn't expecting you to cheat this series, but turns out every time the script is available, the leaked script himself cannot help but go towards it. Zyro going to get chunked underneath this turret. Damwon certainly with this opportunity, with this composition. Minion wave dealt with.
Whoa!
Good night, Zyro. Showmaker just pops it. And that is going to really spill over as Sword has to Umbral Dash to get out of the way of this inner turret. Opening up the map here for Damwon, extending the gold lead. 5,000 is approximately that one. Showmaker once again just looking for bubbles. And Nuggery here and stop.
Yeah. Oh, Nuggery caught underneath the turret.
Too worried right now,
Yep.
but some of these Paddle Stars and Trouble Bubbles will need to land.
All that they're doing right now is just trying to clear all of the minion waves, crash them into the turrets, fall back. Now they'll try to pick up the Infernal Dragon, although Nuclear looks like he's genuinely seeking a recall. There's Dragon in 20 seconds. He has Home Guard. He also has Strut on MF.
And also probably has Infinity Edge that he wants to purchase as well. Stopwatch is done. They know that there's going to be a fight around here, and they've maximized the damage output of the MF.
So they end up losing priority to the Dragon. They should end up losing the Scuttle Crab.
Yep, they are going to do that.
They end up getting it. And now MF back down in close proximity. Is Damwon just going to start the Infernal Drake?
Well, I think they can. They've got double smite now as well, with Showmaker picking one up there. As you can see, Tarzan, I believe, left one on the ground, but that is going to be Infernal Drake taken, and Soul Point locked down.
Yeah.
It's going to have a look at this from Showmaker. This is what happens when you've got just vision everywhere. Good night. I don't think he needed the Proto Belt, but added it on.
Well, he wanted to bring out the belt. Why does Zoe have Morello? Hello?
Copying.
Oh, okay.
Copying the item
The
build.
Forbidden Book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yukal missed out on the Luden's Echo, but otherwise they're the same.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's an entire Luden's Echo that he's behind. As the Zoe's certainly in a great position this game. Showmaker also now at the stage of the game where Zoe is so valuable. As yes, gold has been falling off a cliff. You can see that exact moment at about 3.5 minutes into this game where everything went wrong. Those first 4 kills for Damwon certainly felt like it turned the elevation of this walk for Griffin very, very high.
And honestly, after those kills, though, nothing really happened that much outside of a few very bizarre deaths.
And also Noguri getting camped, right? Certainly didn't work out. As all right, we're looking for it. Not quite able to get the damage done after the paddle start and the bullet time. Tarzan spotted. Showmaker not finding the angle.
And Damwon just continue to keep getting leads as they're coming for Nuguri.
Get to the Baron or to an inhibitor turret, I guess, is going to be the answer here. Is okay. Iroh really wanted to chase after this kill. That was Narnia direction, as Noguri needs to walk over to the members of Griffin and start emote spamming. That's what you do. That's the ideal play in that scenario. Like the taunt button, but they'll take an inhibitor topside and they'll move over towards the Baron, and Damwon have this game well and truly in their clutches.
Well,
bubble lands. As Tarzan trying to force this, but it might be too aggressive. The flash comes in immediately. Showmaker's going to cleanse it. Final chapter doesn't go in the right direction, and the exhaust is almost unnecessary on the sword because he dies so fast. Tarzan now in the middle of 3 members and will just be destroyed. Viper takes one with him, but eventually goes down as well. And could this just be the end of the game as it stands? I think the answer might be yes.
Well, the minion wave is pretty far away in top lane, but they have a really close one here in mid. And with the Camille, I think this is definitely going to be the end of the game. 20 seconds on everyone is going to be too long.
Yep. And at 29 minutes into this game, after that brilliant 3-minute play that Damwon were able to come out on the top of, they do close this one out in the end. 12-5. I was expecting, honestly, a 2-0 from Damwon, but they are the victors. They are going to be able to walk away with this one.
And you really got to wonder what is going through everyone's minds on both of these teams when reflecting back on this kind of a series. There was not a lot of fighting. There was not a lot of action. The game was decided at very key points.
But also it was like there were decisions that weren't even opted in for, you know? It's like they were 2 students that didn't show up for the tests, but just one had a little bit more attendance than the other one, right? Like, this is not like the clash that we saw yesterday between DragonX and T1, not like when we saw Gen G versus T1, and not going to be the same as the Gen G versus DragonX that we've got coming up tomorrow. I think that today's games are really going to be the dark side of the moon as far as the LCK is concerned, and I feel like there is a pretty stark divide between the top and the bottom.
Yeah.
And the thing that's really strange is that this is Damwon solidifying their 5th spot. They are now, theoretically,
and they're getting it
the
in
5th team.
Weirdest of ways.
Yeah.
If you look at all of their wins, and even their individual wins, everything just looks so bizarre. And so outside of the top 3 teams in LCK right now, though, everything is really looking a bit cloudy.
Yeah.
For everyone else.
And we've been getting Ocean Drakes, so I guess maybe it's monsoon season. In the LCK here today, we weren't necessarily expecting the cleanest play out of this particular matchup. Both of these teams have certainly been showing that they haven't necessarily found themselves in the 2020 season just yet. If this was the summer split, maybe we'd be be a bit more harsh as far as the criticism is concerned. We're still harsh. However, you do have to realize that this is a Griffin that's trying to rebuild. Damwon with new coaching staff. Zephyr trying to get his head around these crazy players and what they want to do these games. I could imagine that Nogari could get overexcited in some of his decisions, but the Camille eventually ended up working, and what Damwon did was they played their comp the way it's supposed to be played in the final game. Yes, it was slower than it should have been. Yes, they got carried by a 3-minute play, but honestly, their steps that they took afterwards were what they needed to do, and we can at least take happiness from that. You know, there are glimmers of hope, but this was a bit of a fiesta of a series.
This was something. This was a very slow 3 games.
Yep.
Even after some explosiveness. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights. Yep. As
this is it. This
you
is the
can
highlights.
make an argument that whoever placed that ward's the MVP, by the way.
Ooh.
That would be a pretty good argument.
Well, hopefully the observers have both added that, because they, of course, have the ability to go back and opt into a situation like that. As Yukal, he manages to justice punch his way out for a moment, but Showmaker finds him. And bit of a disaster to start this game off on Griffin's side. This was an outplay, though. Nicely played by Sword. Canyon, of course, there for the counter gang was fantastic.
And so it really did look like Nuggery is able to just get onto Sword and kill him with Flash, and elected not to.
Yeah, if he hadn't have split his damage with Tarzan, with Tarzan and almost killed him, it would have been a different story, as Viper was trying to take the bull by the haunches. But this wasn't a game about bottom lane.
No.
As it generally is with a Damwon win. You know, it's about solo laners, and it's about the difference in those lanes. And it really did feel like the bottom lane didn't matter whatsoever. Much to the detriment of a great player like Viper. I still think that he is highly skilled, but just wasn't able to affect the map at all.
He was doing a really good job on the Callista, but all of that pressure that came in mid lane as well as top lane, it was just too much. Especially after the opening. I'm coming.
Rest no
flash, Galleon no flash. Atrox. Talking about getting Callista.
Good sidestep there from Nuclear as well, off to the side, but Showmaker playing this team fight out pretty well. And they're right.
They really messed up. Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe they were talking about game 1. Because that was true. A lot of damage out from Nogari. 16.6k, 15.7 there for the Zoe in the mid lane as well, and not very much damage at all out of anyone on Griffin's side.
Yeah. Well,
what
good news.
Weird series.
Yeah.
It's one of the stranger ones.
Yeah. We're going to go to the player of the game now.
Yep.
And
see who's going to be awarded it. It is going to be the Zoe Showmaker. They're in the mid lane, 12 out of 12. Everyone deciding that it was all about this play. And like a lot of this was actually decided by Showmaker and how he played it out.
And Yuumi was the one that planted that ward in that brush.
Okay, so we probably shouldn't have given 12 votes to Showmaker.
Yeah. Someone needed to give the cat.
Yeah.
Someone needed to throw the cat a bone.
Yeah, not a book.
You know? Not a book.
Enough of the books.
As Showmaker, he did a really good job. He got all of those turret plates in mid lane.
Actually, just destroyed the turret.
A lot of kills.
14 minutes.
Yeah, he got the turret as well. Did a very good job as well in that team fight at the very, very beginning. And never really let the game get away from him, even when the top and bot lane, they were trying their best.
And there were certainly moments where Griffin were able to fight back in this series, especially topside. Tarzan being in the right place at the right time. But that means that we are going to have an interview with Showmaker now, so let's throw it over to Jisun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun with the interview translation, and we'll be hearing from the solo POG of today's match, Showmaker. So finally, you got the win, and you got the POG for the interview. We did get this win, but we didn't really perform well. I mean, both teams had so many mistakes, so we were just lucky enough to get this win. So speaking of mistakes, yeah, I mean fans are worried about Damon's performance recently. You guys not on your form. Why is that? Well, during the practice, we make a lot of mistakes. Well, I mean, like if we lose every time during the scrims or make too many mistakes, it will be acceptable. But nowadays, I mean, just for the competitive games, we are losing so bad. So I really don't know why. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are saying that you guys are crashing in scrims. Well, but fans can be like excited for Damwon with cleaner performance, right? Yes, we will do our best. So after losing that game number 1, game 2, your Ornn was doing so many work, and Ornn itself is a champion with 72% win rate. So what's your thought on Ornn? What's the biggest strengths or what's most important in playing Ornn? I mean, Ornn is a tank champion, so you can survive for a long period of time. But usually tank champions are really weak during the laning phase, but it also does so many damage. It's also really strong in the laning phase. So that's why Ornn is so good in the current meta. And moving on, game number 3, you picked up 12 votes. Everyone voted for your Zoe for the POG. So were the players confident after the draft or after like playing some of the games after the game has started? Well, we went with draft that really, the piloting the draft we got really mattered, but we were a little bit worried, but I think we did quite well. Well, so there was a very huge team fight in the early phase. So J4 usually bullies Sejuani. That's the kind of matchup, so he went in for the counter jungle. But Noguri made a call that he was pushing lane, so he has the TP priority. And also Zoe is really good in that kind of team fight, so we were able to get the win. So, as you mentioned, game 3, you guys were showing great performance. However, at the end, the players didn't really look happy. Was that any specific mistake you are unsatisfied about? I was so bad in game number 1, so I felt like we lost the game because of me. But game 2 and 3, I didn't die, and I made a lot of covers whenever like our teammates were making mistakes, and I helped them like keep encouraged. But well, I'm quite satisfied, but the rest of my teammates are feeling still bad about today's match. I don't want to make this interview too gloomy. I'm sorry for that. But so let's talk about your next opponent, Sandbox. You guys are both the LCK friends, you know, making it from the Challenges Korea, but staying in the middle rank currently. So the teams from Challenges Korea are having a rough time. So I hope we all just can like cheer up and step up and show great performance. That's a really cool friendship coming in over there. So lastly, any message for your fans? So we are on a 3-win and 2 losses. So I will do my best to stack up as many wins as possible till the end of the first round and get to the higher rank. This will be the end of the interview with Showmaker, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as usual, for the interview translation back-to-back for Showmaker there. So congratulations to him. Pretty disappointed with himself, and I like the more somber expression that he took this series, understanding that it wasn't necessarily the cleanest. And they are going to be able to move ahead of both Hanwha Life and Griffin now and lock down that 5th spot here in the LCK very early on in week 3 though, and certainly more matches to come.
And I don't believe that we can actually have any change to the standings, mostly because the final match of the night...
No, that's not going to affect anything, right? Because we've got KT versus APK, and all that's going to do is put one of these teams into 10th place.
Yes.
Because right now they share that 9th spot with no victories to their name just yet. Couple of game wins, but no match wins yet. But one of them has to win in our next matchup. We'll be about half an hour, guys, but when we get back, APK Prince versus KT for all of the marbles, or should I say, for none of the marbles, for one of them. Some of the marbles for one team, and definitely none for the other. I didn't think I messed up that analogy. Hopefully we go to break soon. Here we are, 30 minutes, and we'll be back for our second series of the night.
did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you won't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
I should have known, but she plays me well. It's been going on for a while. She's telling me a million excuses I've already heard. Confronted with the way she refuses to communicate. And I won't deny she's got me hooked now. I can tell wrong from right. Can't decide, is she worth it or should I stop trying? She keeps my foot in her door, just enough to be sure I can begging for more, but she turns me down. I can't deny, she's got me hooked now. I can't tell wrong from a right.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, this is LS, and we just witnessed what could have been one of the worst series ever. So from now on, if we ever refer to it, I think we should refer to it as Voldemort. Because we shouldn't name it, and actually saying Voldemort is actually easier than having to think about it. Because then we're on the Harry Potter train, and then it's fine, you know.
They're still playing.
I hope not.
That we know of.
I really hope not, but thankfully, we now have KT and APK. And they are going to save us from this purgatory. Do you know why? Do you know what the win rate between these two teams
0
of Soraka is?
Ooh, tell me.
100%. Iksu has a 15 KDA on the champion,
Now,
and he'll be able to show us why it needs to be banned every game.
Actually expecting a 2-0 tonight.
Yeah, and I reckon it's APK as well.
Yeah.
We're on the same
APK
page there, my friend. I just don't think that KT have really found themselves.
Now, does that mean that no one's excited? Because that means that we're going to 3 games.
Oh, and also it means that KT wins.
It means KT wins game 1.
Oh, well, I mean, they're very good at winning.
Exactly.
As we're going to bring up some points of the match here to really get this one rolling, as it's a 2-win, 2-loss tie matchup. One will make it 3 wins, and one. Wait, this is the other one. This is Dumb One versus Griffin.
Yeah, this is.
I probably should have. When
I
there was
told
a
you
win
they're still
column,
playing.
When there was a win column that had stuff occupied, that's when I should have known that everything was not really working
That's
out.
the
Because
point
of
of
course,
this match.
neither of these
They're
teams
not ready yet.
Wait, so we have to go back to the last match? Are they going to put on a VOD of the last match? No! I want KT versus APK! Please! Give me the bottom 2 teams of the league.
It's fine.
Anything.
Atlas.
Anything but Voldemort again. Oh, no. I think what we need to do is talk about the jungle, though, because Flawless versus either Bono or Malrang is probably going to be the easiest matchup that Flawless has. Because both of these squads really have
here we
not
go.
been figuring things out. But here's the 10th place decider match. Currently, both of them are neck and neck in 9th place. KT started the split with 2 win-loss-loss series, and now they've just lost.
Yeah, this is one for the ages. As
well,
also,
I mean, one of them has to lose. You know,
one of
them has to win.
One does have to lose, Atlas, and it's a sad thing to think about. As team stats, it's about what you would expect. What is the average Baron power play? Average Baron. Oh, they're actually first. So KT.
Do they have the amount of Barons KT have taken? So I imagine there's probably not that many Barons that they've actually taken.
Atlas, you're supposed to be the glass half full kind of guy.
What's
going on here?
So normally
What happened to you?
when I'm defending low sample sizes, right?
I
need
see.
the sample size to actually be announced.
Low
you know,
okay.
AKA low sample size. LS's fan base, AKA low sample size.
What?
No, I didn't say anything. We're having a look at some of the highlights that we could find of KT Rolster here, as we had to speed it up to get to the really good parts.
Showmaker.
As honestly, this was another example of Malrang having a good early game and then falling asleep.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see who is actually starting here today for KT. Will it end up being Malrang? Because he actually has looked relatively stable. He's not sinning.
I mean, he's looked better than Bono, who hard-entered in their first game against Damwon. And, you know, normally I would, you know, caveat my words a little bit there, but there's no other way to describe it. As Keeney showing a pretty good performance here on the Kiana, this particular matchup, and APK did show more signs of life than what we've seen from KT, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, absolutely has, as the Alawi.
Oh yeah, Ixu
really
back
doing
to
work
his old trends. I love it.
In this series, and so gonna be a very interesting thing to see if we do get Alawi, and then also Mia and Trigger.
I want to see way more Mia, actually. I was talking to Wadid about this, and he brought this up, just saying I don't know why, he doesn't really know why Secret has been playing, and you know, Mia sat behind Marta for a long time on KT.
Yeah, it's so bizarre that Secret is consistently playing over Mia.
Ooh.
And also, just in general, I feel like the fluidness of Mia and Trigger.
Yeah, it looked good.
Yeah, it looked a lot better, as this is the key player matchup. Ixu.
All right, so yeah, this is an interesting one. I actually wouldn't have expected this to be the key matchup. I think the jungle is going to be far more important.
I don't know if that's a stat that you want to be first in.
If you're a top laner and you play tanks, it is. Because you're taking the aggro. You know.
Okay, yeah.
I got nothing else. Like, that's all I got. But also, Ixu does a quarter of his team's damage.
That is very true. And obviously, the Alawi is likely contributing to that because she does abnormal amounts of damage.
Yep.
Now,
there are some differences between the 280 carries here. Hybrid, not exactly up there when it comes to kill participation, actually only barely above 50%, but he does 31% of his team's damage in comparison to Trigger's 27, something like that, percentage. So Hybrid able to late game carry a little bit more, but Trigger, it seems, is able to accelerate into mid games a little bit better, which is why we might be a little bit more excited there. But if you look at just the players on the Rift, KT look way better.
They do.
Right? Like, the fact that we're talking about KT as a 0-4 team in the LCK is actually crazy to me, because I liked what they did with their roster. As we introduce them out on stage right now, Soan will be starting and Bono is back on the Rift. I hope today is a beautiful day, because my goodness, it was not last time we saw this guy. There has been a few days in between, and the weather has changed. It was very cold a few days ago, 10 degrees today, which is definitely comparatively warm. I think a swing of about 15 degrees.
Yeah.
And it's not snowing anymore, which makes me very sad. But here are the rosters. Tucson aiming Kuro, Bono, and Soan will be your KT roster here today. No Malrang and Ray this time. Ray having his first game out, but not in ideal circumstances as he got obliterated by Nogari in that series. Back-to-back POGs for that gentleman.
Yep. And Bono, we'll see what he can end up doing. Now, this is on patch 10.3, and so we'll see what either team is willing to do with Soraka and Yuumi.
Yeah.
Or if they have anything in store for either one.
Damn, Ixu looks huge.
Yeah, Ixu looks. Yeah, he looks very buff. I mean, I think he's been working out with Alawi.
Well, there's Kaini as well. So the mid lane matchup certainly going to be an age gap. It's about 8 years, or sorry, not quite 8 years, but pretty close. It's like 6 or 7 between Kuro and Kaini. But KT now have the first ban. What is it going to be? Should be Soraka.
Well, they are on blue side, so...
I mean, do they want to first pick it? I think it's really interesting, because if you can funnel your opponent into having to make a tough choice when it comes to the ban, then it can be a good thing, as the Kiana is going to leave the Rift. Kaini deserve it enough to pick up the first ban. And the set going to follow.
Yep, second will end up following.
There's the Soraka ban. Told you it would be blue side. As APK now have the flexibility to ban Aphelios and Yuumi if they would like to, Aphelios and Ornn if they would like to, Yuumi and Ornn. A combo of those champions seems like a good idea.
Yeah.
Maybe
APK
the Ornn will be left open.
Well, I would.
Oh no, no, because Kuro plays it too well. I don't think you can.
So Ornn probably should bite the dust here.
You'd expect so, but it's Jarvan instead.
So I imagine this should be a B1 Ornn snap by KT. Yep.
Nicely done. As now APK, maybe Ixu has got some dark technology prepared. His Alawi's available. His Volibear is available. Singed is available. Who knows what Ixu is going to play here. Probably not going to pick it at this stage. I think red side last picking for Ixu makes a lot of sense here for APK.
Elise.
Are we locking in Elise Renekton?
I would really hope that that's not going to be the case.
Right?
Because that means that we would basically have the game be decided within the first 10-15 minutes, most likely. As yeah, APK, I would expect Misfortune to accompany. Yep.
Thank goodness.
And now you ready for the Zyra Rakan into the R3 Morgana or what?
Oh baby. Any truers? I reckon that probably should be how it goes. That being said, we have been tainted by the last series. Maybe something else is going to be figured out here. They're taking as many seconds as possible in this one as Bono takes away the Sejuani. So we've got a little bit of a mix-up. Very burly is this composition thus far. I think AD carry would be a good idea.
Ooh, it's going to actually be Varus.
I was expecting something like an Ezreal to come out. Aiming has had some pretty woeful times on the Ezreal, but has actually had some hard carry performances as well. And after this patch, Ezreal getting a bit of love, certainly going to be a good idea as Varus locked away. And Alawi being considered, 9 seconds to go. And it will be locked in, I love it. Ixu just sticking to his guns, playing his Alawi. 3 picks, 1 win, but look, APK haven't had many wins, right? It's been 8 game losses and only a couple of victories here for these guys, and both of them, or at least 50% of them.
And they've come really close to winning some of the games that they've lost.
Yeah.
So it's definitely not impossible.
I mean, their series against Griffin, I felt like they should have won, honestly. They were performing, in my opinion, better than what Griffin were. What that says, I don't really know, because I think, you know, after witnessing the last series, some rethinking needs to be done. Now APK, one final ban to come in here before we get into our second round of picks. It will be Tahm Kench. Taken off the board. Of course, mainly because Varus Tahm Kench has been a very standard lane for the Varus to play very aggressively in. And so now we're probably expecting something like a Thresh to be gunned for by KT. So APK probably pick that one away. I'd actually recommend it, to be honest. The Lantern does give Aiming's Varus a little bit too much freedom, and Aiming does love to play really far forward.
Yeah.
As there's the Leona ban.
See if APK just pick us support here as they are hovering the Nautilus. And I really do wonder what this could mean. Perhaps KT would go with a Taric.
I just want Thresh Syndra.
On B4.
You can just do Thresh Syndra here and just play like the easiest scaling pick composition. The Aiming's going to ruin all of my fun if this Braum does come in. I would be very sad. This is the new hotness though. I feel like Afrika started it because Mystic loves playing Varus Braum. He brought it over from his WE days. Now it's infected the KT roster as well by the looks of things.
And the other thing is that they could pick a top laner here into Alawi and send the Ornn mid, which I actually think would be much more likely for them to do.
Yeah, I'd really like that. And Kuro, as we mentioned earlier on, is a pretty accomplished non-player, and there is the Lucian locked in. I like it. It's still flexing, right? Like, it doesn't matter. It's about what happens here at this last pick as to what KT truly decide to do with their composition. Kuro can also play Varus in the mid lane. Remember, Kuro is undefeated on mid lane Varus, actually, in the LCK. If my recollection of the stats is correct.
And Syndra is going to end up being hovered. So that'll be Syndra in mid lane against Ornn, which means he's going to be able to coast double magic resistance runes straight into Abyssal Mask. So going to be pretty impervious against the Elise and Syndra once Kuro starts getting those items going. And then up at top lane, so on the Lucian. Against Ixu, there's not a lot of setup for Alawi to help out the Elise, and so this really just feels like a draft destruction where KT, they're going to come out in game number 1 draft here with a massive advantage.
And you saw KT, the last minute swap. Ooh, everyone is extraordinarily surprised. But of course, the Lucian was heading to the top lane, Kuro piloting his Ornn in the mid that he played in Kesper Cup very, very well. If I remember back effectively. It was in the group stage of Kesper Cup, which is now a very long time ago. Back in 2019. Certainly a Freljordian theme here.
Yeah.
As the Braum and Sejuani both coming in. But
and
so unlocking in the Lucian.
Isn't he from the mountain?
Oh yeah, he might be from the mountain. But he's like, he looks too warm. So I just didn't have a Freljordian vibe for me. I apologize.
Because he's in the mountain.
Yeah, he is the mountain, isn't he? He's a forge. Why can't he also be a mountain?
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Alawi, Elise, Syndra, Misfortune, and Nautilus. So, you know what? I feel like this is the Freylord versus Bilgewater.
Yeah, it does look a bit Bilgewatery.
You know?
Of course, Misfortune, Nautilus, and Alawi.
Yeah.
From around there, I think. I don't know about Alawi's lore.
Alawi's...
Seems Bilgewatery.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's from the depths, I think. Didn't she fight
like
with
the
Nautilus?
Lost Isles or something?
Is she from the Shadow Isles?
No, not Shadow Isles. She's not from the Shadow Isles.
You don't know the lore.
I don't know the lore. The lore changed. I knew the lore, and then the lore just
The lore does
disappeared.
change. They do that to you.
Yeah, they shot the lore with a cannon.
Can you imagine patch noting lore in, like,
know.
series? Oh, man.
Seems crazy.
What a disaster.
Everything you thought you knew is no longer correct. Now your brain has been contaminated with information that is wrong.
Thank you, Alice, for that gem.
You're welcome.
That gem of a sentence.
You're welcome.
Yeah, really just...
To be honest, the last series took most of me with it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do my best to try and pick everything back up as Ixu's just dancing with his tentacle up here towards the top side. Pretty cool that Alawi can actually dance alongside her tentacle.
Kaney with Scorch on the Syndra. And interestingly, Stopwatch was picked up by Ornn. And I can't personally say that I'm a fan of that. Just because Magical Boots gonna give you so much value, and the Stopwatch, I mean, you'll end up being able to complete it later on, but you just want to be powering straight into Abyssal Mask in this lane, getting the Catalyst, getting the Negatron Cloak.
Yeah, and like technically, if you're looking at a game-long scenario, you're getting double the gold in theory if you are actually going to build a stopwatch, and maybe Throw just realizes that it's going to be worth having that stopwatch regardless of whether or not he gets the Gargoyle's Stone Plate in order to tank in the mid-game. Is already Secret diving on in, aiming, trying to kite this one out as the Aftershock does pop off. Secret goes down to 300. The trade certainly in favor of APK, as 2 champions down to 300 health is better than 1.
Yeah.
I can still math.
Okay.
Hopefully the last series didn't take that from me.
Elise going for what appears to be a 3-camp clear currently, before probably moving over to her blue. Alawi struggling up there in top lane, but Hybrid and Secret doing a good job down here in bot.
Yep. Understandable that Alawi would be having a tough time in this ranged matchup.
Actually doing a pretty good job at CSing.
Yeah.
Did get 75%.
The Harsh Lesson, of course, does give you the auto attack reset, as you saw just there. And every time you cast it, your tentacles will smack the ground alongside you. That's if they ever exist, because the reason Lucian is picked into this Alawi is that he gets to just double tap the tentacles, and it gets rid of them straight away after using an ability, as Soan spots out Flawless, but he holds onto the Cocoon. Relentless Pursuit does come in for, straight up misses it. As Bono also not going to be able to find the Arctic Assault. Ixu coming on down. Does he have the Test of Spirit? No, he does not. Well, he did, but he missed it.
Haney is there, not going to do anything too extreme. And so this means Flawless is actually going to get double crab here against Bono on this Sejuani. And meanwhile, Ornn in mid lane, still waiting to purchase any of the resistances or items towards Catalyst. And Kaney is going to try to recall right here. And honestly, very surprising that Kuro didn't follow him to try to stop the recall, given how low Kaney was on mana.
Yeah, just going to shove out this minion wave instead. Built himself a Sapphire Crystal, which is going to be heading towards that Catalyst as the first item. I got a little bit frightened because every time I see an Ornn build mana, I get scared of a Iceborne Gauntlet. But not this time. Not scared. Not this time.
And Soan now is actually, well, okay, I guess he does still have a little bit of a lead in the CS department. It's not as ideal as what you would want. Zalawi, she is recalling. First dragon of the game is Mountain, though, which is a really big pickup for KT, given who their champions are. Obviously, Ornn.
In fact, 3 champions that can scale up alongside the Mountain pretty effectively.
And even the Lucian and the Varus, they'll probably end up getting magic resistance later on.
Yep. And every bit of magic resistance is fantastic against Syndra and Elise, almost specifically.
Yeah.
Which is very, very good for them. I like that you bring that up. A lot of onus is going to be on APK to lock this one down, so it's not too frustrating. Flaw's really got to get his eye in on these cocoons.
That one was definitely a bit of a lazy eye.
Yeah.
Whereas I do think that Soan actually played the top one.
Yeah, he played that one very well. As this cocoon, not even going to get thrown. Okay, lands it this time. Kaney doing a lot of damage. Bono down to 200.
They
does
had
escape this time.
Tushin there. And Ornn, that's actually very bizarre. I think they could have done that, but a little bit hesitant. I really hope this is not like the previous series here.
Well, don't mention it. Don't mention Voldemort.
Okay, I won't. All right, I won't jinx it. I won't spoiler it.
Yeah.
One of the best series we've
didn't.
ever had here in the LCK, and
that wasn't sarcasm, guys. This guy has the script.
Yeah.
He knows.
Atlas and I do not want to ruin it for you. Make sure to check it out on YouTube.
Yep.
Once the VOD is up.
On youtube.com/LCK Global. Just scroll down to the POG state. Episode 2 now available. Is that what you were talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. Cool. Good.
I mean, I hope
Bono,
that we...
he's
Oh,
gonna
man.
get repelled on and has to flash immediately. Flawless finds first blood. It was walking up the river, and it was gifted to him as Flawless just puts Kuro in a cocoon and walks on out of there.
And now he's going to return to his jungle, going to start doing the Raptor camp. And now Ornn without ultimate is also really tragic. He's going even in CS, but a bigger problem for KT even though they have such a strong draft, is the lanes that are supposed to be winning in CS departments are losing. And that's not a very good sign.
No. And by losing, you mean just not losing as much as they should be in their match.
Yeah, the Alawi is doing so well.
Yeah, absolutely fine. This one is starting to turn into Aiming's favor, but they're pushing a wave in, so I think that will actually equalize unless Hybrid gets shoved completely out here. Because I believe that was Chains of Corruption that actually went down as Flawless. Yeah, just finds Little Miss Piggy and
yeah,
it's all too easy. And yep. Easiest cocoon of his life. Really nicely done from Flawless there.
나야 나. 나 성현준이야.
Now look at the wry grin on his face.
Well, I saw no summoners, by the way.
Yep.
In that chat box. And Flawless now going to hand over the blue to Kaney, who is constantly depleted on mana, which is really interesting. So he's going to need this to sustain up into the Lost Chapter.
Yep, hasn't quite completed that yet. That is certainly a big boost to your mana regen. Ixu continuing to just put more points into his Q, I believe. I think it's Q max now, or is it still E max? I'll need to check it out.
So, two different Alawis do different things. There is the Alawi that still does max the E.
Okay. Because that was always the Klepto
Yes.
way, because you then get to spam
You also
the
needed
E
the
and take more
CDR.
money off them.
But then Riot buffed it so that your E just had so much CDR taken off it at rank 1. As Bono, okay.
Yep, teleport to come in here as Ixu will spot him, but the flash over the ult from Ixu. And they're just going to trade places. All right. Didn't mind
Okay,
that move.
Bono is probably tilted.
Well, I mean, the last play wasn't great. So maybe I'll need to see more out of him before that one happens, because that was mainly an outplay from Ixu. Great flash over the ult.
Well, Flawless now just looking around, but it definitely does look like this boar has capsized.
Yeah.
The Sejuani struggling to really do anything early on. It is fine. She does outscale.
Boar is one letter away from boat. You do have to remember that.
That's what I was going for.
Yeah, it's not
I am
quite a
so
boat.
impressed, honestly, that you caught that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You are really on point.
I felt like I did need to explain it a little bit for those playing at home, just in case. Not meaning to disrespect anyone, but give me a second. It's KT going to be starting off on this Rift Herald, but Flawless might just want to pop in here and take it away. Isn't going to. Horn is going to be Rang as Kuro looking for him. He's not able to get into the sky, and he's just mowed down. Repel is a heck of an ability if you see it utilized.
The thing is that even if Flawless ends up repelling there, I don't think that there's realistically a way out for him, and so this is a Rift Herald picked up by KT. They're likely going to be able to utilize it in mid lane, but another lane where they could look to try to drop it would be bot lane, as I just want to point out, by the way, that Ixu is winning.
Whoa. Yeah.
He has a wave that's coming into him. He's going to end up getting all that CS, and Alawi should not be this close in CS to Illusion. Also, Alawi should not have 5 turret plates against Illusion.
Wait, he's got 5 turret plates? Where? No, he doesn't.
No, on his turret.
Oh, right. He shouldn't have any remaining on his turret. I was like, wait, where did Ixu get 5 turret plates from?
Yeah, unless your monitor's broken.
Well, I mean, I think my brain is actually a little bit affected as well, but not going to blame Ixu for that one, as Kuro takes a bit of damage here in this mid lane. Bono looking once again for an avenue. Glacial Prison available. As Flawless trying to clear out vision here in this river. Bottom lane certainly isn't where APK have had control. Control wards, in fact, are mainly placed towards the top side. That was a W-empowered Q, chunking Hybrid from aiming.
Well,
have a look at this once again, and I want to know why the...
yeah, I don't know what Flawless is
like
trying to do.
It's like he just decided that he didn't want to switch into Spider form.
Well, he
needed to do that before.
I just don't understand why APK is even trying to contest it.
Yeah.
That's what is the most confusing to me. KT, They already have the Mountain Dragon. They're likely going to be able to get the Ocean Drake. And so, even though the Alawi did such a good job early on, even almost managing to get a turret plate here, it's still just really not enough. The Abyssal Mask already completed for Bono. Flawless just going to handshake and say, you know what, yeah, I'll get out of your jungle.
Yep, but spotting him certainly is a good idea, because now APK are going to be able to play a little bit more calmly here towards the bottom side. Hybrid and Secret doing okay. In fact, they're only behind by 4 CS, which is no worries at all. They have lost a turret plate. That can certainly be dealt with. As Kaney here in this mid lane hasn't lost a turret plate himself and is ahead by about 13 CS. Of course, this is a lane that the On certainly shouldn't be winning, but this is a lane that Sohan should be winning a lot harder. Bono is going to stay and actually share gold on this turret. Iksu just waiting patiently for his wave to be sent towards him.
Bono and Sohan, they're just going to share all of these turret plates, also getting the first blood turret of the game for themselves as well.
Trade for the Ocean Drake as Cloud Soul is upon us. And,
Not the most impactful Drake.
Like a second charge for Shelly. 25 gold for Iksu. But certainly not ideal to have that down to just below half health. Kaney going to find himself a knock up there on Kuro, but he's concentrating on the minion wave, knows that killing the On with an Abyssal Mask is going to be a difficult prospect, especially with the stopwatch now online. A very useful tool against unleashed power.
Kaney almost has the Luden's Echo available. Another turret plate potentially going to fall aiming. I think he really wants to get it. And
ult is available here for Hybrid, trying to get himself into position, but he's actually only making it worse. That was so greedy, the movement from Hybrid.
Ends up losing his flash and his cleanse for it. And that means he won't have that available for the Cloud Dragons fight, if there even is one. Yeah, Exhaust Cast, I'm not really sure as to why. Although I guess Kuro has his teleport back. Bono has done absolutely nothing this game, by the way. It feels like
he just killed a control ward.
Okay, but Flawless has tried to make so many things happen and nothing has.
Well, that's what Kuro was trying to do before. Gets the knock up onto Iksu. Flash has to be used though, and they're still on the run. Not enough movement speed. Now APK could actually try a pincer, but Bono does move far enough away. And Iksu now is going to have to catch that wave underneath his inner turret on the top side of the map. 2,000 gold. Oh, more like 1.5k. Going to be the lead here for KT. So this game's still anyone's at this stage. Red buff. Flawless is going to come on over. Should be able to steal it, but no, isn't able to. Flawless doesn't find the cocoon. And yeah, so I'm just going to walk away in the faces of multiple people. Hybrid's bullet time is still available. Aiming, has to use the heal, but the Glacial Prison is fantastic. Body blocking is secret flash from Tucson and finds the Winter's Bite, stands behind Bono. That was a sick play. KT win.
What a right
player
hook.
of the game is going to Tucson 150%.
And so Hybrid ends up dying down there in bot lane. And APK, this is very akin to the earlier series of the night. No one is really doing anything, and yet things are happening.
Did you get that from like Jaden Smith's Twitter or something like that?
No, I don't know.
Oh man, we've lost it. Aiming almost dies, but then Heal and Barrier both come out. And sometimes that can bait you in. You can't blame him for that one. Yeah, Q Flash. That's so sick, because the angle change.
It was a really good mechanical
It's
play.
actually mechanically really difficult to do that.
Tushin did that.
There's the horn. Get a double knock-up, but otherwise, not so much of an issue here, as APK, I believe, actually lost the Rift Herald. That's why they're not walking over to the Eye. Now they have to guard it. Out of turret in the mid lane. Might be somewhere that they can try and contest, as Aiming's just chilling by himself.
Yeah, he's going to raise the bot turret. And as far as the upgrades ends up actually going here, for KT, it's probably going to be Blade of the Ruined King for both Varus and the Lucian.
Yep.
And I'm curious to see if Sohan's actually going to pick up a Black Cleaver, or if it's just going to end up being Trinity Force.
I'm pretty sure the upgraded Blade of the Ruined King is actually pretty item like stat efficient.
I believe it is. Yeah.
When it came in, like
I saw
people
someone,
were very excited about that one.
Yeah, I saw someone had tweeted about Infinity Edge being better, but I'm not sure.
You'd have to wait a lot longer, especially for Varus and Lucian, because
yeah.
you've got Black Cleaver that's just come in here, so it's not going to be Essence Reaver second, it'll be Essence Reaver third.
The other thing that Ornn can do, but I do believe that it's prohibited even in the LCK, is you can build Might of the Ruined King via the Ornn upgrade, and then you can purchase Blade of the Ruined King, and you can use them both.
And their actives aren't unique?
So the actual active, like pressing the number to use it, is unique.
Okay.
But the passives both apply.
Oh, damn.
So
that is super sick, actually. Let's do some face checks, Flawless. Takes a lot of damage.
Doesn't work with all of Ornn's items. Only select ones are able to...
Is it like some of the new ones? Because Might of the Ruined King is a newer one.
So Death Cap doesn't have a named passive, and yet it doesn't work.
Huh.
Might of the Ruined King and Blade of the Ruined King don't have a named passive. So...
Very interesting.
Yeah.
All right, Secret, we are going in. There's the bullet time, and there is the leap of faith. But that one, there was no risk there. That needs to be renamed because Ixu knew exactly the outcome of that situation.
They end up going over the wall, aiming not there. He's so important to the team fight. And then KT all being clumped up.
I love that Secret just blast cones into the middle and he's like, take me now. And then everyone follows up. It was perfect. That was a trust fall. That was like, you know, crowd surfing.
A really big free
dived on him, and the rest of his team were there to catch him. Really nicely done.
And so that is going to keep the game within reach, at least for APK. If they can manage to get a couple more of those team fights, it'll definitely be good for them. But the problem is, well, there's actually a couple of problems. I think Ornn's building Frozen Fists. As Secret, he comes in here, really good ultimate. Alawi just comes down, and KT are just not prepared in terms of positioning. They didn't have their AD carry ready either. They said, Varus no flash, by the way. They said go, or okay.
He was going to blast cone over just to pick Susan, I guess?
Yeah.
And then just use his stopwatch. Really nicely done from Secret. We were talking up Mia and questioning why Secret was there, but if Secret's going to continue to play like that and actually start fights and play proactively, hell yeah. Lock down that spot. Of course, formerly, a player that Papa likes to talk about. We're not going to be able to talk about it, though, because Bjorn does fly in Secret. Going to finally use that flash as Ixu just happily tanks a bunch of culling bolts so that he could kill two minions.
And there's another thing that's going on right here that is so perplexing, is both the jungler and the mid laner both purchased an Oblivion Orb. Ornn already had an Abyssal Mask and Merc Tread. Sejuani, you know that she's building magic resistances. You also know that Lucian and Varus will eventually get magic resistance.
Oh yeah.
And so, why did they build Oblivion Orb rather than just both going towards
the
Void
now
Staff?
Option, I guess.
It's not even win now.
If they complete Morello's, that's bad. But if they just
you already know it's coming.
I know. I don't know, man. I feel like we talk about it all the time and no one ever listens. So.
Okay.
In the LCK. It's frustrating, but just one of those facts of life. Life goes on. Morellos get built by every LCK player.
The other thing is, Kuro, against so much magic damage on the enemy team, Kuro's actually building what I assume is Frozen Fist.
Get out of there, grumpy boy! Oh, he booked it back there. That was Bertha, right?
That was Bertha.
Yeah.
Agatha and Bertha.
Yeah.
Did you see that is it LOLpedia? Or Esportspedia? Whatever site River.
Leaguepedia?
Or Leaguepedia.
Yeah.
There's a LCK lingo page.
Are you serious?
All the terms that we use.
I love River so much.
With the definitions.
Oh my god. Do they have the River Ram in there?
They do, actually, I believe. They have Eladios.
Damn, they are
Agatha.
updating that. Yep.
Yeah.
Shelly and Shirley, I guess.
Cheater recalls in there as well. Sinner.
Aatrox.
Aatrox, yep. Trox.
And
Ox.
Yep. X.
Yeah. The
Triple X.
The
Vin
AATR is
Diesel.
silent.
Can we just
Yes.
call Aatrox Vin Diesel now?
I think my next name for him is... And that's when all the letters are silent?
Well, Ixu's being caught out. This certainly isn't silent, but there's the leap of faith. Is he actually strong enough to lock down? No, he's not. I always get so excited. Not quite enough to do it there. As Tucson actually might die. He had to blow heal to get out of the way of the multiple tentacles coming after him in the river. It's not where you want to fight an Alawi. Alawis love the river. But Ixu doesn't like being in the death chamber and has been sent there now. He has his Bramble Vest completed and a Durham's Fist. Just a bit of a random assortment of items right now. The Soan's knocking on their back door. There's Bullet Time that comes down as a response, but again, Hybrid needs to cancel it. It's been not exactly the greatest performance here from this APK AD carry, but also Bono throwing his ultimate into Narnia is not going to be a great thing here for KT either. Fair bit of damage down from Kaney, who's looking to try and actually go aggressive here.
And the problem is they don't have an answer to Soan split push. That is one of the core problems that the APK team composition is going to have to figure out, is that the Lucian is so nimble that he's able to constantly split push against the enemy team, and Alawi cannot just sit there and try to hold him. Now, she does have the Bramble Vest as well as the Ninja Tabi, but Lucian starting to pick up some magic resistance, and so the Bramble Vest reflect damage is going to be cut.
And APK are committing to these 5-man Dragon takes, despite it just being the Cloud Drake. They're going to threaten Soul Point on this one, so the next time around KT is not going to be able to give this up, even if it is in trade for mid-turrets like this. I actually respect this decision from KT. But if the fight is going to be good for APK, then maybe not the greatest choice. Tucson once again has his spirit tested and is going to pass the test with the help of Kuro there.
The heart is the strongest muscle.
Yes, thank you very much, Braun.
You hate to see it, Atlas, but I do think that Kaney...
Nah, that's Void stuff. Don't worry. No, in fact, that's Leandri's.
Oh, is it?
He's building towards his Leandri's.
Okay.
My cup is so half full.
I'll believe you.
Don't. I wouldn't. We've been disappointed before.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, no.
Get the camera. Get the camera. There it is.
All right. Well, at least there's one for your scrapbook.
Yep.
Not all is lost.
Oh, making a... I think I'm going to make like a... Yeah, I think I'm going to... I don't even know what I'm going to do with it, but I'm going to do something.
You put it on a dartboard.
I think I'm going to get a website and just keep uploading them. Oh, I'm going to make an Instagram.
Oh!
For Morello purchases.
You can just call the Instagram Moldrello.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we've been interrupted. There's the on-horn. Flies through secret, but otherwise it's just disengaged pretty easily here for APK. The rest of KT not interested in a fight. Kuro's like, but guys, I spent a year in the LPL. This is what we do. And no, not interested. Not doing that. It's actually very sad that that sort of appears to be exactly how that one goes. Flawless also on that wavelength. Wanting to start up a fight. No one's near him. So we can't actually have any battles. Kaney's going to find Kuro topside, but lets him leave. That's what we're talking about.
APK now, they're only down about 2,000 gold, but the ornaments are all coming in on the side of KT. A little surprised that Bono doesn't just build Abyssal Mask, because once you get the ornament upgrade, the stats are just so insanely valuable.
Yeah,
you
really,
get the
really
CDR
good.
as well. And it even adds, I mean, it helps out a little bit for the teammates that deal
and also
some
Sejuani
magic damage.
does
Sejuani does magic damage herself, so it's a really good item that she could end up getting. I believe there was a spot as well yesterday where Jarvan could have ended up building it because he had 4 AP teammates.
I remember,
Yeah, we were talking about that. And I feel like it really just slips Cinderhulk players' minds that, oh, that's right, there's an actual viable Ornn upgrade
For me, yeah.
Yeah, for me, that has so much HP that Cinderhulk then just further amplifies.
They're not going to go for it now as Flawless. Can he make it into the sky? Yes, is the answer. As he pops back down, now looking for Bono, finds no one with his Cocoon. It's looking like a very difficult ability to land this game. Because I guess everyone is moving a little bit faster in the Cloud Rift. Says Atlas, making some excuses.
That is fine. Minute and a half until Cloud Soul.
Steric's Gauge is completed now for Ixu, and that's actually a big deal. I mean, what we're really waiting for is 3 items on the Alawi. That's when she becomes this monster of a raid boss. If you get Death's Dance, then the added healing that you get from your tentacles is just insane.
Yeah.
And if you pair that with the shielding available from the Sterix, then it becomes absolutely nutty. So looking forward to that from Ixu, but APK do need to get to that point in this game. Vision has been cleared. You can see that So1 hasn't let up when it comes to the side lane shove. But this time around, with everyone floating topside, has to stop, back away. Flawless wants to clear out Vision. They know that there is nothing in this Baron pit, but they're not going to go full Dragon X just yet. Ixu's going to test the spirit of Tucson once again.
Oh!
But towards the top side, Kuro, Bellows Breath, good timing. Redemption comes down there as well. The re-engage happens one more time as Ixu has been put to sleep before anything, but that bullet time does a hell of a lot of work, and APK are not done yet. Tucson way too low, Bono also way too low, as it's only the carries with any health bars whatsoever. Scatter the Weak only barely missing on the tail end there, as the trade is 1-for-1, but worked out way better for APK than we were expecting.
Yeah, again, they found a multi-man bullet time. Just take a look at this one more time. Ornn getting locked up initially, So on the left-hand side. And then they make the decision to go in on Alawi. Ixu are flashes. Eventually gets brought down, but just take a look at Misfortune, this angle. It is so unrealistic and unholy that she ends up getting this.
Well, now we're going for the Cloud Soul. Bono trying to make it a 50-50, but he's going to steal it away. All too easy as they all move out as well. Dredgeline going to be used by Secret to get out, and APK going to have to try again in 5 minutes.
That's going to be Cloud Soul denied. And not a massive pickup, but there's another ornament that's coming in. Braum going to have an ornament probably for himself as well soon, as KT seem to be starting the Baron. Now they do have Varus and Double Borg with the Sejuani.
Death lives on in KT by the looks.
This is definitely a way to end the game.
This is a questionable one, as the Scryer's Bloom was available, as is the Blast Cone, but now they're going for the re-engage. They're looking for Ixu once again. They do burst him down, but we've seen this story before, as the bullet time rains hell onto KT. Now, Kaney just goes golden, everything is okay, and we've traded 1-for-1 again. It's the same 1-for-1. In fact, is this deja vu?
This is really something else in this game. They are consistently lining up because they're tunneling on taking the fights really fast and trying to just bring down Alawi.
Yeah, and APK have kept this game extremely honest throughout. It's been about 1.5k, the gold lead for KT for a very, very long time. So let's have a look at this. Break it down for me.
Yeah, I'll try to break it down. Tushin standing out in front with about 40% HP. Ornn ultimate comes in onto Ixu, but not before he gets to test the Spirit. Sejuani gets popped up, but again, multi-man bullet time, and everyone is so committed to killing Alawi. They end up losing focus of what is really important. Also, the start of this fight was also just very bad in terms of the angle, the fact they were doing the Baron, the side lanes were in an awful spot. Yeah, they're really just rushing things, as Executioner's Calling picked up now on Lucian.
I think that you hit the nail on the head with that one. I think rushing is exactly what it feels like. It feels like KT don't trust themselves to be able to just methodically win out this game on a macro sense, and want to be able to find that big play to be, now it's over. And they were looking for that around the Baron. What they can do at this stage is start trying to suffocate APK, stop them from being able to take these Drakes, and understand that they can play front to back a lot more comfortably with all of these horn items that are starting to flood.
I just want to point something out that, by the way,
Yeah.
Varus staring down the Morello on Syndra and the potential Morello coming in on Elise completed into a Bloodthirster.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Before his Hextry.
yeah, it's very good.
I mean, at least there's a Void Staff now on the Kaney.
Yep.
Flawless is going towards the Zhonya's so that he can repair his timepiece. Going back in time a little bit, how does a stopwatch turn into an hourglass? Not sure how that works. That's fine. He's spotted out. And now KT, they're going to start it up again. Here we go. A lot of these Barons have been forced. This one, due to the fact that Ixu was bottom side without flash or teleport. There are still 4 people, Soan waiting off to the side, but a flanking Lucian isn't necessarily the greatest Lucian you could ever get. But now Flawless, he's waiting. He's ready to get in position. They pull away.
They missed the Lowy.
Yep, Secret is going to be right in amongst it. He goes down because his stopwatch was taken. They grabbed the support for free, and now they've jumped back onto this Baron once again. Aiming, just shooting it. Double lifesteal is allowing him to just stand here and tank Baron for approximately forever. And he's just doing it.
Very slow, but now going to restart it. Ixu slowly moving in. So on.
What? Was that a smite? Kuro still has his smite available. Chains of Corruption do land onto Ixu, but does get the ult off, but it's not enough of a leap of faith this time. And KT, they grab another pick for their Baron attempt.
And they're going to start it up again.
All right. If at first you don't succeed and the second time you don't succeed, try again. That being said, they were successful, at least grabbing picks off each instance.
I have no idea why Lucian doesn't just go top lane in this spot, push out the wave, get the golems, and then just plant himself up there. As we take a look at the replay, Nautilus just goes in way too far. Obviously, his teammates can never follow up in a million years. And so Secret, it's no secret that he was going to end up dying there. And then the posturing for this team fight, Orange sends out the pillar, ends up landing the E, and Ixu just not able to do enough as Kaney is being very overly cautious on this Syndra.
Yeah, I feel like he needs to start taking a few more risks. Seems to be Flawless taking all of them so far. Is another Cloud Soul going to be denied from APK? And it's going to be Soul Point apiece as there's the on-horn once more. Kaney off to the side, but that is just pure disengage. We mentioned the fact that Ornn does have so many modes. The disengage variant certainly used a lot, as there's the engage variant of that hook coming out. But Secret not going to die this time. Bullet time thrown out for fun as Aiming in a heck of a lot of trouble. Ixu diving on forward, wanting to find the Test of Spirit, will do so. On to Kuro. And now everyone has to be scared of these tentacles because the health bars are not high. And some back timings will have to come in. Is this now APK's chance to grab this Baron?
Soan and Aiming both able to heal up very well.
And Ixu has flash and ult and a position to set up tentacles.
And
this
Kuro
is
has
not a
teleport.
fight KT wants to take. Well, now we're going to have the re-engage. Baron going to be taken in the meantime. Flawless does lock that one down, but the tentacles going nuts in the backline is Ixu. There's the flash forward! The tentacles landing, Soan barely surviving as Kuro just trying to buy space for his team, but Tucson has to flash after walking on forward. Was that a flash from Flawless? No, it wasn't. It was just the transform. That's exactly what Ixu was looking for.
Trying to just get HP.
The double lifesteal certainly working out there as another Cocoon is going to go wide. APK wanting to get themselves back into a point of stability, buy some items, and start pushing out these side lanes.
What?
All right, never mind. They're just both dead.
What?
Were they backing? What happened?
What the heck? Hello?
I just went to look for a stat. What? Oh, the ward. There's a ward there.
But why would they back there?
Look, man. I have some answers.
Okay.
I can do simple mathematics. I can tell you what champion skill names are a lot of the time.
All right.
But I can't tell you why the heck the bottom lane was standing
So,
there.
the thing is that KT, rather than abuse...
Well, point blank ultimate comes in. Flawless does make it up into the sky this time. That's a beautiful dodge there. Cocoon is going to land this time as well. Secret going for that max range dredge line. Hybrid has just quietly built up about a bajillion items, and he has a 700 gold bounty as a 117 misfortune. Not bad. Clearing out the vision here, and this should be Cloud Soul opportunity, right, for APK?
This should absolutely be Cloud Soul. As take a look at this replay, teleport coming in by Ornn, and then they engage immediately. Ornn doesn't have his ultimate available. Sends out the Q. He's a little bit late. And so Ixu gets so much damage off. Kaney not quite able to kill Soan right there, but all of this is happening. I mean, I guess that they just wanted to make a pick, but he couldn't believe it. He was like, yeah, there's no way.
I mean, could anyone believe it? I don't know. I certainly couldn't. I was actually off checking stats because I thought that the game had calmed down. I apologize for not giving the game my entire 100% undivided attention. And honestly, the stats I was looking for were mostly LCK terminology stats.
This is a kind of draft where, because of the way that Ornn's able to itemize, they can reliably 1-3-1. And even though Ornn isn't the greatest split pusher, with his spellbook, the fact that you have Lucian, whenever Ixu doesn't have teleport, you need to pull APK around the map.
Yeah.
Rather than just letting them hold Phalanx.
Oh no, Bono just straight up misses! Ixu does fall down, and now the Call of the Forge God comes forward. It's Secret that they're targeting, though, who throws out a point-blank dredge line for no reason at all. Still, KT disengage after getting a pick, and that was bizarre.
The fight that Bono straight up misses is the best one they've had yet.
But also, they didn't push their advantage. They just managed to take down Ixu. There is now an opportunity with 0 ultimates available
You're
to follow
supposed to
up.
be the guy that's glass half full.
My glass is half full of something, I tell you that much.
Salt water, I think.
I hope so.
Well, Bono and aiming now, trying to push up mid lane. Still 15 seconds on the Alawi. They're going to raise the mid-tier 2 turret. And then also the top-tier 2 turret's on its last leg. I believe those minions.
And now it is Dragon Soul availability. Damage taken, really high number there for Bono at 35k, but Ixu's certainly up there himself. So this is going to be a fight around the Cloud Soul. 4 seconds until she lands, as well as
everyone's
off to
going
the side
somewhere.
does land a decent Cocoon. As Secret tanks up most of the culling. They have lost a lot of their buttons on KT's side. That Cocoon goes wide, though. That's the one you really wanted to land dredge line. Not going to find the Marcus. Kuro looking for the re-engage. Nice double knock-up. Is going to come in as Ixu's tanking a lot of damage. Hasn't fallen. Just yet. Bullet time! Eviscerates KT! As Soan and Kuro both leave instantly. Aiming.
I think that's
finds
the game.
himself in amongst everyone, and the victim of a triple kill on Hybrid side. Finally, this AD carry actually getting some kills. And now this ultimate movement speed may actually just allow APK to walk towards the enemy nexus a little bit faster.
And so it's 45 seconds. And this was the same mistake 6 times in a row. They keep trying to engage into APK, and when you do that and grant the Misfortune and the Syndra, the Phalanx.
Tucson buying some time here, but it's not going to buy them any sort of game victory. That's the ace, unofficial quadra kill there as well in the end for Hybrid, as the Nexus does go down. And LS's prediction, in fact, his red script did state correctly that APK go up 1-0. Oh, who
You know what?
the
Drafts
heck
just
gets the
don't matter.
player of the game?
Drafts do not matter.
I can find a secret.
It has to be Alawi.
Does it?
I think so. Too much damage. Oh, no, wait. Hold on. Is it? Man, vote yourself.
Oh, heck. I'll give it to Misfortune.
It could honestly be anyone. Yeah, it could be Misfortune because the enemy team clumps up and gets hit by 5-man bullet
they all focus the very dangerous Alawi, and their bullet time kills everyone.
And the thing about that is that KT team composition, the way that it should be getting piloted and conducted inside of that game is pulling the APK team apart, abusing how immobile it is.
Yeah.
And then also, they should never be using Ornn offensively into the opponent they should be waiting for APK to try to come into them and using defensive horn ults, because that causes them to scatter. It makes Misfortune have a much harder time at positioning, causes Syndra to be also a little bit wonky, and it also causes the Alawi to oftentimes be separated from her teammates because they're trying to avoid things. So, just KT, a complete absence of what their team comp was supposed to do. Everyone's skill shots were just going every which way there.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's pretty accurate representation of this series so far, to be honest. Kuro was landing actually some decent ults, and I really liked his timings for a lot of his engages. But honestly, like, the amount of coordination left more to be desired than I ever want from an LCK game.
Yeah.
As aiming just gets completely crowded out and destroyed. And that was the one team fight that actually meant anything. Gigantic damage once again.
This is the kind of game
from Hybrid
that makes me think that team compositions, lane matchups, etc., they're just not going to matter in the traditional sense. We saw Lucian inevitably start losing to an Alawi inside of laning phase.
I mean, that says something for Ixu as a player, though, because he picks Alawi because he knows most matchups, right? He spams unorthodox champions and is really, really talented at these picks, and he's able to make them work. And he did it. I mean, it wasn't done in the lane either. He chose the Alawi so that he could win the game, not the lane.
Yeah.
And I like a player that can do that, because that shows that you've transitioned your solo queue mindset into winning the LCK matches. Haven't necessarily been able to do it that much, but their third win just came in, and now an opportunity for a 2-0 after the break.
걸렸다 얘들아. 야, 오케이.
천천히. 아 이거 좋아.
미드로. 야, 우진아.
좋았다.
사랑해. 그래, 어땠어?
아, 나이스, 형님.
나한테 공 막았지? 왜 이렇게 잘해? 오케이, 나이스. 자, 내가 생각해.
아, 근데 천천히야, 무조건 끝나.
얘 뒤로부터.
야, 브람 노플이야, 브람 노플.
알았어. 목소리 죽여.
야, 브람 돼.
야, 딱 돼, 너. 일로 와. 너도 일로 와. 다 와. 너 뭘 쳐다봐? 스턴 걸어, 임마. 나이스. 쳐다보지 마.
아, 나이스.
그래, 앞길을 막지 마. 우리도 좀 이겨보자.
그래, 우리.
우리도 좀 이겨보자.
You're ancient. You're actually just a fossil.
That was the game number 1, KT versus APK. There was no back for both teams, and APK was the one getting the first win of the series. Let's talk about draft first. Compared to last series, well, this one, I mean, both teams, we could see how desperate they were. So they were like, every time they made an eye contact, they just went in, committed in for the fight. So it was really exciting to watch. So the cards that each team picked up was really interesting. KT sort of got the easy comp, but APK went with the harder one, the difficult one. With Olaf and J4 banned out, they let KT took the B1 Ornn. However, instead of Sejuani, they took Elise and then got Illaoi on top lane. And when they had MF, they actually went with Nautilus instead of Braum. So I think APK focused on getting the picks they actually prefer and that they are confident at. So there were several points to go through in this game. So some people say Elise has this moment when she starts to kind of roast because she has to make a lot of plays in the early phase, and Korean fans always say like there is an expiration time for Elise. However, when Flawless had nothing to do in this point of the game, he got this lucky kill out of Sejuani. So if the game went really easy and without any action, Sejuani was definitely having a winning moment in the later phase. However, Elise got the kill, and then very stylishly that he kind of interrupted the Ornn ultimate with the Cocoon, so he was able to walk out alive. Well, had that Ornn ult got the knockup, but Elise, Flawless was definitely dead over there, but with that interesting dodge with his skill sets, he was able to survive. So, because it was always an easier fight for Elise at that point of game, actually Bono should have just leave the Scuttle Crab or called for Ornn earlier. And then there was this fantastic team fight pulled up by APK players. So Flawless actually went in out of the KT roster's vision. So he was not hesitating going in for that fight, and every member of APK was on the same page. We could see how focused they were on this team fight, and the level of communication was really clean. The engage coming after the Nautilus crowd control, followed by massive AoE from Illaoi and MF, actually was an easy win for APK. So let's check out the player of the game for the game number 1. So speaking of the team's coordination, you know, APK this time around, this game was on a higher level. They looked like a team. We also want to talk about the Braum's rune choice. I really want to mention this as a support player because, well, he didn't really go with the typical Guardian. He actually went for a very interesting rune choice. So with the Unsealed Spellbook, well, so KT could have 3 smites, including the Ornn's Unsealed Spellbook, but actually KT players was not able to pull off any meaningful performance with that rune choice. And Guardian actually takes about 2 to 3k damage. So when the opponent has Syndra, actually it's better to go for the Guardian to absorb much more damage as possible. So I do not think that was the ideal choice of rune by Tusin. I have no idea because I'm jungler, you know. We only go for smite, so I cannot give you any specific comments about his choice over here. Once again, let's check out the POG from APK. We got TP on cooldown, so we weren't able to load the graphic. But Hybrid was the one picking up that POG.
한타 때마다 e스포츠
One death on MF,
다 갈랐어요.
and he actually did about 43k damage on MF.
궁극기로 좋은 장면을 만들어요.
He was in a very secure and safe position whenever he used his ultimate. Tusin maybe was able to block some of his ultimates with Braum's shield, however, Braum was always knocked up by engagements, or he was always getting so many damage out of Ilaoi, so he didn't really have the chance to interrupt MF ultimate.
야, 정말 사르르 녹는 모습들이 많이
So with
나왔네요.
every ultimate, every KT player is melted down.
서포터 많이 갈렸습니다.
But we have a lot of choice of side votes here as well.
경기도 기대해 보도록
I guess
하겠습니다.
all
이제
5 members of
세트
APK were doing a great job.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020, where I, Atlas, am joined by LS, aka Leaked Script, who has totally ruined the excitement of the APK 2-0.
I mean, I didn't mean to.
You told us at the beginning of the series, man. This was supposed to be an exciting
Well,
match.
You probably would too, if you. No, I'm sorry, you didn't watch that one with me.
No, I didn't.
The first series. You remember that
Yeah,
one?
no.
No.
Are you talking about Voldemort again? Stop it.
Listen, Alice.
Well, Malrung is going to be swapping in here in the fashion that has become a trend here for KT. Not sure whether he's actually going to be able to do much more than what Bono did, but we'll see whether the fresh eyes are going to help. We'll see what Harai has been cooking for KT in order to get them back into this series. APK, though, now on the blue side, not going to be able to do that counter-picking shenanigans. See what their first pick options are going to be.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be Lucian getting banned by APK, which is so surprising. Soraka now responded by KT.
Understandable. One of our successful top lane Soraka players is Ixu, the other one being Cuvee, of course. The set also going to bite the dust. I think we're looking for an Ornn B1.
You know what's so hilarious is that Ornn is so strong, and yet we're seeing champions like Set, Lucian, and, well, I guess the Alawi is understandable,
But if you ban Alawi, then, I mean, the B1 Ornn feels even better, right?
Yeah.
Because, of course...
But KT can't play the Alawi.
No, they can't.
So if you B1 Ornn, you're fine anyway.
That's what I mean. They've actually banned 2 Ornn counters already, as the Aphelios is going to be banned next.
What happens
so
if
if Ornn
APK
isn't picked, thank God, jeepers, I was about to say that I was going to leave, and I can't leave. That's your job.
Oh.
I can't do that.
I'm waiting for the day that you do that.
I don't think I'm allowed to, you know, like, because I'm the play-by-play guy, happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, so
just
play by
enjoying
play,
everything.
you know, left foot, right foot. You know?
I am placing my feet in front of the other. I am almost at the train station.
I have put my shoes back on.
I have got an extension cord for my headphones.
As Olaf, right now, looking like it's going to be the lock-in, and so I think that we have some sinners.
Well, this is what
coming out.
Malrung is certainly very good at and known for. As you can see him on your screen right there. Think about what he's going to pick away for KT. Misfortune and Aphelios both banned has certainly widened the amount of champions you can utilize, as So1 is thinking about putting the Ornn in the death realm, potentially. But of course, Kuro could be playing that Mordekaiser in the mid lane. We'll have to see how this KT team composition does round out. Now, Flawless could be grabbing a jungler for himself here, but APK could also go down the Xayah Rakan route, and that looks to be exactly where they're going.
And if they do end up just locking it in,
Give me that Morgana. Where is it?
we could just see Ezreal here on B3, or R3.
That is a good point. Aiming is a decent Ezreal player. Ezreal very strong on this patch. But in the hands of Ezreal players, of course.
Yeah. Let's see if he does end up getting...
Whoa! That ain't Ezreal. LS just gave me a look that I hope you never see. The amount of sadness in the eyes of this man. Oh dear.
All right. Well, I don't want to get on that boat.
Sir Thomas Kenchins. Sorry, Timothy Kenchins.
Yeah.
Just young Squire Timothy Kenchins.
They ban Jarvan even though they have Tom. So they can eat the target out of the Cataclysm.
Oh,
And the
Varus
Jarvan
also
is a
banned.
vacuum counter to the Olaf.
Uh-huh.
Not a jungler that they should really be all that afraid of, given the champions that they have.
I assume Lee Sin or Rek'Sai are going to be banned here. See where they do actually decide to go on KT's side. As Kiana going to be taken off the board. Ezreal should be the ban here by APK, but we'll see where they do decide to go. And there it is. So, Ezreal off the board, aiming having to go deep into his champion pool. This is certainly an option though. Pairs decently well with the Tahm Kench.
Well, it's a neutralizing bot lane as well. It's very hard to accrue advantages against it. Now, the thing that is a little bit counterintuitive is Mordekaiser incentivizes Quicksilver Sashes.
As does Ashe.
As does Ashe.
Oh, but
So-
you can never have two. So you throw an arrow,
Wow.
get the QSS cooldown, Death Realm. Or Death Realm, get the QSS cooldown,
You
arrow.
are such a 5-head.
Am I not? Oh. Locking it down. It's flawless. Back to his Lee Sin. See whether it works this time. It left a lot to be desired. When he first debuted it here in the LCK, I was very excited and was swiftly not so excited after that. Currently a 0% win rate with a 0.9 KDA. As Secret, what are we going to round out this comp with? As we're going as standard as you like with the Syndra being locked in here. You can understand it for a blind mid lane, and also Kane had a pretty good performance in game 1.
And
As
now,
Kuro, what has he been cooking?
curious actually how he's going to try to approach this counter. Watch him actually, okay, self-counterpicked himself. What? But then, on top of self-counterpicking himself, KT with the... I have no idea. Everyone on APK wants to get a QSS.
Yeah.
And Merc Treads now.
Yeah.
Which works against all 3 of KT's primary carries.
But what if you build a Morellonomicon? Doesn't that counter everything that they're doing? I'm pretty sure that just hard counters APK. I think APK have got themselves a very tried and true composition. No worries there. KT have some tough times ahead of them from what I can see. The jungle is going to be all the more important for that reason. And Malrung's going to have the early impact of all of his early impacts. He did it for a long time on Jin Air. He was able to actually create advantages. They never won, but he was able to create advantages. And maybe now, with KT having some new blood in the roster in the form of some veterans of the LCK, in Tucson especially, and Kuro, but aiming as well, has been around for a couple of years now.
Well,
still looking a bit dicey though, LS, on the KT side of things. I think someone must have got excited somewhere. It was not us, I guarantee that. But someone must have done it.
Honestly, the KT team composition just looks like something straight out of solo queue.
Did Emily Rand recently have a KT party or something like that? Is that what happened?
No
Was it
idea.
Emily's fault? She's often one of our very excited people, but so far she's been pretty upset with KT. So, I don't even know anymore. I don't know anymore. See whether they can pilot it. If they win with this comp, then my goodness, that's going to be like.
I think that's
maybe that's actually time for excitement.
Okay. And then you cause them to lose. That looks like what's the Pokemon? Mischievous.
Oh, Misdreavus.
Misdreavus.
Yeah.
What a great skin on Zoe that is. Personally, I've never seen it before.
It's pretty cool.
I definitely
It actually
like
looks
it.
like an IG Zoe skin.
Yeah, I think
because it's got like that that white and gray look to it.
I think after this, I'm gonna go home and charge RP onto my account.
Oh yeah.
Just so that I could get it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Wait, so you just go into the store in your League of Legends account?
That's what you do.
Like after you've opened the client, and it's
Correct.
right there for you in the client?
Correct.
And then you can just play with that skin immediately afterwards, assuming Zoe isn't banned in your game of League of Legends?
For the price that it was, yes.
Oh my goodness, that is so convenient.
And you know what? I don't even think I have Zoe, but fortunately, I can get her too.
Oh, what? And that's also just a small price of RP? Or possibly blue crystals? If you have enough accrued, which of course you have, because you've been playing too much League of Legends, much like all of us. As we're going to start this game with a Paddle Star, and Flawless going to start this game with an enemy red buff, as he had that ward prepared the entire time. No vision actually available here for KT, so it might actually screw up the jungle paths, but it's just going to be mirrored starts. As you can see, Malrang also towards the bottom side. Aiming and Tucson playing very aggressively. You can see last game, yeah, that was not what they wanted.
Well, Hybrid and Secret losing so much HP early on, and they're not done yet.
Yeah, they're zoned out of XP.
Aiming did take a lot of damage, though, from minions. And so it's not the end of the world. Flawless up here doing red into golems. And we'll see what he ends up doing as a mix-up.
Well, he lost his Raptors on the other side, so it's actually a gentleman's agreement, yeah?
About this is that Mordekaiser doesn't actually beat Ornn if the Ornn is good. And
I feel like no one actually beats Ornn.
No one does beat Ornn. Well, a few people beat Ornn.
Okay, like who?
Well, Soraka.
Oh, right, that's true. But does anyone beat Soraka? I don't think so.
Mages.
Yep.
See? That's the Holy Trinity.
Well, do you know who I'm starting to think beats Xayah?
Ash?
Aiming and Tucson when they're angry. Seems to be a Xayah counter. As you can see how aggressively Aiming is allowed to play. Because Tucson is just right there with the Devour. Can deny turret shots, things like that.
Really good.
Play all the way up.
CS thing. And, okay, so we don't have Pro View, and we weren't getting a lot of camera pans to mid lane. But I can tell you with absolute certainty that Kaney messed up waves 1, 2, and 3. Because the lane should never look like this against Zoe, if you're playing right. And also, the mana, I mean, we said this in game number 1, right? It always looked like Kaney was...
Bubble misses. Oh, not going to get the stun, though. Great sidestep from Kuro, but still. It's going to be a health trade that Kuro loses, but a mana trade that he wins.
And so Kuro out of potions. Kaney still has one available, but very low on mana. And Kuro, he cut the recall off. So Kaney gonna pop his last potion here, probably try to expend all of it to shove this wave in. And if he does that, he might actually be able to recall and double amp tome. Give him a lot of power against Zoe.
Ixuak absolutely smashed that trade. As basically his full combo after the brittle was put down. Bellows Breath.
Yeah, and you can see what Kuro's doing in synergy with the Ash Arrow.
Oh, Malrang up here towards the top side. Yeah, you're exactly
Stop the recall. We can see that on the mini-map, and so now Kaney has...
the power of Hawkeye.
Yeah. Kaney is in a really rough spot, and this is what you get when you mismanage your lane. Also, just went for a QE on Zoe instead of just pushing the wave.
Yep, and now he's going to lose that experience as well as he moves on back. Ixu, however, has been playing this lane probably the best that I've seen him lane in a very long time.
There's a freeze for Zoe, I believe.
That's if she wants it. Sorcerer's Shoe is going to be picked up, so Kaney not out of the woods as far as the mana issues are concerned just yet.
The real action is on the minimap, Atlas.
Oh yeah, I can see it. Look at all those pings.
Don't look at the screen, look at the minimap. We're going to cast from this.
I mean, someone has to look at the screen because look at that. Grand Entrance comes in and Aiming gets knocked up. Imagine if I hadn't have said that. No one would have known. Oh wait, are you saying that everyone can see
The Korean
what's
casters
happening?
are laughing at you.
Oh no, not again.
Yeah, it's your fault if this goes to 3 games.
Well, I mean, according to Castle John, it always is my fault. Games go to 3 games.
So, right now, Sohan, I'm not sure what his HP is. I think that's about 650. So, Sohan is 1 Q away. If... Wait. No, he has more than that now. Okay. Ixu's actually very close to getting him in lethal.
He's just going to breathe some hot air on him, as you could see just there with the Bellows Breath. And some of these obliterates are actually starting to land, which is good news. Ixu able to trade pretty cleanly with his Catalyst now completed, though. Malrung going to be taking this Rift Scuttler before considering anything like a dragon.
Sword Pen Boots was picked up by Syndra as her first item.
Yep.
Helps her get back to the lane faster, and now she's just going to use this to sustain into Lost Chapter and utilizing the second blue buff once it ends up coming up. On the even though we're not really seeing it, we're looking at bot lane right now, it's important to pay attention to top lane. Because if Soan's HP falls into the 700-ish area up in top, then if Ixu knows the Ornn combo, Soan's just dead.
Well, I don't know whether he used the ult because that's not currently on screen. Soan is going to back away. Malrung takes down the Cloud Drake as Drake #1. Ocean Drake going to be the second. We have either Mountain Drake or the Infernal Drake as our souls this game, which is either of them going to be very useful. Probably Mountain being a little bit better for that of APK, but both teams really wanting the Infernal Drake. So Zyra can't have stabilized, as you can see. They're in fact ahead, I think, after they... No, even.
The thing here is Soan's actually down 21 CS. Now he's going to get a couple of CS here underneath this turret. Didn't use his teleport. And the only upside is KT. They do have two champions that can really utilize that ult CDR early because they don't itemize CDR. So Ashe and Mordekaiser.
Yep.
Able to use that Cloud Drake, but Abyssal Mask coming in first. And that's another thing that I guess I didn't really talk about is the Abyssal Mask on Ornn. Such insane value against the Mordekaiser, Zoe, Tom, and even the Ashe, Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yeah, it does magic damage.
Does deal magic damage.
As does Tongue Lash.
Yeah.
You know?
I
think about all these things.
Yeah. No? Okay.
What? Oh,
No, I'm sorry. No, sorry for breathing.
You mumbled a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe I'm not listening.
Yeah.
That might be it.
That's fine. It's fine, Atlas.
It's getting a little late, isn't it? As Ixu probably could have gone the other direction and done a lot of damage to Soan there, but instead he decides to take the more cool, calm, and collected route. You'll notice, everyone, that he hasn't taken a Barmy Cindy yet. Obviously wanting to freeze this lane if he can get it into an ideal scenario. As Flawless is in trouble, but Safeguard's going to get him out of the way, and Kenny's just going to tank up. All right, Kick Flash coming down as there's the Unleashed Power. Oh, just the tip as Ixu's going to put him in the ground. Portal Jump, no! He's going to deny it. As in goes Malrung, he's still looking for more. A lot of damage now for this Ornn, who's taking matters into his own hands right at the end of that Ragnarok. Gets the knock-up, but not enough to actually grab the kill for anyone right here. Almost a full trade of Summoner Spell.
Yeah, what a close call. Ashe Arrow, point blank range, what? I think, yeah, even Tom doesn't know what's going on right now.
Yeah, you gotta test it. Gotta test it.
I have no clue what that just was. I think aiming is tilted.
I think that was an Ashe Arrow. That's all I have for you. That's my follow-up.
Well, yeah, the arrow's gonna come back up soon enough. Let's take a look at this. Kuro coming in here, getting kicked.
괜찮을 것 같아. 갔다 이거.
He's up dodging.
Oh man, he dodged the
나
Q
산 거
from
같은데?
Syndra
나
damage.
살았어. 너 조심해라.
Listen, I live. Be careful.
Oh my god. That was, that should have been way worse. That was about the only way you could have timed that correctly, as Q lands somehow. Flawless wasn't even ready for that. But Soan moving on down. Tucson making a roam up. They're expecting a bit of a battle here. But Syndra was on a reset, so this is really dangerous for APK. Call of the Forge God on cooldown still, as is the Dragon Rage kick, but not for too much. Sorry,
they're gonna respect it.
As
Secret,
yeah,
here as
dive
well.
on in, and Tucson just goes straight back down towards the bottom side to trade this for some turret plates. But that's exactly what Shelly means. She means turret plates in a lane that you want them. We'll see where Flawless is actually going to go with this. As Ixu has the opportunity to teleport down if you would like to. Hybrid with teleport as well, but it is on cooldown, and Ixu's actually just going to walk on over there, wanting to save the teleport for a more reactionary one, and not wanting to walk into any sort of four-man dive, because of course there are a couple of members that are invisible on this map right now. Ixu will turn up before the last couple of turret plates have gone down.
And at this point, you know that Ornn, very close to Abyssal Mask, also going to end up getting the Merc Treads there. Ornn ultimate coming out, not really sure what...
He's clearing a minion wave with it.
Yeah, I guess, okay.
Pair
Definitely.
with the Q, it does work out relatively well as Secret. Sorry. Yeah, Secret's just going to be bouncing around. He, in fact, has Eye of the Herald.
Now, it looks like Ornn is going to die down here in bot lane. Oh, ends up actually sniffing out. Not going to be...
The Spidey senses tingling there as Hybrid and Flawless both going to take the money from this one. Flawless wanting to keep scaling into a mid-game where he's not going to be useless.
And they're going to get first turret of the game.
Wow, winning the race with Shelly.
Yeah. Ornn building Merc Treads, just in case maybe anything gets a little bit dicey down here. Ocean Dragon is up. Second charge, I believe, is going to hit.
Yeah. Actually, maybe some damage availability here as well, as Flawless does have the flanking position. So on trying to clear out the minions as Obliterate gets soaked by the Guardian.
Oh!
And okay, Q's going to land from Flawless, but doesn't actually go in. He had kick available.
Yeah, I just that
probably not worth it.
Yeah, Mordecai cancel it with the Death Realm, yep. And Hybrid ends up getting the second turret in top lane. And, you know, I always talk about it, that's often a luxury turret. You normally don't get access to that unless you have the Baron buff.
But it's a money turret as well, and you can see Hybrid, gets all of that money, turns it into Berserker's Greaves and Essence Reaver quite early for the Xayah, and has accelerated past aiming, who's still yet to complete the Blade of the Ruin King. I like the decision out of APK, who now find themselves...
Ornn engages and then poking in long range.
That's the flash
of Syndra.
Oh my goodness, look at this flanking teleport from Ixu. He's going to have to call the Ornn Horn, but the arrow's going to miss. This could be the team fight. Quickness flies on through, but it's a trade 1-for-1 as Flawless has found the Zoe. But Kuro is able to make it out. Now Morong is going to land the undertow. Q lands there from Flawless. Battlestar collected on the way through to battle on two fronts, but that was an exciting one. Bottom side, Kuro just absolutely outplaying Flawless.
And so Kaney and Flawless end up dying. So
in trade for actually just Tucson, so that worked out in KT's favor.
Yeah.
And a pretty massive swing, in fact, about 1,000 gold. Going to be switched back on KT's side, and now it's them with about a 200 gold lead. Mountain Soul is the soul that we have available for ourselves now.
We're
going to see how he does.
Kaney trying to run up to top lane, and realistically, there's no reason to do this. They know that they have the victory up there. Kuro gets the heal activation, and Flawless.
Oh, I hated that being slow motion. It was so depressing.
Ends up being killed, and you, again, see this on the minimap. There's no reason for Syndra to be running up the way that she is. You just push in mid lane at this point, you can end up getting turret plates. Also the minion wave if Zoe goes up there, because it's already looking like it's easily a 1-for-0, but if you end up going 1-for-1, it's still a win for you if you get XP and plates in mid.
Good point. The Ornn hasn't finished the Abyssal Masks just yet. Probably going to be coming out relatively soon. Searing Charge will get Ixu away from Kuro. Kuro's in a great spot now. Still very even on the farm, but 1-0-1 and a Zoe moving into a mid game with any sort of advantage is a frightening prospect. Kuro has been, in the past, a pretty good Zoe player. Hasn't found exactly the success on the Zoe so far in this season of the LCK, like we wanted to see from him. We'll see whether this game is going to be able to change that. Another arrow comes in and Hybrid just caught out of position. The stun doesn't last for long enough because, of course, the range was not quite there as Blade Caller will clear out the minions. Hybrid survives for now. He wants a QSS ASAP.
A minute and a half until the dragon ends up coming up. So they still have a little bit of time. No Abyssal Mask yet completed. Very strange.
Yeah.
As he even picked up a cloth armor. So we'll see what ends up going on here. Now, if the LCK is going to stay true to course, we're going to have an Oblivion Orb picked up on Syndra next in the face of magic resistances.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Being picked up by KT.
I didn't even need to talk about it. Zoe's also going to collect one. It's just how things work. It's one of those, okay, Ixu gonna flash. And still hit by the bubble, but Bellows Breath is a hell of an ability. He's going to be able to use that to get out of the way. Clears the control ward as well as KT. Looking for Shirley, trying to even up the Rift Herald numbers, and they should be able to do so with all of their control towards this top side of the map. Kaney here does have Cleanse. Not going to help him. Okay, Ixu gonna flash. And still hit by the bubble, but Bellows Breath is a hell of an ability. He's going to be able to use that to get out of the way. Clears the control ward as well as KT. Looking for Shirley, trying to even up the Rift Herald numbers, and they should be able to do so with all of their control towards this top side of the map. Kaney here does have Cleanse. Not going to help him get out of a Death Realm or anything like that. As yeah, Shirley does fall. Wallace is making his way down, so on. Sensing it, we'll just go back. Another minion wave's going to come in. APK will lock that one down. So the outer, well actually, the third turret goes down. Outer and mid still up.
Yeah. Shuttle Crab will be picked up by APK. That can be really valuable for the fight, but if Secret dies for nothing.
Oof, the bubble was very, very close.
It'll be all for naught, yeah.
Outer in the mid also going down there as Ixu unable to find the Bellows Breath onto Shirley. Shirley is going to be taken down before she gets her secondary charge. Hawk shot. Flying on in is a very valuable tool for KT in these moments as Ixu has been gifted a flanking position.
Yeah.
Call of the Forge got available, but no flashes there. So on. Not sure why he was walking there as Flawless. Easy able to lock down that kill. Wrong place, wrong time, and disconnected from his team in its entirety.
This is going to be really, really sad for KT. Ornn, who's got 6 armor and I think 5 magic resist, so...
Well, that's only going to get worse.
That's... Well, yeah, it'll end up getting way bigger later on, so probably end up equating to about 780, 800 plus gold maybe for Ornn in the way later stages of the game, but...
And the ornaments are only going to increase that as well. As, yeah. Good night, Sweet Maud. I believe that was actually blind, so shout-outs to APK. That control ward wasn't actually there yet.
There's the Oblivion Orb on Syndra. Yep. So let me get another photo.
No, take the photo when it's a book. Come on, don't get ahead of yourself.
All right.
Because if he builds Void Staff after this, then he's just trying to kill aiming in one rotation.
That's fine.
Which I actually think is genius. Also, Mordekaiser doesn't have
any
yet either.
This is a Mountain Soul game.
True.
So, in this game, if APK keeps getting these resistances, it's going to become so hard for the Ashe and the Zoe to realistically deal damage.
And the Mordekaiser. Of course, Mordekaiser and Ashe are really their consistent damage dealers on this team, given Mordekaiser's passive and the damage potential on that one, standing alongside the Liandry's. Zoe more of that burst style. But none of them really true AoE or anything like that, as far as Grievous wounds is concerned. Like, even if there was healing, wouldn't be great. As in goes Ixu. Devour going to be used by Tucson as aiming. He answers back with an arrow of his own. Ixu gets out of there, though. Really beautifully with the buffered Searing Charge. And now the dive into the backline is on as So-On throws out the Death Realm, but Hybrid's just fighting him 1v1. So-On not wanting it whatsoever. And a gentleman's agreement ensues. And a few ultimates are going to be scattered. Otherwise, both teams agree to disengage.
Yeah, and Mordekaiser just not quite strong enough to really 1v1. So ended up selecting Hybrid, which is a little bit surprising. Baron is up. KT not going to be able to take it or even attempt to take it, I don't think, right now.
Not at 20 minutes, not with the confidence they have. Ashe will be good at it later on.
Yep, Mordekaiser as well with Leondra's Torment. No, this is where the Ornn items are going to start coming in soon.
So we need, we need Kaney to go straight towards Irabidans right now. That's what we need.
If you're a fan of Ornn.
Yep. Or if you're a fan of having more stats.
Yeah.
You know, that would also be a reason. The Ornn hasn't actually upgraded any of his own items just yet, so not a huge deal. Ixu tanking that arrow was pretty impressive, as we're going to have a look at Hybrid's time in the Death Realm. As he very much wants to take this, but he walks all the way back to the rest of his team.
A little surprising. He actually, when Mordekaiser had showed that they weren't going to fight, and when he was saying he wasn't going to fight, he didn't seem to look at any of his teammates' monitors, which was a little surprising.
That has been a thing that's happened a couple of times. Allegedly. I haven't seen myself, so I wouldn't actually know. So we've got our first Ornn upgrade. Secret has taken his first arrow to the face, and he didn't like it very much. Battle Dance going to get him out of there as Keen finds his own orb, throws it onto Tucson as Trouble Bubble goes wide. Oh no, that's a void. That's a blasting one. So.
You already know, Atlas.
I know, I'm very
Get the
sad.
camera ready.
Molten Edge can be built next, so that's great.
Yes, and then Black Cleaver is going to be the item to follow.
As well as the Fireforge Cape, which is a very nice one, as damn, Kuro is taking this game, putting it on his back, and doing the very best he can with it. APK do have a slight lead, but this is the realm of Zoe right now as Secret. Grand Entrance and Battle Dance gets him around that little geometry equation there in the mid lane as aiming, throwing out the autos. They're scary when that Q has been applied, but not so much just yet.
35 seconds.
Starting to hit real hard.
Until the Mountain Dragon is up, and that's another really, really big objective for APK to try to ensure that they get. Really going to help out the Ornn and the Lee Sin, as well as even the Rakan.
Bottom side minion wave is actually fantastic for APK in this instance. Top side, not so much, but they're not fighting around the Baron at this point. So 7 seconds time, they will have entire ownership of this Dragon area. And getting 4 Mountain Drakes, man, for this composition would feel so good.
Oh, Ornn's stats would be so gross.
Yeah.
As they're bursting it.
Yeah, the Ornn Horn, they're actually looking for a re-engage at the same time. Can they do it all is the question. As Secret quickness into the backline, and the arrow is going to snag him undertow. Doesn't actually work, as now Flawless was looking for a bit of an insect play, but doesn't find Soan with the kick. In fact, it's still off cooldown. Threw in the Death Realm, but was unable to find anything with it. And he also has an Oblivion Orb.
And they both do. And the thing about this...
You sound so upset.
I really am. So, the magic resistance is being amplified by APK. The fact that they're going to pick up MR. Why are you getting Magic Pen? There is...
Engagement onto Soan. Yep, Devour is going to come in. The Q somehow lands onto Tucson, as there's the kick back onto aiming, but he's got flash. Flawless didn't. Well, actually he did. He used it for the engagement and just throws away his life. It looked sexy. I don't know whether it was a great maneuver, though. That was a hijack flash there from Kuro.
Completely useless Lee Sin. Flash for no reason whatsoever. All of their jungle camps are up. They have a side wave in top that they need to handle. They're looking for a reset. They've been sitting on so much gold. It's just completely pointless. Even if you end up killing aiming there, you don't necessarily get the Baron by any means.
Yeah, and you also need to get Tucson's flash if that's going to be a win anyway. So as we have a look at the team fight, as soon as the aggro went onto Secret, I liked that he tried to get out of there. The arrow snagging him. Mercury's Treads helps him there also.
And Malrang just not able to do anything in that as well. And just take a look at this fight. It's over. There's no reason to push on. APK can easily turn around. They have a top wave coming in. All the jungle camps are coming up. And for some reason, Flawless just wants to commit a 5-minute cooldown to get 300 gold. That is not necessary to end the game. And I'm getting the camera out for this one. That's going on Instagram.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So
your Instagram account is going to be so packed when you first make it. My
about
God.
This is the enemy team has 2 Mountain Drakes, so they're getting amplified resistances, but then they're going to get QSSs later in the game. So the 15 magic penetration that you're getting from Morello is irrelevant, and there's no healing on the side of APK.
Yeah.
There was... I don't know.
Well, there's also a couple of people knocked up on the side of KT and a dead Tahm Kench. Timothy Kenshins heads to the Death Realm, and APK heads to the inner turret in mid lane. We should talk to River about Timothy Kenshins as well, and Sir
Yeah.
Thomas Kench.
Just put Nemesis's photo there.
Yeah, that's what needs to happen.
Yeah.
Bubble lands onto the on, but he just bellows breaths it away. And so on is splitting on the bottom side. Baron's still available. And we've got a Mountain Drake spawning in 1 minute and 50 seconds. But now the Drakes have been evened up, and as more and more of these mountains come in, it's just the worst feeling. For a Zoe that was trying to hard carry the game by herself, it's exactly the Drake you do not want your team that you're against to be stacking. Now Hybrid. No
And
QSS
Hybrid
in
can
hand.
beat him 1v1.
Well, he's going to try to. Can't get hit by all of the abilities as Death Realm does come in, and he's just dead. The 1v1 was so easy from this quite fed Xayah.
And I'm thinking that what really did him in there was he didn't have the Morello to reduce the healing on the Doron shield.
Oh, that's true.
So I think that's what was making that fight really close.
Yeah, I think maybe if you check in the precision tree of the runes as well, I think maybe the lifeline one was there, giving the lifesteal.
Right, so now that he completed the Morello...
It's actually compounded just how valuable that Morello is. You should probably take a photo
I mean,
of that.
take a look at this right here. Look at Xayah's healing. Yeah, she healed about 120, I believe.
Yeah.
During all of that, so...
I think she absolutely took enough damage to die with that one obliterate that was able to be landed.
Yeah.
And now we are 800 gold away from QSS, so that is the last time Hybrid is going to be able to just have fun in the Death Realm. And actually, to be honest, I wouldn't build a QSS this game. I'd just keep building damage because you want to be taken to the Death Realm. Sounds good to have a free kill. There's another one coming in. The Call of the Forge God will get aiming out of the way of it, but Tucson should be falling here. Oh god, the Tahm Kench dying so quickly. So I believe that was Kuro in amongst everything with a portal jump. It's Trouble Bubble very close to the backside of Kaney.
This is another Mountain Dragon that's coming up. Look at Ornn's resistances right now at 14. This is only with 2 items.
And they're so rounded as well. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
Oh, just so evenly spread. There's double magic damage, double physical damage on KT's side. Oh, love to see it. As there is the third Mountain Drake, and there is legitimate stacking of stats right now. I mean, that was like 10 of each, right?
Right, and
there,
they're threatening
more. As
Mountain
aiming's
Soul.
dead.
Yeah, aiming is dead.
Some double lift lane positioning from a very long time ago. I don't think he makes that mistake anymore as aiming. He's going to get flash devoured by Tucson, but it might be giving away more as Hybrid takes things into his own hands. The Blade Call is going to be there. It rips through the Tahm Kench as now Sohan has Keeney on the back line. A Secret now very low, but he is still going to be all right. Hybrid finally died, but in goes Flawless, in goes Ixu. Great stun onto Sohan, but he's not dead yet. Corrode picks up the Q, and Flawless gets revenge. It is going to be Secret falling down as Kaney cleanses nothing, and there's the orb that's going to seal Malrong's fate, but not after he grabs a double kill. Sohan, the last man standing against Ixu and Flawless.
And what a bloody team fight that is going to all end up resulting in a really big win for APK at the end of the day. We're taking a look at this past replay. The Ornn Ram comes out. Tahm is not able to do anything. Malrong just forced to sit there. Eventually Ragnarok and run away. Aiming caught out here in top lane. Abyssal Boy, as you can see. Tushin running to get into range. Teleport comes in. Tushin even commits a flash for this. As the exhaust comes down onto Hybrid. Like you said, takes matters into his own hands. Malrong got on top of him. Death Realm was cast onto Keeney. As Secret ends up running away. Flawless lands the kick onto Sohan. Doesn't get the bounce back into Malrong, but then lands the fadeaway. You know the Mortal Kombat thing, like the whoopsie? You know what I'm talking about? That's exactly what Kuro was just thinking.
Stuck in my head.
As Liu Kang just jumped right on him.
It's the bicycle legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite abilities.
And they need to make a Liu Kang Lee Sin skin.
Is one of them Liu Kang-ish?
No, I don't think so.
I don't even have
or
one
just
of those,
get a Kung Lao one.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, like
I mean, there are a lot of options for Lee Sin skins that come out of Mortal Kombat.
High Noon is like the cowboyish hats and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Let's make a High Noon Lee Sin skin.
Well, I mean, if think about like the easiest chroma possible. It's like the Scorpion version. You could make that a Lee Sin skin. Scorpion, like reptile, like
That's
Sub-Zero.
Shen.
I mean, I guess, yeah, Shen. But no,
Atlas.
but after the rework, it's
I don't
not
wanna hear
Shen
it.
anymore.
I don't want to hear it.
It's not Shen anymore after the rework. There is now space for it. Once again, as I've seen this play before, honestly, as Tusen's going to get engaged on, immediately taken down with Devour off cooldown as someone puts someone in the death round, but honestly, it doesn't matter. He's just wandering around, waiting to die. He's so anemic on this Mordekaiser, and APK, they'll walk to the Baron, and it's looking like the 2-0 that was written down in the script.
So APK, right now, they're looking like they're going to get the Baron for free. Malrong does not have Flash. There's not a Blast Cone that's available. Secret.
Oh, I thought
Absorbs
Kuro
the
was going to
bubble.
go for it, but it doesn't happen. Flawless locks down the Baron. He's got himself his Obsidian Cleaver. We see how close he is to the Guardian Angel when he goes back home. Let's have a look at the replay once again, because this is just
And why are
exactly
KT
what Ixu's
in
done
the
all
middle
game.
of the map? They have Enchanted, or they have Hawkshot, they have Blue Trinkets, they have ways to check the Baron. There is zero reason to be in the middle of the map. Because this is always just what's going to happen to you.
Yep.
So APK feeling relieved right there.
Very happy with how this game's going so far, and as you should. It's 1 minute to go before the Mountain Soul will be available.
And here's the thing. You have a Lee Sin sitting there with 151 armor, 87 magic resist. He's only going to get tankier. Syndra getting the Zonya's Paradox.
Yeah, Zonya's
Caster,
Paradox.
by the way.
Zonya's Rolex,
Yeah,
as I like to call it. But you can call it by its correct name if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No big deal. 30 seconds until the Mountain Drake is picked up.
Could you... We should petition Riot to turn Morellonomicon into another ornament item and call it Forbidden Book. That would actually be amazing. Oh, man. I mean, if people insist on buying it, you may as well
You know
make
what
it an ornament.
I'm really looking forward to is when they bump it.
Don't bump it. It's fine. It's a good situational item in certain
Yeah.
moments.
Yeah.
And there are other items you can buy
Yeah.
at all times.
Atlas, who's that guy behind you?
Oh no, please! Oh god. Okay, well KT are trying to defend this Baron buff that APK are sending towards them. They haven't made any moves just yet. Only 4,000 gold in the lead. APK just trying to take as much money off this map as possible. 4 members pushing in, and Hybrid does a lot of damage. Move past this inhibitor turret, take down the inhibitor. And Malrong is just
on a
looking
mission.
he's denying souls. That's what he's doing. Whereas Ixu's like, I'm winning the game, my friend. Half the health bar of Kuro just taken down by a ram alone, as that is a lot of damage onto these Nexus turrets. Malrong just goes back immediately, understanding that there's 5v5 that might just end the game. It has started off. Tusen has to eat the Greyhound so early as Malrong. He doesn't have a Soraka this time. This Olaf unable to do as much as the flash forward from Katie. Gets the stun onto aiming, but he finds himself on the fountain. Malrong also still has his GA, but they don't have Nexus turrets. They've been taken down. Hybrid up into the sky with his Feather Storm as Kuro not going to be able to do anything to stop this one. And the 2-0 for APK Prince against KT.
They end up winning. And, you know, I mean, we predicted it.
Yeah.
We did predict
100%.
the 2-0.
I kind of want to give it to Ixu.
I
But I think I have to give it to Hybrid. Do I?
I'm thinking. No,
feel
I think
like
it's 6-2. I think it's 6-2.
Yeah, because he like started so many sick fights.
He started so many sick fights with the Ornn Ram. He was the only one that was
And
pretty
actually,
consistent.
I think he's the only one today to consistently take the initiative to start fights. And he absolutely deserves Player of the Game for that, because it has been a catastrophe of productivity over here.
Yeah?
Proactivity, sorry. Productivity, I guess, comes from proactivity, but almost purely in a League of Legends sense. But this is a sad day for KT fans. I don't think too many of us thought that KT had built themselves a 10th place roster. But halfway through week 3, and honestly, we're getting through the first round robin as well. Certainly looking like they deserve this spot.
And you do have to feel bad for KT. There are so many things that are wrong in how they're playing that isn't even just mechanical. We're talking about pretty clear issues with jungle pathing, pretty clear issues with laners playing around the jungle. I mean, itemization. I mean, I think we made it 3 games in a row.
And I mean, I think the easy way to adjudicate this is to say, like, oh, jungle difference, etc., etc. None of these junglers can actually find anything. But we saw that gentleman right there. I mean, Kuro actually popped off on the Zoe, was landing some of the sickest plays. But
you know in some of the games where Dragon X are sort of like losing in the side lanes and in the jungle, and it feels like Chovy's the only one doing anything?
Yep.
Feels like Kuro's in that position.
Yeah.
Every game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and he's also following up really well and trusting his teammates.
Yeah.
But then his teammates don't, manage to actually execute on their plans. It's like this team just hasn't quite coordinated yet, which honestly is to be expected. I feel like a lot of our other teams have overperformed when it comes to meshing together early. Gen G being a great example of that. Even Dragon X to a certain extent being a good example of that, despite their recent loss.
Yeah.
And they've got rookies on their squad as well. So theoretically, it should be harder. But for KT, it feels like even with a reunited bottom lane and Kuro coming back with 2x teammates, it's just not enough to really get any cohesion. Just an unfortunate time here to be a KT fan. But thankfully, you were prepared for this because you had years and years of being a KT fan.
How many years?
Many.
I was trying to trap you.
Yeah. Well, we are going to have a look at some of the highlights here. And to look over, pardon me, on APK's side, there is a lot of happiness to be drawn from, right? Like, Ixu had a good game on his signature pick and on a meta pick.
All right, so this is why Kaney and Flawless, I mean, he dunked off one more time this game as well, if you remember the flash in mid lane.
Oh, I love this moment.
This is why they are not eligible for the MVP.
This is just the biggest note.
Aside from other things, but yeah, this is
a
pretty big note. Kuro, he did the math.
He did, obviously.
I mean, this Mordekaiser pick, I have no idea what is going through so many pro teams' heads. He doesn't beat Ornn, doesn't counter Ornn, doesn't outscale Ornn, and is less valuable than Ornn to his teammates every single day of the week. Same thing against Set. It's so bizarre. I don't even know what to say about the Mordekaiser pick. And it's happening globally, not even just in the LCK. As this team fight here, Kaney was locked up, ends up flashing away. Mordekaiser could have actually followed with flash on the Obliterate. Didn't end up doing it, and so that was a bit of a mechanical blunder. And honestly, I mean, what does Olaf really do in this game here?
Well, I mean, you run for a double kill.
Yeah,
that's absolutely what you do.
He did do that, but
he shorted a couple of undertows, though, before he died.
Mountain Dragon was the best role, by the way.
Yeah.
For this team comp.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And they ended up, they could have gotten to all 4, but they ended the game. As, again, KT, they just kept doing the same thing over and over and over.
And like this particular pick, like, resulted in just over and over again the call of the Forge God, starting fights for APK. And right here, another example of it. Nails it onto Kuro, buys all of the time and space. The arrow pierces the heavens. Is now traveling to see Aslan somewhere in Narnia. And they were just too far ahead at this stage of the game. Even though it was only 4,000, there were ornaments on everyone. And the gold lead actually was a lot larger than you would otherwise expect.
우리도 드디어 이길 수 있다.
좀만 집중해야 돼.
And now I think we can answer the question as to why APK do play with Secret. Because he was definitely the most vocal one in that particular clip that we just witnessed.
야, 드디어 1승이 너.
됐다.
1승이었어. 좋구만.
Popping off just a little bit there as once again Hybrid does way too much damage. Maybe I'm regretting my top lane pick because Hybrid did play very well. Oh, I don't know.
He did do a lot, but I mean, most valuable player is supposed to be who is the most impactful. Being set up to deal this damage against champions that have to go melee range, getting Death Realm by a Mordekaiser, what, 3 times where Mord just had to run away from him?
Yep.
That was also bizarre. I mean, that's a lot of free damage.
Yeah, it's true.
And having the opponent run because of the Ornn ultimate and then just giving you free deal.
Well, I mean, yeah, because
There's so many
everyone's
things.
perma-CC'd by the Ornn, the Xayah is, of course,
And
as a
Ornn
result,
gave
doing more
Xayah
damage.
some of her damage.
The brittle. And the ornament.
And the ornament.
Oh ho ho! Well, Hybrid is going to get it anyway. He did 42% of the damage this time around. Still very impressive. I'm glad that we voted for Ixu this time around. Just getting a little bit of information here. The top got 5 votes. I did. And Bot got 7 votes this time around. So Hybrid just barely getting over the edge. But I'm glad that there are some like-minded individuals in the voting that also liked giving this one over to Ixu.
It's a very good sign that the 2 worthy candidates were both in the running.
Means that Hybrid gets to sit down with Medekin by himself because he's our back-to-back MVP holder for this series. And after what was
trying to drink some tea.
Yeah, you were. Just stop that.
My throat is...
No ginger tea right now. Yeah, I'm a bit raspy as well. I feel like we've had a day. I don't know what it is about today, but I can't really remember the first series. It seems to have gone from my mind.
We can watch it again later.
Can we?
Yeah.
Should I bring some popcorn?
Yeah.
All right.
I think we're gonna 0.5 speed it too.
Okay, good. Good. Let's hand it over to Jisun though, because here's the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun with the interview translation, and we have the solo POG coming out from APK, picking up the first match win in LCK. After losing 4 matches in a row, you know, we were on the same scoreline with KT Roaster, so we knew that this was a very important game, so we practiced so hard for this, so I'm really happy that we got a good result. So this was the first match win after 5 games. Is that soon or is that too late? Well, there were a lot of games that we actually missed, even though we were able to get a win. So I'm really sad we were able to get this at the 5th game of the split. However, the performance from APK today was really promising. So let's go back to game number 1. You played MF. And you know, since Aphelios is always like permabanned throughout this patch, do you agree that MF is the strongest champion? Yes. Without Aphelios, I think MF is the strongest one. So we said, let's go insta-lock-in MF. Well, like, going in for Aphelios, you know, it's like 6-4 matchup up against Aphelios, so it's not an easy matchup. Well, I mean, game number 1, your MF was always in the best position to do the bullet time. So let's check out the final team fight of game number 1. So how did you manage your positioning here? So Ornn used his ult, I saw this, and I kind of sidestepped to the downside. And the CC coming in from my teammates was also really awesome, so we had a huge engagement, so I was able to kind of get a lot of kills. So with that perfect team fight, you guys close out game number 1. And then, going into game number 2, APK banned out 4 ADC champions. Well, when we locked in Xayah and Rakan, so we thought up some of the good champions going with Tahm Kench. So we just wanted to have an easier or comfortable bot lane. So do you guys kind of trying to focus on bot lane? No, it kind of depends on our pick and bans. So sometimes we play around top, we play around mid, like we have all different options. So you guys were really solid in game number 2, and you got a solo kill as an AD carry. You said like, I win this for sure, because I can just like neutralize one skill with my ultimate, and I knew my damage was really huge. So I knew that I'm gonna win this 1v1 against Mordekaiser. So you did pull off a performance that you planned in your mind. So I mean, APK and especially hybrid was so looking good. So what's your mindset going into upcoming series? We wanna kind of focus on our strengths and also work on our weaknesses. So we wanna be competitive in LCK. So our strength is that we are never hesitating. Whatever we try, whatever we attempt, we always go in. And if we say not to go in, we all just back. Yeah, I mean, during the team fight, APK players look so solid as a team. So, you'll be facing Cuz, your former teammates, so how are you going to prepare for that match? I used to be in the same team with Cuz, but you know, we're enemies now. We will get this win, and I hope I can do another interview. I hope to see you again on the MVP interview stage, and once again, congratulations on the win. So I guess, you know, first win, first team dinner, right? I'm just gonna say whatever I wanna eat. I'm the only POG, you know. Congratulations once again on your POG and the win, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation and an early night. Surprising.
Yes.
I predicted us to have 5 games tonight, but I was expecting it the other way around. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought that this one would go the distance, and our last series should have been a lot cleaner for Damwon Gaming. But Damwon did, in fact, move up to 5th place by taking down Griffin. It was 2-1, and it was definitely closer than we would have expected. And now APK creates distance between themselves and KT. So the only tie yet to break is T1 versus Dragon X. And Genji might be able to help us with that one, as they'll be taking on Dragon X tomorrow, I believe. When LS and Valdez will be taking you through that matchup. In fact, it's a big one. We've got Sandbox versus Afrika to start it off.
And Dragon X versus Gen G. So
Keen versus Summit, man.
The rematch from Kespa Cup.
And also the up-and-coming top laners to come in after that, Doran versus Rascal. This is actually like a really cool day for top laners.
Yeah.
When today felt like a day of mismatches.
BDD versus Chovy.
Oh, BDD versus Chovy is
Def
a beautiful
versus
one.
Baron.
Well, Baron lost that matchup, by the way, in the isolated vacuum of Def versus Baron, okay? They took that Baron. Just don't look at the power play, because it's
they did get
it's
it.
not a good one.
Yeah.
They got a power play, and it was a big number.
It was food poisoning.
It was in the wrong direction.
It was not well cooked.
Well, you know what, guys? We are going to go for now, but we'll see you back tomorrow for more LCK. Good night.
And I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need.